Hello lovely people, and we're back. I'm going to finish off our life step 3. Alright, charity. Sun beamed in through your window, warming your skin as you lay comfortably on your bed. Sun beamed in through your window, warming your skin as you lay comfortably in your bed. With your arm hovering in the air, you held your phone above your face, squinting against the sun to read the latest text Cove had sent through. Sorry. So distracted. Okay. He was out with a group he volunteered with, Orca, doing some kind of activity. They'd been at it since early that morning, and he'd been keeping you updated by messenger. The latest one explained how he'd just finished cleaning up the beach and was now heading over to man a stall on the shopping street to sell tickets for a fundraiser. Before then, he wanted a call, and you didn't mind that, and replied saying as much. As you waited for it to come in, you let out a big breath, thinking of the formal dinner the Orca had organised. Being a completely fundraising focused event for the large donors, it was crucial for the organisation's project in the year to come. That's why Cove had been so busy lately. All you had heard about it so far was that it was a prim and proper occasion with speeches and everything. And then the notification popped up, incoming call. You picked up immediately. Hi!
Sorry.
Hey, sorry, I don't have a lot of time to talk, but this was my chance, so you know. It sounds like you're doing a great job, and for a really good cause. It's nothing, really. I enjoy the work. It feels good to help out.
I mean...
Do you want to come by to see me? At the booth, I mean? Yes! Sure, why not? Okay, cool. See you soon. It's just down on the shopping street. You'll see it. Alright, bye! See you. After the temporary goodbyes, you tucked your phone away and pushed yourself up from your bed. Heading down the stairs, you found Ma lounging in the living room, seated on the couch with her legs tucked up and a magazine in her lap. She looked up at the sound of your footsteps, giving you a smile. Hey sweetie, what are you up to? Cove just finished his first Orca activity. He's going to the shopping street to sell tickets for the fundraising dinner. I'm going to meet him there.
That's fantastic.
Good idea, that sounds wonderful. She nodded happily, and then her face fell a little as she put her magazine to the side. I'm still sad your mum and I can't make it to the dinner that night. She seemed honestly disappointed, but her face brightened again when she looked at you next. You'll be going, right? I can buy the ticket for you if you don't have enough. What's the price? Thanks, but Cove hasn't mentioned how much it is. I'll check it out when I'm there. Perfect. Let me know how it goes. You agreed with a nod, walking backwards towards the door. Thanks, sweetie. Have a good talk. Have a good walk, and tell Cove I said hello. I will. Bye, Ma. Strolling out the front door, you shut it behind you and let out a deep breath. You had known that the event was coming up and that you'd most likely be going to support Cove, but you hadn't thought about it too much before now. With a small nod to yourself about everything you'd have to do, you began the walk to the shopping street. You hit the shopping street and casually walked along beneath the afternoon rays, window shopping and browsing through the various stores that were set up around the place. It didn't take long until you spotted Cove's bright seafoam hair behind a counter and the banner advertising the fundraising event. He caught your eye as you headed over and stood from his seat with a smile, pleased to see you arrive. He stood still, gaze stuck on you, waiting until you approached the counter. You came right up to the front of the booth, inspecting the little plush sea animals that decorated it before turning your smile on Cove. Hey, good to see you. Hey, you made it. Have you settled in on and everything? He nodded, taking a quick survey of the simple booth. I appreciated getting to take a seat for a while. The beach was great, but it's nice to be off my feet for 5 seconds. He chuckled. You were glad to see that despite all the work he'd been doing, he was in high spirits. He seemed to really be enjoying working with the charity. So, how much are the tickets for the event? He hesitated for a moment, rubbing the back of his neck awkwardly. They were $150. I only found out today. That makes sense. Sounds like a pretty reasonable price for such a fancy event. I've seen way more expensive ones. Cove shrugged, glancing down at his clipboard as he answered. It's definitely not something I would normally be at, but it seems to fit the type of people who are into that kind of thing. Most people that have bought tickets wrote a check for it. I've never written a check for anything before. You laughed briefly and shook your head at him, and upon seeing the look on your face, he trailed off and cleared his throat softly. Hold on. Ah! 150. A couple of people did have cash though, but yeah, that's the answer to your question. Still, I'd really like for you to be there. I'll get you a ticket so you wouldn't have to worry about that. You just have to come. You will? Group members get to bring a guest? No, we only get entry for ourselves, and it's only people who volunteer a certain number of hours, or if they're actually part of the team running it. So basically, I'm gonna buy it for you. Oh, Cove, no! No way, I'll get my own ticket. Come on, please let me get it for you. You're still supposed to be my guest. I'm gonna donate anyway. This is a chance to do it. Can we at least split the cost? Cove gave you a gentle look, his shoulders dipping as he relented to your compromise. You know, you're worth having there, right? I'm not making myself miserable by offering. But I don't want to make you feel bad by being pushy, so we can do that. Just promise you will get a ticket, okay? I promise. Cool. What matters to me is that you're there. He smiled at him, satisfied with an outcome that you were a lot more comfortable with. He glanced over his shoulder quickly before turning back to you, his lips tilting mischievously at the corners.
Well,
I'm not supposed to, but if you want, you can sit behind the counter and keep me company while I sell tickets. You nodded and grinned at him. You didn't have anything else. Oh, whoops. The afternoon passed in a blur, with you and Cove laughing and chatting in between ticket sales. As the time drifted on and the sun sank lower in the sky, 6 p.m. finally rolled around and you helped him to get everything packed up to call it a day. As you headed back home together, you thought of the fundraising dinner and how close it was now. There was still plenty to do before the big night arrived. The days continued on in a normal flow, and before long, the night of the Orca fundraiser dinner was upon you. It was early evening, and you were in your room getting ready as the minutes ticked closer and closer towards the time you needed to leave. Liz was helping get ready while Cope was on speakerphone. You were currently in the midst of picking out an outfit while Liz was helping you with while Cove gave his input from the phone. Of course, Cove couldn't see any of the items you and Liz were choosing between, but he was trying to help all the same. The event had strict guidelines and you wouldn't be let in unless you were dressed to code. That meant having to find a truly professional outfit, but one that you were also happy with. You wanted to be practical about it. It was going to be quite a long evening, so you wanted to make sure you were dressed comfortably while still sticking to the letter of the code. Your nose wrinkled in thought as you rifled through the options, silently weighing the pros and cons of each. You don't need to get too in your head thinking about the look, but you do need to hurry up and pick something. But whatever you go with, it'll be great. You laughed a little. It really shouldn't be this difficult to pick something out. You just needed to take the plunge and just do it. Taking a deep breath to refocus yourself, you looked over the options one last time. It was time to decide on an outfit and quick. You chose a button-down shirt and pants. Liz nodded approval, clapping her hands together, satisfied.
Good.
Finally, we're making some progress. That sounds like it'd be totally fine. I'm wearing the same type of thing. Standing in front of your mirror, you quietly assessed your outfit. What accessory? You needed a little something extra to finish it all off. Rummaging through the rest of your wardrobe, you picked out what you needed to complete your outfit. An anklet! Oh. You slipped a belt around your waist and fastened the buckle, nodding at your reflection in approval. Tie. Liz took the item from your hands and helped tie it around your neck correctly. You stepped in front of the mirror when she was done, nodding at her. And that was everything. And with that, you were ready to go. Finally, you were dressed. It had all come together. Okay, just gotta change my shirt and then I'll be at the car. See you in a minute. When you looked at Liz again, she had a goofy smile pulling at her lips. You look very nice, Sam. You blushed and smiled at the compliment. Sneaking a glance in the mirror, you knew the outfit you picked was the right choice. Liz wiped a pretend tear away with her fingers sniffling dramatically. Oh, precious Sam, you're really all grown up. It happened in the blink of an eye when I wasn't even looking. She chuckled to herself, nudging you towards the door. Alright, time to get downstairs. Your special boy awaits. You carefully headed down the stairs and into the living room where your mums were waiting for your appearance. As you entered, they both stood from the couch and came over to you, smiling broadly. You look so wonderful now.
Nice.
And very mature, too. I know, right? They continued to coo and fuss over you until you managed to brush them off. Ma took Mum by the arm and held close, the two of them admiring proudly. You wondered why they were making such a big deal. Liz came over to you and smirked as if she was reading the very thoughts in your head. You'll have to get used to it one day, Em. You're the baby of the family, after all. Ma came in to give you one last hug. Before you knew it, another pair of arms was wrapped around you, and then a third. Both Mum and Liz giggled as they hugged you tight. We hope you have so much fun tonight.
Have fun.
We won't wait up for you. Stay out as long as you need. You're old enough now. With the last wave goodbye, you left your family and approached the front door. It was time. Stepping out into the night, you closed the door behind you gently and locked out Cove was standing there in the street. His eyes met yours immediately, as if he had been watching your house for the moment you would come out. He smiled bashfully. Hey, I hope you're ready to do this. You took the chance to check out his outfit as he walked across the way to meet you. It was formal for sure, though it didn't feel overly posh. It made sense for him, and it was honestly a sight for sore eyes. He was always beautiful to you. He looked you over as well, a subtle blush creeping over his face as he quickly cleared his throat after diverting his gaze. He seemed to be struggling to find something to say, rubbing at the exposed part of his arms. Thank you for coming with me and for dressing really nicely for this. Your outfit, it's good. Better than good, really. Great, I guess. Something else? Yeah. His gaze traveled downwards to take in your full form and he suddenly froze, his eyes widening on what you were sure was a tasteful anklet peeking out from above your shoes. Cove turned his very red face away from you when you peered at him ignoringly as he mumbled to himself. Oh my god! As you imagined, the choice of expression had him fully flustered. You knew how he felt about them, and he knew that you knew how he felt about them. The purposefulness of teasing him in this way likely had an even bigger impact than even seeing you with the anklet. You started to wonder if it was a good idea after all. Cove acting like that was killing you, and it hadn't even started the trip to the tin yet. It took a great amount of effort to focus your thoughts and react to his overall assessment to your look. Your look is very nice too. You glanced over at him from head to toe, noting that his shirt, pants and shoes were all shiny and new. Very nice indeed. He ducked his head a little to hide his expression, but he didn't need to see it to know that he was pleased that he had said so. Thanks. Then he shook his head, glanced back towards the garage, throwing a thumb over his shoulder. Spoke. We should probably get going. Wouldn't want to be late to such a grown-up event, right? Yeah, let's go. You headed over to Cove's car together, hopping in and strapping on your seatbelts. You were on your way. The event was being held at a place you had never been to before. You brought up the location on your phone to help Cove navigate there. It took some time to find the right address, and once there, you were met with the task of finding a parking spot. Though you were on time, it seemed like everyone else had already showed up and claimed the spaces. Eventually, you found a suitable place before realizing that it required payment. Cove covered the amount, taking a ticket from the machine and leaving it on the dashboard of the car. Despite the small hold-up, you managed to ultimately make it to the event and confirm you were on the guest list before being shown into the dining area. Cove whistled low as he looked around, taking in the extravagance of the room. Chandeliers hung from the ceiling, and the entire place was decked out with beautiful oceanic displays. You were stunned yourself. It was extremely high class, even more so than you had already expected. Ooh, there's a Geiger. This is the best looking event I've ever been to. Your lips parted in a wondrous smile as you took in the decorations and the guests dressed to the nines. Cove met your eyes with a similar look in his face. You got the impression that he felt the same way about it all. The sound of Cove's name being called out echoed over the din of the room. When you looked around, there were a couple of unfamiliar people coming away. They headed over to greet Cove, giving you both a welcoming smile and a hello. We're glad to see you could make it, Cove, especially after all the hard work you've done to help make this night happen.
Of course.
Definitely, I wasn't going to miss it. You must be Em. Cove has mentioned you often. It's so nice to finally meet you. Yep, that's me. When you looked at Cove for confirmation, you saw he was running his toe along the ground, his face flushed red. Em and I, we've known each other a long time, since we were just kids. That's wonderful. There's nothing like old friends. Yeah. Cove, we have to thank you for everything you've done for Orca. You're always welcome to join in on more activities when they come up. You too, Em, if you ever decide that's something you're interested in. You nodded your head in understanding, giving a small smile. Ooh, yes, I caught the glider. Nice. Well, we'd better head off to greet the other guests. It was lovely speaking with you both. You all said your goodbyes and they faded off into the crowd, leaving you and Cove on your own once more. Cove shrugged then, eyes darting around the place with an awkward look.
So...
I guess we should talk to more people. There isn't much else to do at an event like this. You found your way into groups of people who were standing around chatting while some light music played in the background. Servers with large silver trays were gliding between the guests, offering drinks and canapes. Cove was clearly hesitant to actually approach the people, but was able to respond when various people greeted him first. You were enjoying talking to so many different people, both guests and members of the organisation alike, and found yourself enjoying the company. The sound of a microphone crackling came from the podium at the other end of the room. Someone who you assumed must be the host for the evening was asking everyone to sit down in preparation for the meal and speeches. You and Cove looked for your table, finding it easily enough by the little name cards that were placed delicately beside the napkins. A few others joined you at the table, though they weren't anyone that you recognized. The host was still speaking as people were settling, starting off the speeches by giving a welcome to everyone attending. She went on to provide some more information about Orca, which you supposed was for the guests who weren't a part of the organisation, and the purpose for the fundraiser tonight. Orca's goals, as she explained, was to aid in the conservation and restoration of oceans and beaches. There were many people who had helped to make the group as successful as it was. When she read off a list of several volunteers who worked on making the event happen, Cove's name was one of the first to come up. His cheeks flushed with shy pride at that. Oh. As she continued on to thank the large donors for the event, you checked over at Cove. He was still grinning happily to himself and tapping his fingers over the tops of his knees, pretty pleased to have been mentioned by name. He laughed quietly at his reaction. It was good to see all his hard work paying off, but his giddiness was also funny. While the host continued speaking, multiple servers dressed in black were setting the first course of the menu in front of guests. One of the servers set down a plate in front of you and he thanked them quietly before looking over the dish with interest. You recognized the dish as a simple Caesar salad. The host quickly wrapped up the end of her speech, thanking everyone once more before inviting you all to begin your meal. Anyone who had included the special dietary note when signing up for the event received vegan or vegetarian version, and there were also small baskets of bread set around the table. You ate both the salad and the bread. Cove wolfed down his salad before munching into a breadstick, quickly devouring that as well. I hope the next part comes out soon and it's bigger. You could hear him mumbling to himself as he reached over for another piece of bread. He glanced around the table and you followed his line of sight with curiosity, noting that everyone else was still eating the salad. Stopping his hand mid-air, he quickly pulled back and rested on his lap without taking off the breadstick after a while. It was clear that he was starting to feel unsure of himself, and he looked a little out of place here. Oh, Cody. He folded his arms. He folded his arms and turned away from them to you. Hey, did you like the salad? It was really good. I can't wait to see what else they serve. His gaze remained purposely tunneled on you, as if he was trying not to even think about the rest of the table might be doing. You picked up a breadstick and gave it to Cove. It's okay. Oh, thank you. Cove spoke gently as he took the bread from your hand, looking choked up by your reassurance. Oh, come on, you spent so much money for that ticket, you might as well enjoy your food. He munched away on it happily, seeming much more at ease. It wasn't much longer until the main course was arriving, and the various chicken, steak and veggie dishes were being served throughout the room. An array of scents wafted through the room, making your mouth water. Ooh, let's have steak. It was nice that you had been given the option of how you liked your steak cooked, and the meal on the plate in front of you seemed perfectly to your taste. Cove had gone for the steak, and once he'd started to dig in, he was completely absorbed by his meal. You focused on your own meal. It was going to be a full evening, so you wanted to try and eat something while you could. Dinner eventually ended, and last of all was dessert, a lemon sorbet that had been partially dyed blue. Ooh. The mix of white with bold streaks of blue made this little scoop look like a pool of roaring ocean waves. Aww. The effect was very pretty, but the serving size was small. Perhaps it was the price to pay for artistry. You turned to Cove to find him pouting a little at the sight of it. Digging into the dessert, it took him only a few bites to polish it off. Again, the other people around the table had barely even begun eating. An unimpressed air settled over him as he sat back in his chair, sipping at his water unhappily. We can get more dessert later. He gave him an encouraging smile. He looked up at you sheepishly, embarrassed to have been caught sulking over such a thing. He fumbled for a defense. It was just really good, that's all, and now it's gone. But I'm okay. With a slight grin, he shrugged to show that he was really fine. Do you want my dessert? You pushed the dish towards him and his eyes widened in surprise. He looked down at the dirt and then back at you, as if wordlessly asking if you're really sure. It's okay, you can have it. He hesitated a moment more, before pulling the sorbet in front of him and a small smile tugging at his lips.
Thanks.
Thanks, Sam. You're welcome. He scooped up a spoonful of the treat and put it in his mouth, humming happily. He felt satisfied knowing he'd enjoy it much more than you would. You leaned back in your chair, looking around quietly. After a moment or two, you felt Cove giving you a sidelong glance. He then took another spoonful of the faux ocean and held it for you. Your stomach began to flutter, and not from the prospect of sorbet. You ate the sorbet. Leaning forward, you ate the sorbet from off your spoon, enjoying the bright citrusy taste on your tongue. It's good. Yeah. Another person from Orca got up on stage to make a speech as everyone was nearing the end of their meal. They spoke mostly about individual projects that the organisation was working on and their plans for the near future, as well as encouraging anyone who was interested to consider volunteering. Cove bent forward over the table with his chin balanced on a hand, listening attentively to the words. As they came to a conclusion, and everyone gave them a round of applause, Cove caught your eye and smiled. Sorry. You wondered what would happen now. And the lights dimmed. A couple of spotlights came on and projecting a wilder light effect around the room. The guests gushed over the ambience and you looked around. with wide eyes at the ripples on the walls. The DJ had previously been playing some soft mood music in the background and announced that the floor was open for dancing, slowly turning the volume up so it drifted through the space. When he glanced at Cove, his eyes had shut up and he mumbled quietly,
Huh.
I didn't know they would be dancing. I guess it makes sense now that I think about it. He gave an awkward laugh as you both watched as people rose from their seats. It was clear now that many of the donors were couples. A small crowd had started to form on the dance floor, and the DJ played a romantic song to get everyone started off. Cove let his gaze float over the small sea of guests, and he seemed lost in thought. A serious expression had settled on his face, making his eyebrows dip. Slowly he turned to you, though there was something cautious in his approach. Would you want to dance with me? I'd love to. His face lit up. You could tell even beneath the dim light. He nodded firmly as he rose from his seat, though you noticed his hand shaking at the sides. Oh, would you He walked out onto the floor together, hesitating a little when you turned and stood face to face. Cove had a hard time meeting your eyes, but he lifted a hand for you to take, unsure of what else he was meant to do. You accepted his hand easily and gave him an encouraging smile. It took some doing, but amidst your nervous laughter you managed to find a comfortable enough position and settle into the music. It was quite nice after that. Every time your eyes met Cove's, he would look away quickly, but he seemed to be enjoying the dance nonetheless. Eventually, he felt comfortable enough to speak. A lot has happened, huh? You nodded faintly. You weren't sure if he meant just the day, the summer, or your entire time knowing each other, but it didn't really matter. It was true either way. Thinking back on the years that you and Cove had been neighbours, it was difficult to even try to reflect on it all at once.
I'm so glad.
I'm glad we ended up here. He gave you a soft look and you beamed, knowing that could also mean many things. But from his tone, you were certain he didn't only mean here at this event. It was more than that. There's nowhere else I'd rather be. The party eventually started to wind down, and at last it came to an end. When the main lights turned on, you blinked against the brightness of them, making sure you still had Cove in your sights. One final speaker came up to the podium on the stage, thanking all the guests for coming and wishing everybody a good night. It was bittersweet to see it come to a close. Your time with Cove here was precious. At least the memories could be brought with you. Giving the space one more look, you walked together with Cove out to the parking lot. The other guests were doing the same, so you got stuck in a bit of a crowd. Though Cove was so tall you could always see him, and it was easy enough not to get separated. The parking lot itself was quite big. And even more noticeable now, with fewer cars blocking the view. It took a little while to actually locate Cove's car across its expanse. Eventually you found it, and the two of you bundled inside the vehicle and buckled up. The trip home was quiet as you both silently reflected back on the experience. The event had been the biggest night of the year for Orca, and now it was all over, just like that. Outside your window, the surroundings soon became familiar, and you found yourselves back in your neighbourhood. Cove pulled the car into his driveway and put it in park before letting out a relieved breath. Home sweet home. Yeah. After climbing out of the car, you walked slowly down to the road, Cove coming over to stand beside you. You stopped in the middle of the street, right between your house and his, and turned to him, finding him in the process of opening his mouth to speak. Strangely, he clamped his lips together as though he had suddenly thought better of it. Thank you for taking me tonight. Thanks for coming with me. He patted him on the arm and gave him a friendly one. I'm gonna hug. You stepped in for a hug. You went forward and wrapped your arms around him and he returned the gesture, squeezing tight.
Night.
Night, With the last wispy smile, he left towards his front door, thinking you shouldn't linger in the street for much longer. You crossed the remainder of the road and did the same. When you reached your house, you pulled out your keys and stuck them in the door, trying your best to be silent about it. Opening the door a crack, you turned back and looked at Cove from over your shoulder. Your eyebrows lifted in surprise to see he was doing the same, holding his front door open but waiting for you to go inside before he did. You shared an amused smile before you both stepped into your own houses, locking the door behind you. It was quite late, so everyone else was already asleep. As quiet as a mouse, you tiptoed up to your bedroom and changed out of your formal clothes into your pajamas. Now that you were finally home, you were exhausted. You brushed your teeth and got ready for bed in darkness before crawling under the covers and letting out a heavy breath. It was still strange to think about how that was it. The build up to the event had felt like so much, and now it was completely behind you. Your mind was busy with the rapid yet muddled thoughts as you faded closer and closer to sleep. As unconsciousness creeped up on you, you felt more content. It was a big deal, but there will be more in the future. You could accept what it had been, and you could dream about what you'd get to experience next. And then you were taken away from your dreams, right back into reality by a sound. Your eyebrows pinched together, fully unprepared to be a part of the waking world again. The day was over and it had been an eventful one, but you heard another noise. It was tapping and your eyes flew open. The window. There was a tapping that came from the window. It's Cove again. Cove Holden. You slowly forced yourself to get up. You pried yourself out of bed, your blanket was flung back, you rolled and then sank to the floor. He froze for a second there to let your half-asleep brain process the fact that you were mostly on your feet now. There was another tap at the window. You shuffled towards the window, something akin to a zombie. Literally, you opened the window and there was Cove. You blinked at him. You had not been surprised to find Cove awkwardly crouched on your window ledge. However, you were taken aback to see that he was a little overdressed. Cove hadn't changed out of his formal clothes. You also noticed that he was perched clumsily. You didn't know if it was because he was trying to keep his fancy clothes clean or if he felt weird about something. His body was too stiff and awkward. Hi buddy, how you doing? Cove smiled sheepishly. I am. Hi. You moved aside and let him climb inside. He cautiously stepped down by stretching his legs over. Strangely, he didn't use his hands for support. It was clear to you he was holding something. When he was safely on his feet, he briefly checked out his clothes. How would he have climbed all that without using his hands? Is it raining? It's not raining here. I think it rained a little bit in the afternoon, but it's been pretty... Actually, it was really quite warm today. And yesterday. It was nice. When he was safely on his feet, he briefly checked out his clothes, twisting around to see the back of his pants. He caught you looking and shrugged.
I mean,
I did go home after the event, but I knew I wasn't going to be able to settle down, so I just walked back out. I needed fresh air and time away from everything. He paused for a moment and raised his clasped together hands where you could see them. But then something happened, and well, so I have something I want to show you. Cove grinned like a child and gently unfurled his fingers, not being able to keep you in suspense for even a minute. Carefully, sitting inside was in a tiny yellow light. It blinked off and then on again. A firefly! Delicately, he moved his hand closer to you, so you could see the creature better. They're back! He closed his eyes, his smile now faintly illuminated by his insect companion. Remember the first time I caught one? I always will. I could barely manage anything because of that neon pink cast I was stuck with all summer. You were still stunned by what was happening, but couldn't help snickering when Cove did. It was thanks to you that I finally held a firefly in my own hand. I was happy too. When that happened, it was just really memorable for me. Honestly, I didn't think I'd see them this year. I don't know why. It's just that they were kind of late, and I guess I've been worrying about a lot of stuff lately. You could tell that the firefly genuinely lifted his spirits. He seemed at peace, and he wanted to share that with you. The fact that his first thought after discovering the fireflies was to come over and celebrate the joy with you made you suddenly feel very cherished. Cove opened his eyes, but he looked away, not meeting yours.
it's nice.
It's really nice, I think. Even if the fireflies disappear for a while, it doesn't mean that they're really gone. They'll come back. I can see them again. You smiled, and then you looked at the firefly keenly. There was definitely something poetic about them, and you felt a warmth in your heart. Cove looked at your face, his smile now fragile. It makes me think about the two of us. We're together, then we say goodbye, and then we're together again, day after day, year after year, and even if our time apart gets longer, that doesn't make it forever. I'll always be there, whenever you want to see me. You quietly said his name. Cove. I'll always be there for you too. You hugged him. You stepped closer and grabbed Cove into a hug, and he made a squeaking sound as he tried to move his hands out of the way, but then laughed when the firefly flew off. He didn't seem to mind the bugs escaped too much. Cove chuckled shyly and then hugged you back, his arms wrapped around you tightly, reaffirming that he'd always be there for you. Cove looked at you, affection plain on his face. Hey, do you want to go out to the hill? The fireflies are still there. You nodded yes. Cove brightened. He was practically bouncing at the thought of a secret excursion before he suddenly became bashful. So how should we leave? We could just try the door. We don't have to do the window thing, but maybe that'd bother your family. You both chuckled at how awkward it would be if your mums or Wesley saw you going on a midnight firefly catching trip. You'd be sure to avoid that. I feel like we're gonna use the window. Let's go through the window. Cove nodded in understanding. You grab some shoes and ready yourself for an adventure. Wait, we're going in our pajamas, are we? You were glad that there was no way you'd run into another soul outside. Cove would be way overdressed and you were still in your jammies. You let Cove go first. He stepped back on the ledge as you carefully followed. You shuffled along and soon you reached the garage. You planned to use the fence from there to reach the ground. Cove climbed down to the fence. He wobbled once, but he made it without an issue. He leaned against the fence and projected hushed words up to where you were waiting.
Are you okay?
Do you want help? You nodded. Yes. No. You shook your head. You reached the ground with ease. It wasn't difficult, especially with the fence there to help you. Cove gave you an encouraging smile, but neither of you risks speaking out. You briskly snuck behind the house and up to the old white poppy hill. And Cove was right. The entire hill was lit up, insects twinkling here and there with the pale yellow light. Cove let out a contented sigh, finally able to relax and fall. He strode further up the hill to better enjoy the view. You walked along as well, letting yourself be surrounded by the twinkling display. Then, without warning, Cove plopped onto his back. He paid no mind to Mackie's formal attire in the grass. He put an arm under his head and stretched the rest of his limbs out. He was clearly getting quite comfortable in the dirt then. You laid down in the grass. You sat down first and then fell back. You could see the stars when you looked up at the night sky. I wonder if Dad will be mad about the grass stains. He tugged at the collar of his shirt, but he didn't sound concerned, just idly curious. Maybe you should figure out how to clean it before he finds out. His smile bent a little and it went silent between you. The only sounds were the rustling of bugs in the breeze and the far-away crashes of waves on the sea. Glowing in the night, and white poppies glittering by their light. The view brought back precious childhood memories. Both of you were determined to take in as much as you could. You smiled with contentment as the fireflies danced. The hour grew late, and the fireflies mostly dispersed, until only a few stragglers remained. But even they blinked out of sight, leaving you alone with Cove and the thoughts. It felt as though it was a night that would never end, but you knew it would have to, all too soon. You were only grateful to have been a part of it. These were moments to treasure, and you already knew you'd be remembering them for a very long time. Like a lazy cat, you stretched your arms above your head and yawned, blinking your eyes sleepily. The day was warm and pleasant, and you were lounging on the couch in the living room, finding it difficult to do much in that moment. Mums and Liz had gone out shopping, looking for some new items for your sister to take back and decorate her college dorm with. They had asked if you wanted to go with them, but you declined. For you, today was all about relaxation. Cove had dropped by to spend some time with you, content to join in with doing nothing. The two of you had been chatting idly as you lazed around, talking about the other things you had planned for the summer. You You were stretched out across him and you sat on the couch. You had your feet propped up on one of the armrests and used Cove as a comfy cushion beneath your head. Totally settling. Cove was tense, his legs almost as stiff as the two bugs. That made things not as comfortable as you had hoped for. The day dragged on and you found yourself yawning more and more often between conversations. Why do they have to do that to me? You had almost dozed off completely when suddenly a buzz rang out, disturbing the silence. Your phone was on its charger in the kitchen, so it couldn't have been that. Cove pulled his own phone from his back pocket and checked the screen. His movement had jostled you, so you tried to readjust your position to get it right again.
Oh,
It's my mum. Cove waved his phone in the air, giving you a small smile. I'm gonna go take this. I'll be right back. He carefully nudged you to move. Sure. You shifted, giving him room to get up. He got to his feet and stretched out, answering the call and holding the phone to his ear as he headed off. Hey Mum, what's up? Tell her I said hi. He turned to give you a nod, smiling as he walked backwards towards the door. The lock clicked behind him as he exited the house and he sank back onto the cushion, idly trying to decide what to do next. After electing to grab your own phone from its charger, you resumed your position on the couch, tapping away at the screen. Your mind drifted away from the thoughts of Cove and his phone call, missing all the many ways your device could distract you. It was an effective enough way to kill time, and you had managed to do various little things when the door opened again and couldn't return.
hey.
I'm back! You watched as Cove strolled over to where you were still sitting. Is everything okay?
That's...
Yeah, everything's fine. Just... He sighed dramatically and let his forehead fall against the couch back, his ponytail flopping forward all over the front cushion. I know, I just came back from visiting my mum, but... No! Well, last time I flew there, every time I just fly there and back, and so there's a lot of stuff I've left over there because I couldn't take it all with me on the plane. Now that I'm not going to be visiting her like I used to, I'll have to go get it at some point. He gave you a look that you thought seemed almost guilty. So, some of it is pretty big, so it's not really practical to have it shipped. I can drive over and pick it up. When will you go? That's what my mom wanted to know. She thought it'd be best to do it soon before things get even busier. He paused and let out a soft sigh, his shoulders dropping, as if he really didn't want to be the one to have to tell you that. I think that's probably the idea that makes most sense too. It'd be good to get it over and done with. I'll be setting out as soon as I can. Oh, another trip already then? He sighed and dropped his head again. You could tell that he wasn't any happier about having to go than you were about seeing him leave. You didn't know what to say. Looking up again, you met his bright aquamarine eyes, finding a sad smile tucking on his lip. Oh! Suddenly his eyebrows jumped and his eyes lit up like a lamp. You could come with me. Yes! That's what I was thinking. What? You should come. My visits to my mum are usually special, so she and I can spend time together. But this time it's not like that. It's an errand. My plan is to drive out one morning and spend the night, and then we can pack up the car the next morning and turn right back around. It'd only take 2 days for the whole thing. You thought to yourself for a moment, amused by Cove's excitement. Are you sure it'd be okay if I go?
I mean...
Yeah, why not? I probably could use the company. It's a pretty long drive for one person. A sprinkling of colour spread over his cheeks as he admitted quietly, and I just really like to have you around. Plus, you'd have a chance to see my mum in person. I know she'd be happy to see you again. You shrugged casually, smiling as you officially let Cove talk you into it. Let's do it. A road trip with the two of us would be fun. I'll have to let my mums know, but as long as we've got nothing else important on the days we pick, then there's no reason I wouldn't be able to go. Cove's face brightened, and you were sure that the prospect of having a travel buddy would make the task seem less tiresome. I'll call my mum back and tell her. We can pick a time right now. You spent some time together going over your schedules and making plans for when you could take the trip. You needed to fit it in around both of your work schedules, which took a bit of doing, but came together in the end. Luckily, it was only a 2-day trip, so finding a couple free days in a row wasn't impossible. It wasn't long before the dates were finally set and all the plans were made. You were excited for the trip. A short trip sounded like the perfect way to spend some time. You could listen to music, eat snacks, and enjoy the open road. No matter what you thought about things, the morning when you were due to leave arrived. It was cooler than usual, the sun barely peeking over the tops of the houses. You stood outside your house on the footpath near the road, waiting for Cove. You were feeling refreshed after a good night's sleep and an early wake up. With your travel bag clutched in one hand, you watched as Cove finished packing up his car. He had organised all sorts of things, water bottles, snacks, and who knows what else. Cove insisted he had everything under control and didn't need help. At least you could rest easy knowing that it was all taken care of. As you waited, you glanced over Cove's car. You knew it well. It used to belong to Mr. Holden, and when Cove had learned to drive, it passed to him. His dad had taken the opportunity to get a newer car. It was pretty old at this point, but had served both of them well so far. You just hoped it had enough life left in it to survive a trip as long as the one you were embarking on. The slam of the door closing made you jump. You snapped back to focus and saw Cove was walking towards you. He dusted his hands off on his pants and tilted his head towards the car. That's it. Ready to go? Yeah, I'm ready. He smiled and stepped aside, giving you space to situate your own bag wherever you wanted it. Once everything was safely inside, he glanced back at you.
Alright.
We should get started. It's gonna be a ways to go. He smiled back with a nod. The two of you climbed into the car and buckled up, Cove in the driver's seat and you sitting shotgun. His eyes moved to you.
Thank you.
Thanks again for coming on this trip with me. Of course, it's no problem. After checking the mirrors and starting the engine, you pulled out of the driveway and the trip began. With a small sigh, you got cozy in your seat and watched the familiar houses in your neighborhood pass by. Cove reached over to turn on the radio. A crackle of static, mixed with odd snippets of song, filled the car as he flipped through the stations. Mr. Holden's car was in good condition, but it was, well, older. There was no way to plug in a phone to play music, so the radio had to do. Eventually he settled on classic rock station, before sitting back and resting both hands on the wheel. Is this okay? Yes, you know what I like. He smiled, happy with the answer. Time flew by, and with it the scenery outside your window became more and more unfamiliar. It was a little fluttery, being alone in the car with Cove for so long. There was nowhere else you would rather be. Every now and then you'd look over and sneak a glance at him, wondering what he was thinking about. Eventually Cove broke the silence, clearing his throat softly before he spoke. It's been too long since you and I spent time with my mum. I know she still comes to the neighborhood sometimes, but it's not even once a year. I'm always going to hers. I'm happy the two of us are doing this. Yeah, me too. Your elbow resting on the windowsill, you gazed out at the world that was slowly coming to life as the morning rolled on by. The sun climbed higher in the sky, forcing you to adjust the visor overhead to keep it out of your eyes. Hey, do you mind reaching back for me? Cove gave you a silent glance as he drove, indicating with a nod of his head and a tiny smile. I want some chips, the salt and vinegar ones. That's great flavor. Right? Eat whatever you want to. I bought a bunch of everything. Stretching out the seatbelt to give yourself space, you twisted in your spot and reached into the bag holding the snacks. It took a bit of effort to sort through the collection of goodies stuffed inside, but eventually the bag of crisps. I don't know. I say crisps. A bag of crisps crinkled beneath your fingers as you pulled them out and sat back in your seat. Ooh, what's it? An etiquette. Oops. Here. Thanks. Do you mind opening it? Oh! I dropped it. Whoops. His eyes lit up at the prospects of the snacks and shook your head in amusement, popping the top of the bag. You poured a few chips into his hand. You held the bag over towards him. You poured a few chips into his hand. Cove held out one outstretched hand while trying to resist the urge to look at what he was getting. You did your best to have the chips fall into his palm, but some did end up on the floor. Thanks. After that, you rolled off the top of the bag and stowed the chips safely in the bag again. When you turned to the front, it was to find Cove crushing the fistful of chips into his mouth, crunching loudly. He wiped his hands on his pants absentmindedly before gripping the wheel and spilling crumbs all over the place. You laughed at that. You couldn't stop the... You couldn't stop the amused sound that escaped you, and when Cove raised a questioning eyebrow, you simply shook your head. What did I do? Hold on, sorry. The hours drifted by much the same way as that, with the two of you snacking and chatting as the day stretched on. Pardon me. It was fairly calm and quiet, travelling along the open road, and you found little in the way of interruptions. At one point you passed a "Welcome to Nevada" sign, and Cove gave a tiny cheer. He was in disbelief that the two of you were seriously all the way in another state like this. Eventually you had to stop for gas. Once again, I would say petrol. Eventually you had to stop for petrol, and made a detour at a small diner to grab a proper meal that didn't consist of chips and candy. After refueling both the car and your stomachs, the drive was back on, just as the sun began dipping beneath the horizon and bathing the sky in a wash of orange light. Cove informed you that there wasn't too much longer left to go. You were almost there. You took shifts driving throughout the trip. The route was fairly straightforward, and you had enough practice with driving to feel comfortable doing so. When the night eventually fell in a blanket of darkness, the drive finally came to an end. Cove pulled into the parking lot of Kyra's apartment building, the glow of the car lights disappearing as he turned off the engine and let out a heavy sigh.
Huh.
We made it! We're here! The two of you exchanged tired smiles, having successfully and safely completed one half of the trip. You were relieved to have actually arrived and eager to get out of the car and stretch your legs. You took the stairs up to the building together. After a knock, you were abruptly met by a flash of green hair as Kyra opened the door and immediately took her son in her arms. There he is, my gigantic baby boy! She squeezed him for a moment and then pulled back so she could examine his face. Are you even taller than last time I saw you? Cove gave you a look and rolled his eyes amusedly as she patted the tops of his shoulders proudly. You say that every time I'm here. It doesn't even make sense right now. My last visit wasn't that long ago. Kyra simply laughed before letting him go fully and ushering the two of you into her apartment. Then she turned to you, a wide grin pulling at her lips. It's so nice that you came along with. And as a bonus, you've both arrived in one piece. Yeah, it's good to see you. It's been a long time. Kyra beamed at you both, and while you would have loved nothing more than to settle down and rest after the drive, you could see she wasn't going to let you go that easily. So, how was the trip? I admit I was just a pinch worried. You let Kyra answer that. It was fine, no problem for us. Kyra clapped her hands together, the bracelets around her wrist jingling. I'm so proud. I can hardly believe how mature you both are. Where did all those smarts come from? Cove ran a hand over his hair with an awkward chuckle. I don't know. Maybe I got some from my parents. His mum looked up at him deeply, her eyes glistening as she shook the sentimentality off with a wave of hand. You have to be half asleep already, huh? I don't want to keep you up much longer. Early morning in any whoosies. How do you want to deal with the sleeping arrangements? I've only got my room in Cove, so the living room couch isn't bad. You keep your bed, Mum. Em can use mine and I'll sleep on the couch, on the floor, whatever's easiest. It doesn't matter for one night. Kara gave him a skeptical look. Her lips bent into a teasing grin. What? I wonder why I don't believe you'll stay on the floor when Em is right there in your bed. Cove froze in shock, his cheeks turning dark, beet red. Then his eyes narrowed and he scolded her with a harsh whisper. Mom! That wasn't a harsh whisper, that was a yell. Oh well. Kyra giggled to herself, but managed to give him an apologetic look upon seeing he was less than impressed by her teasing. Sorry, baby, I'm only pointing out the obvious. You blushed. Was it really necessary to talk about this? I'll sleep on the couch in the living room. Cove shook his head, dismissing the idea of meeting me. You're the guest. I don't want to take your bed. Well, I still don't want to take it from you. I said it first. The two of you narrowed your eyes at each other stubbornly. Kara took that as a cue to step in. My house, my rules then, and you know who I have to side with. I'd like you to take the bed, Em. You hesitated a moment, but it seemed you had to accept hospitality. With a small sigh, you gave in. Alright. Cool. So, would you be okay with me sleeping on the floor in the room? I'd rather be there than out in the open in the living room, even if there is the couch. Yeah, you can sleep there. Kyra giggled softly, drawing your attention back to her. All funny stuff aside, you need to get some sleep for tomorrow. Seems like you're setting yourselves up to not get any. I know that sounds really capricious. I don't know that word. Capricious. Tending to find fault or raise petty objections. Captious? Sorry. Captious, I did. Captious. Interesting. See, we're learning. I know that sounds really captious, but I'm a mum. I have to say these things. Come on, we're not little kids having a sleepover. We're responsible adults, right, Em? Yeah, we're very responsible. She gave the two of you a suspicious look and you stood up straighter, trying to prove your point. I'll leave it at that then, for now. Just remember that the walls are thin in this apartment. If you can't settle down and sleep, I might have to separate you. Are you kidding? They're 18. Come on now. We'll be good. Perfect. Kara clasped her hands together, her bracelets softly tinkling against each other again. It's only getting later, so I better let you prepare for bed. She nodded towards the hallway and gave you a small smile. I'll play hostess for a sec and show you where the bathroom is first, Em, and where you'll be staying the night. Thank you. You hoisted your travel bag back over your shoulder and followed behind Kyra and down the hallway. Cove shuffled along beside you, disappearing into the bedroom while his mum had you go to the restroom. The apartment was small, but nicely decorated in soft, cool colours, with plenty of artwork hanging on the walls to give it character. Pardon me again. It was stylish and exactly what you would have expected from someone like Kyra. After being shown the bathroom and wishing Kyra good night, you headed into the room and found Cove already there. He had changed into his sleepwear for the night, as well as and set his glasses already. Looking around, set aside his glasses, probably. I think I skimmed over a bit there. Looking around, you found the bedroom to look much the same as the rest of the apartment, but with small ocean element you were sure Cove must have enjoyed when he stayed here. Yet all in all, the room was pretty clean, and though it almost looked more like a hotel guest room than a bedroom. Cove only spent a few weeks out of the year there, so it made sense that it wasn't especially lived in.
So?
What do you think? It's pretty nice, huh? Mum always keeps it clean and everything when I'm not here. It seriously looks like a hotel room. A really good hotel room. Cove huffed and turned away. He was being defensive over your teasing. When you went back to the room, you jumped in bed and under the covers just as Cove was shuffling into his sleeping bag on the floor. You waited until he was settled in before you flipped off the lights, and a soft glow from outside peeks through the blinds, casting shadows over the floor. You closed your eyes, blocking everything out.
Night.
Night, Em. Night, Cove. Sleep well. The room grew quiet as the two of you wound down for the night, and you found yourself listening to the sounds of the city outside the window. The noise out there was so different that to what you were used to back home. Cars zooming past, people out having fun instead of crashing waves, and the ocean winds cocooning your house in their embrace. Cove shifted around in his sleeping bag, making the fabric crinkle loudly. I've outgrown this thing. I should have checked it earlier, but the trip was kind of short notice. Why don't we share? It's big enough. Cove was perfectly still in his back, his eyes firmly fixed on the ceiling above him. I told my mum I was going to sleep on the floor. He sounded tense, though you hadn't meant for the offer to make him so. There was a perfectly good bed in the room that you would both fit in. Besides, you liked the idea of having him close. Are you really alright with the floor? Yeah, it probably isn't a good idea right now. I'm not as dumb as I used to be. At least a little bit. You snorted with laughter and Cove chuckled, the situation lightening a little.
Don't worry about it.
You're already doing me a big favor by coming here in the first place. Just let me do this one thing and give you the bed. That's what I want for this trip, okay? Pursing your lips tight, he gave a small nod and admitted defeat. Alright, I'll have the bed. Thanks, Cove. He made a small noise but said no more. With an accepting sigh, you pulled the covers up under your chin and got comfortable. The next day dawned, bringing with it the sound of birds chirping happily outside the window. You opened your eyes slowly, letting them adjust to the light as you tried to recall where you were and remembering the unfamiliar sight of a Cove's second bedroom. Cove had nudged you away. Rise and shine, Em. Cove shook your shoulder and you groaned dramatically and buried your head beneath a pillow. 5 more minutes.
No way.
No way, we've got to get started. Sitting up in bed, you let out a yawn and stretched your arms above. Pokemon. It's a Slackoth again. Sitting up in bed, you let out a yawn and stretched your arms above your head. You still felt pretty groggy. You were used to sleeping in longer than this, and the late night hadn't helped. Morning! The two of you were on completely different wavelengths right now. You pulled yourself out of bed, grabbing a fresh change of clothes and your toiletries before heading to the bathroom. After all that, you met Cove back in his room. He was sitting on the floor when you entered, sorting through a bunch of stuff in a box, determining what to bring and what to leave behind. Hey! Hey, can you pull out the stuff in those drawers? You nodded, though he hadn't even looked up from his task, so you knew he wouldn't have seen. Heading over to his drawers, you started the task of taking out various items and setting them on the ground in front of Cove. Oh, hey, look at this! When you turned towards the sound of Cove's voice, you found him digging through one of the drawers beneath the bed.
Neat.
Here's something I definitely need to bring. Neat. Craning your head, you got a better glimpse of what he was holding. a few faded shells, an old yellowing book. When you opened it up, there were a few dried pressed flowers between the pages. Those had been gifts you'd given him from his mum's place. You'd given to him from his mum's place, something for him to remember you by and to make his time here less lonely. He kept them the whole time. You started to feel emotional. Cove looked up at you when you sniffled quietly, seeming concerned. You wiped away tears that were building in your eyes, feeling a little silly. Sorry! He smiled at you, his face softening. Why would you apologize? It's all right. It's wonderful. Thank you.
It's nice.
These are special. It was important having a piece of you with me when we were apart. I feel the same. That's why I gave them to you. Cove smiled, pleased that the feeling was mutual, but then the expression became more amused. And did you keep the souvenirs I brought back? Of course. His grin grew to completion. Thanks. Another hour passed by in silence, and you were happy to see you were making great progress with Cove's room, with only the closet left to sort through. You took a minute to take a mouthful of water from your bottle and perched on the edge of the bed, feeling productive. Cove glanced over at you and paused, putting down the tape gunner he had been using to seal up his boxes, and you raised an eyebrow. You know, it's really strange to see you sitting in this room. Why? He frowned a little, his eyes distant, and his voice quiet when he spoke next. During the visit to Mum's, when I was sitting alone in this room, I'd sometimes think about how you weren't here. It was a weird feeling at the time, that you just weren't around, and now that you are here, it's in this exact place, I don't know how to explain the feeling. He shrugged it off and smiled a little, as though he'd said enough already and didn't want to risk sounding silly. Life is pretty confusing as all. I missed you so much when you were gone. His brows crinkled as he looked at you solemnly, his eyes bright with emotion. I missed you too, all the time. It made you feel better to know that, somehow. To know that when you were stuck at home missing his company, that he was missing yours too. He looked away satisfied, heading over to the closet, and the last of the items to be sorted. Before long, every box, closet, and drawer had been thoroughly combed through, with the items either neatly packed up in boxes or organized and returned to their proper place. With a sigh of relief, you glanced around the bedroom and work you had done together.
Alright.
We're done. Good job to us. I'm going to change out of my PJs for the drive. Yeah. When the two of you headed out into the living room, ready to get everything finalized and hit the road, you found Kyra in the kitchen pouring a cup of tea. Pardon me. Cove headed towards her, leaning casually against the counter that divided the two spaces. Hey, you didn't have to get up so early.
Come on.
Are you crazy? Of course I have to see you off before you go. You can't sneak away while I'm out cold. She beamed at him and, in all honesty, seemed more than happy to be up and getting ready for the day. Do you want some breakfast? I've got some muesli or eggs and toast. Oh, and some of that fruity cereal you used to love. That's okay. We should really eat on the road. Kyra smiled sadly, a little disappointed, but you seemed to understand that your time was running thin. I thought you might say that. In that case, I've packed you some snacks for the road.
What do you think?
Even if you don't end up eating them, take it anyway just in case. You can always feed them to Cliff when you get home, and tell him I said hi. Cove laughed and shook his head, knowing his dad would love nothing more than to polish off whatever food Kyra had prepared for you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mum. You really didn't have to. That's nice of you to organize this for us. Not a problem. I wanted to make sure you'd be properly fed at least. She returned your smile with one of her own before putting her cup of tea aside. Well, I'll help you get the car packed.
Sure.
Sure, thanks. The three of you got a move on, taking the boxes from Cove's bedroom and heading down to fill the back seat of the car until there was barely an inch of space left in the back of the truck. With all of you helping, it only took a couple of trips to move everything, and you were done before you knew it. Then it was truly time to say goodbye. You convened back inside the apartment where Kyra looked over the two of you with a quiet smile. It was great to see you both. Thank you for coming. She gave each of you a hug, and you felt a little sad that you hadn't been able to spend more time with her. It was good to see you too, Mum. Cove embraced her in return, and the two of them holding onto each other for a few seconds longer. I'll miss you, but I'll visit again soon.
Of course.
You better. Hey, we should make plans for you to visit us too. I'll let you know when it's settled. I'd love that. Kyra bundled all the stuff she'd prepared into a bag and handed them over to you. You took a quick peek at what she had packed. There was fruit, nuts, seeds, hard-boiled eggs, and some veggie sticks.
Cool.
Oh, good to see you. We've got some fresh food options now. The snacks I brought weren't. Kyra shook her head at him and let out a soft laugh, as though she wouldn't have expected anything else. I seriously hope you're feeding yourself better than at home. Yeah, of course. Just not on trips. I can live with that then. She looked over him fondly, her eyes at last focusing on his face and filling with emotion. I'm gonna miss you, baby.
Me too.
Me too. Thank you for letting us come. No problem at all. You're welcome anytime. Kyra put an arm around you both, pulling you in tight to her sides for one final squeeze.
Bye.
Have a safe trip. We will. With the last goodbye, you exited the apartment, though Cove hesitated for a moment at the door, his expression distant. You weren't sure what he was doing, though you tentatively took a step towards him. Everything okay? Your voice seemed to bring him back to earth, and he shook his head to clear his thoughts, his green hair swaying from side to side.
Come on.
Yeah, let's go. With that, the two of you headed back down to the car, ready to make the long trip home. Soon enough, you were on the wide open road, with a car full of Cove's things, and only one destination, Sunset Bird, California. The drive went as smooth as could be expected, with the morning slowly creeping into midday as the miles flew by. After a while, you switched places with Cove and took over driving for a couple of hours. The day flew by in a whir of open road and sunshine, and before you knew it, it was early afternoon. By that point, you had already crossed the state line. Cove announced that he had planned a little stop on the way home. He was quite pleased with himself as you arrived at the precipice. The Redwood National Park! Oh! Shaded beneath the canopy of enormous redwoods, you drove along. When Cove parked the car, you pushed the door to get out, and the first thing you did was look up. Enormous redwood trees surrounded you on all sides, their massive trunks shooting straight up into a canopy of foliage overhead. There were too many of them to count, stretching on and on as far as you could see. You squinted against the sunlight that was peeking through the leaves and dancing on the paths around you. It's great, right? He smiled at you from over the roof of the car before glancing around the place fondly. Remember the trip our families took here that one summer? It was cool going on a journey and seeing the forest in person, even if we didn't stay very long.
So...
And I guess we could stay even less this time, but oh well. It just seemed like a good time to stop by. Who knows when we'll get another chance? His voice got a little softer at the end. It seemed to be bittersweet for him, being in a place he was so fond of, but not having the time to appreciate it fully. You were pleased to have stopped there. It was a beautiful place to stretch your legs and take in some fresh air. Cove smiled, shoving his hands in his pockets and dipping his head. No problem. The two of you walked around for a while, completely dwarfed by the sheer scale of the redwoods. It kind of put your view of yourself and everything in a strange perspective. You took in a lungful of clean forest air, listening to the sounds of birdsong and the cool breeze rustling through the underbrush, taking advantage of the space to move around freely. However you felt about being there, it was a totally different scene than sitting in the old car for hours and hours. You walked closer to Cove. He seemed tense when you approached, but he didn't move away. Eventually your ears relaxed a little and the two of you walked along in a comfortable silence. Being here again, you couldn't help but reminisce on what else had happened during the trip you had taken there all that time ago. There were a lot of things that had reminded you of it recently. You looked over at Cove, who seemed to be lost in the peace of the place, and you wondered if any of it crossed his mind. Smiling at the sight, you thought back on what had been the highlight of that long-gone vacation. I haven't forgotten the classic anklet chat. That was a revelation. Cove scratched his face awkwardly and sighed, seeming determined not to meet your eyes. I know you remember. I'm never gonna hear the end of it from you, am I? You gave a light shrug. Do you still like them? I do. I think they're pretty sexy. He laughed quietly, the sound nervous and a little strained. You continued chatting about the trip a little while longer, about the things you had seen and done and even eaten. A lot of the memories Cove had of the trip were similar to your own, but you were also surprised to hear a few other things from his point of view. So much had happened that there was no shortage of things to talk about. The place suddenly had a nostalgic quality about it. Your spirits were light as you rambled past information boards and picnic areas. But before long, you decided it was time to bring this short stop to an end and head back to the car to get on the road again. Cove sighed when he finally reached the vehicle, jangling the keys in his hand before unlocking the doors.
Well,
I wish we didn't have to go, but we're going to be responsible and not stay longer than we should. How grown up of you. He smiled slightly, and with that the two of you jumped into the car, buckled in, and he put it in drive. You were getting closer and closer to town as the sun started setting, though they were still far enough away that the radio stations were unfamiliar to you. Cove twisted the dial this way and that before stumbling onto a channel with a song he seemed to like. That was a rare gift from the fates in a sea of static, strange radio jockeys and great tunes. His face immediately brightened at the sound of it, and he drummed his fingers along the bottom of the steering wheel happily. Sitting back in his seat, he bobbed his head along in time with the tune. You sang along. Cove raised a pleased eyebrow at your vocalization. Emboldened by you, Cove decided to do a little lip sync. Every now and then, part would be stumbled over, and by the end, you were both laughing too much to continue. The song ended, and Cove reached over to start cycling through the radio stations again. Upon finding nothing tolerable, he flipped the dial off in defeat and leaned back in his seat with a sigh. You rested your head on your hand and stared out the window as the sky darkened, watching the landscape slowly melt into more familiar views. The miles went on, and any energy you had earlier was beginning to drain away. You imagined home and your family. You'd be there together soon. You know, I've spent all these years living in Sunset Bird and taking a few weeks each summer visiting Mum in that second room. It's not gonna happen anymore. Not really.
I mean,
I can still see my parents, but the way it all works between us has changed forever. You paused, the silence stretching. A serious look settled on his face, his thoughts far away. I'm worried about how things will be in the future. So many things will be different. I hope I'm ready for... Cove's mouth pulled into a tight line and he gave a small nod. You got the feeling that he understood how you felt. Cove stared straight ahead, down the long, long road. The path looked like it'd never end from where you were, but that wasn't true. Eventually, he found a few more words to say.
I'm so glad.
I think it's good we were able to do this trip without any parents or chaperones. It was just us. We did it all. I don't know, I feel a little more independent now, a little more ready for what's ahead. Right. It's like a real first step to be on our own all the time. It'll be here before we know it. The topic seemed to wear on Cove and he made an attempt to find something else to speak on. So I'm kind of sad about getting back. I'm gonna miss having you right there tonight. He grimaced and leaned forward, his shoulders tense and his eyes hyper-focused on the road ahead. I'm sorry, I didn't mean for that to sound weird or anything, it's just nice to hang out. That isn't strange, I can understand it. Cove gave you a small smile, one that you returned, and the two of you fell into a more comfortable silence. The sky outside grew ever darker as the hours passed by, the stars blinking on like tiny fireflies painted onto a canvas of blue. The scenery continued transitioning between open roads, industrial areas and beach towns, becoming increasingly recognizable as time went on. You felt somewhat disconnected from the world around you as you watched it through your window, your tired mind growing hazy. It was a strange, reflective feeling, but peaceful nonetheless. Soon enough, the world would return to you, and you'd find your feet firmly on the ground. It couldn't be helped. The adventure would end, life could continue, but your memories would linger on. I can't believe it. It's the end of... Can't believe we've at the end of the summer, step 3 already. Moths bounced against your window, attracted by the light of your room, a siren call in the slowly darkening sky. Just as the day was coming to an end, so too would summer. Liz would be moving back into the dorms before long. Luckily, Lee had been able to come stay for a short trip before her own new journey began. She'd officially been accepted to her first choice college a few weeks ago. This was her last chance to see you all in person before. You'd flick through the plans for the next few months, realizing you didn't even know when you'd next have the opportunity for anyone to be in the same place again. It was hard to think that you'd likely be seeing even less of your cousin going forward, but you were delighted that she was pursuing her dreams. While you were still with each other, your family was going to have dinner together. As ever, the Holdens were tagging along too. Ooh, let's go to the Chinese restaurant because we never went. It was somewhere your family had always enjoyed going to, ever since you and Lizzie were tiny. The long-standing connection made it a fitting location for a final meal out before Liz and Lee set off. Before Liz and Lee set off again. Technically, you were getting ready to go out, though your mind was only half on the task. It was a pleasantly warm evening, the kind that epitomized the vacation feeling, and you were in no mood to spoil it by rushing around. It was strange to think that summer was coming to an end, that you wouldn't be returning to school. That pattern had been in place for as long as you could remember, and it had come to feel like a natural rhythm, as inescapable as the coming of the tide. This was the first time that you were going to be able to set your own tune. Whatever came next was entirely up to you. Couldn't wait to start your new life. You finally had the freedom to discover what you wanted to do with your life, no longer shackled by the commitments and constraints from before. Mum called up from downstairs, tearing you from your thoughts as she told you it was time to head off. You raced downstairs, looking forward to the evening. Everyone piled into the car while it was marketed as being suitable to hold 5 people. In practice it made for a very tight fit. Your mum sitting in the front were fine. You, Liz and Lee were squished into the back, Lee in the middle wedged between you and your sister, but Mum was an excellent timekeeper. Thanks to her efforts, you pulled up near the restaurant on time. The process of getting out of the car was slightly easier than whizzing into it, with much less coordination required to release seatbelts than to secure them. You gave Lee a hand as she clambered out of the middle seat, and then headed into the building as a group. A waiter greeted you as you entered. Ma let him know how many of you there would be in total, and he went to arrange a table that met your needs. He returned promptly to guide you to your seats. You perched comfortably in your chair, your head held aloft as if buoyed by today's good fortune. Your family settled down around you, all cheerful and looking forward to the evening ahead. Your drinks order had just been taken when the Holdens came through the door. They were pointed in your direction, though with Mum waving an arm in the air, it was hardly necessary. Cove and Mr. Holden came to join you at the table. As greetings were being exchanged, Cove took a seat opposite to you. It had been left empty by unspoken acknowledgement that you and Cove would want to sit together. Mr. Holden sat beside him. It's great to see you. Glad you could make it. Hello everyone. You wouldn't believe how hungry I am. You came to the right place then. There was some laughter. The Lizzie crooned playfully, shaking her head at Mum's sense of humour. Growing up, she'd have complained, and Mum would have responded by making another comment. Liz had mellowed over the years, but she still made a show of despairing at Mum's jokes. Her reaction to them had become a joke in its own right. Menus were soon passed around, and a temporary hush fell over the table as everyone read. It didn't last long, punctured by comments about what people had eaten here before and light chatter about what people were considering tonight. Once the waiter had disappeared with the orders, Cliff piped up.
Okay.
So I've got some good news. Kyra's making a trip out here tomorrow. Cove nodded, turning from his father to the rest of the table. Yeah, we talked about it and I figured this was a good time for everyone. That's nice. Great! Everyone reacted positively to the news, though Ma looked wistful.
It's a shame.
If only we'd known. Here we are having a big meal without her. If we'd waited one day, she could have joined us. Mum patted Ma on the back, gently nudging her from the realm of possibilities and what-ifs and back to the evening that was going so well. Chin up, Lee and Liz will still be here tomorrow. We'll just have to throw another get-together and keep the fun train chugging along. Ma smiled warmly, taking Mum's hand in hers. That's true, there's plenty to celebrate right now, but there will be more good news and good times on the horizon. Right, and speaking of, that's not all we've got either. Mr. Holden's eyes were alight as he sat up straight in his chair, face angled towards his son. He barely let out a beat go by before nudging Cove with his elbow, pushing him to follow up on the announcement. He was the very picture of a proud papa. Cove shied from the limelight, ducking his head down and staring at his lap as he spoke. Well, it's just, I've switched over to working full-time instead of only part-time. Plus, I've been looking at apartments. There's a few I can choose from. He flicked his gaze up at everyone around the table, a smile creeping over his face. I'll be pretty busy going forward. Apartments. He was moving? Cove was going to move out of his dad's house after 10 years. He wasn't going to be your neighbour anymore. Mr. Holden gripped one of Cove's shoulders and gave it a loving shake. His excitement couldn't be contained. Incredible! Cove's actually going to make it adequate. It's a miracle! Mr. Holden leaned back in his chair, staring up at the ceiling in mock wonder.
I'm so glad.
I wasn't convinced I'd be able to rear a kid all the way to this point, but thankfully I lucked out and got the best boy a dad could have asked for. Dad! Cove blinkered his vision with his hands on the side of his face, temporarily blocking his father from sight. Despite his genuine bashfulness, which left him unable to meet anyone's eyes after all the attention thrust his way, he was happy.
Thanks.
Thanks, I was really lucky too. You're a good dad.
Aw.
Oh, come here. Mr. Holden threw an arm around Cove's neck, pulling me into as close of a hug as the seating allowed. He rubbed his cheek on the top of his son's head while Cove chuckled, accepting the affection with good humour. You looked around at the faces of the company here. You'd been on this journey with everyone here for years, seen them falter and grow. They had watched you go through the same. Cove was leaving his family home. Liz was heading back to college while Lee was starting at hers. You were staying close, but it was clear you were all heading in different directions to different destinations. Some near and some far, but it wouldn't be long until you were all going your own way. It was bittersweet. You turned your head to the side, wistful, not wanting to spoil the evening with your troubles. You were glad that everyone was succeeding, but the idea of splitting up gave you a twinge of regret. These people had been key pillars in your life. Days ahead without them, no matter how bright and shiny, felt a little empty, like the theme park after closing time. But you focused your mind on the sweet part. Your adventures were still ahead, and you could encourage that optimism. Cove brought some attention to himself with clearing of his throat and a small interjection. I'm gonna stretch my legs while we're waiting for the food and everything. Sure thing, bud. The tiny smile he nodded at his dad, but the lightness to his expression faded when he moved to face you. Wanna come? He was attempting to be subtle, but there was very obviously something in his mind, something he wanted to talk to you about alone. You watched him with concern as you rose from the seat. Yeah, I'll go. Take care. With those parting words, the two of you walked about the place. He was trying to get as far away from everyone else as possible, without actually exiting the building. What did you need to say? He hadn't admitted that was what this was about, but he didn't need to. Cove started pulling at the hem of his shirt. He turned his head back to face you, but it was an awkward movement. Well, I wanted to talk to you one-on-one about all this. You know, my work, moving. I mean, it was coming before, but now it's pretty much here. Yeah, it's exciting. Cove stopped picking at his shirt and he seemed to respond well to that response. He was relieved you weren't upset about it. I'm glad you think so. But then he looked down at his brows furrowed and he saw his hand shift away from his close to and instead rub at his arm. Are you looking forward to it? I am.
I mean...
Well, I'm trying to be. He ducked his head further and you saw his face start to redden. But it's scary. I don't want things to end. You're going to do great things. He said nothing, but let his eyes meet yours again. Cove then turned his head away and wrapped his arms around himself. He felt a sudden chill that definitely wasn't caused by the air conditioning. I was just thinking, are we really gonna stay friends? His words came out hesitantly. He didn't want to ask this. He didn't want a no.
That's...
I'm not just talking about today, but forever, always, even if things change later. Right now, do you feel we can make it? Or do you think we can't last? That one day we'll have to move on. I'm a bit angry, to be honest. Am I angry? You kept calm. You understood his concern. It was definitely hard to imagine what would happen. However, you did not let yourself get upset. I want it to be forever. You thought about the future and how unsure it was. You couldn't know what was to come. However, there was one thing that you did know, and that's how much you cared about him. Cove laughed with a delicate smile at his face. Okay, you win. I wanted to prepare myself for the horrifying unknown, but you're kind of giving me no choice but to be optimistic here. His eyes sparkled with mischief. Strong armor. Cove rolled his eyes and tried not to smile. Thanks for listening to me, Em. It helped. You felt pleased that his anxiety had eased after talking about. Cove watched you with affection and playing across his face. Em, you're just so... well... His eyes darted to the table full of your families, and he was getting uneasy again. But he seemed determined when his gaze came back to you. Could we talk again even further away, like outside? You were intrigued and nodded at his words. We can go. Thanks. It's important to me. With that, you left the restaurant and went out onto the sidewalk. A couple cars drove by on the main street and a breeze hit your face. Cove prepared himself to speak his mind. Whatever else he wanted to say after that was trapped in his throat. You watched patiently as his mouth slowly closed. Moments after, nothing else followed. Cove took a deep breath and then another. His gaze clung onto you, laser focused. There's something I've wanted to tell you about. Something I should have told you a really long time ago. His voice shook, and there was no mistaking the fear in his blue eyes. Goosebumps broke out across your skin, and you subconsciously started wiping your sweaty palms on your side of your hip. But I haven't said it. I'm not very good at talking about this. Your chest was sore from how hard your heart was beating, but it continued to drum faster and faster. The world around you seemed to slow as you realized Cove was waiting for you to say something. Please, I'd like to know. Despite your stomach twisting itself into a pretzel from nerves, you needed to know what Cove was struggling to tell you, and what about it was so important. The look in his eyes softened, and the corners of your mouth pulled into a small smile. Cove's expression hardened, his hands balled up into fists. He said your name boldly, but then his confidence faltered as he stared deeper into your eyes. Only a squeak came out next. He frowned wobbly, and his face became dark red. It was plain on his face that his nerves were spiraling. Then Cove froze completely. He waited for him to compose himself. Instead, he crumpled forward, burying his face in his hands. He can't do it, not yet. You realized, feeling disappointed.
Sorry.
I'm sorry. Cove continued to hang his head in defeat, and he knew it would take at least one more chance for him. He started on his way, but it was always a struggle for Cove to fully take that next step. You remained silent. It was devastating to watch Cove shut down, but you weren't sure how to help him. Most of you hoped that he would continue what he'd started, but the pot dwindled every second that ticked by. Awkwardly, you glanced back at the restaurant for a moment, finally remembering what had originally brought you to this place. We should probably go back inside, right? We've been out there here a while. Cove continued to hide his face, and you just barely caught his meek nod. That was better than nothing. You started making your way over to the restaurant door. Within moments, you realized that you could only hear the sound of your own footsteps in the back. You stopped and turned, seeing Cove standing in the same spot and position. Cove, slowly he lifted his head out of his hands. From a distance, you couldn't quite make out his expression. No, I can't. I'm not doing this. Finally, he moved. He approached you at a brisk pace, stumbling a bit, and when he got close enough, Cove dropped his hands
on your shoulders. Determination had returned to his features and he leaned his head down to look you in the eye. I'm always like this. I panic and I quit partway through. His voice shook a bit at the beginning, but as he lowered to a hushed tone, it evened out. A shiver shot down your spine as you watched tears well up in his eyes. I'm so scared of things changing and new stuff happening and just everything you have to deal with living alive. His voice cracked as he continued, though it didn't halt. But the worst of any of it is thinking about the future and not knowing if you'll be there. And I don't want to be afraid to say that. I don't want to be scared of anything that has to do with us, not when it comes to you. You're the one who makes me less afraid. When something is horrible, you can make it better. When I feel alone, you're what lets me know I'm not.
Hey James, I'm good. How are you?
Sometimes I can't even remember what my life was before I moved here, before you were in it. I was so little, and it was such a long time ago, and it was so hard then. But I do remember those days when we were just kids running around the neighborhood. It was like my life had started over. It was a new beginning, and nothing feels more right than you being there, not just back then, but always. As much as he tried willing and blinking the tears away, they won. Big tears bubbled and burst from his eyes and they ran down his cheeks. I want to be with you. Oh my gosh. Oh. I want to be with you too. The words came completely naturally. Your mouth pulled into a beaming smile that made you feel like it had a high chance of being permanent. There were probably a million moments or more over the years where you looked at him and thought about saying it, but there was nothing stopping you anymore. You wanted to be with him, and now you knew beyond a shadow of a doubt that Cove actually felt the same way about you. Cove's eyes widened and his breath hitched. You could feel his hands on your shoulders beginning to tremble. The way his expression twisted, you knew that he was struggling to put his thoughts in order. You wondered if he even believed the last few minutes actually happened. It was always you, and that was all he could muster in the tiniest whisper, but those carried a great deal of meaning. No one else ever held a place in his life the way you did. Your head tilted towards him as you stared at him fondly, feeling your skin burnt hot and your heart beat a mile a minute in your chest. Cove let out a long, shaky breath. He still seemed to have difficulty believing he had spoken those words and that you had returned the feelings. If you want me, can I be your boyfriend? I'd like that a lot. I can't think of anything I'd like more. His lips quirked into a hopeful smile, eyes still glistening. Yes, I feel the exact same way, Cove. You beamed at him. You grinned so widely that you knew if you kept it up, your cheeks were going to hurt. There was such joy radiating from your chest, infecting your smile you couldn't stop if you wanted to. His eyes prickled with new tears and he sniffled, but you could recognize equal joy taking over him. You both were happy, together. You were together and happy. You wiped away his tears. You carefully brushed aside the tiny water drops with your thumb. Cove bashfully leaning into your caress. You're so cute! Then Cove reached up to caress your cheek delicately. You took a moment to simply cherish him. A peaceful smile grew in his face as his eyes sparkled. Can I kiss you? Your jaw dropped. No matter what else had just happened, that was not a desire you expected Cove Holden to be capable of vocalizing. You were completely floored. Seeing your reaction made him realize exactly what he had done. He had seriously asked to kiss you.
An intense blush covered every inch of his cheeks in absolute embarrassment, but he didn't take it back. Please do. Cove looked bashful but resolute and brought his face to yours. Within seconds you were close enough to feel his breath on your skin. Your noses brushed together when he paused, giving you another chance to change your mind. You looked at him expectantly, completely sure of this. Not wanting to deny either of you what you both clearly wanted, he stopped hesitating. Cove kissed you. You returned it without delay. The feeling was blissful and longing. He was absolutely still nervous, and you could tell from your shaking hands as he cupped the back of your head. However, he wasn't going to let that stop him. Shyness was secondary to being able to kiss you for as long as he could. There was no denying he'd been hoping for this moment ages before it ever happened. You knew this was right. Cove blinked rapidly when you parted, newly stunned, but it was only with amazement. What happened was shocking and unexpected, but he absolutely wanted to hold on to this new thing between you. He ducked his head with a childish giddiness and peeked at you out of the corner of his eyes. Thanks for giving me a chance to finally get it together and say this. We're gonna have to tell everybody about this when we go back, aren't we? Yeah, they'll know. I don't think they'll be surprised. He smiled at you with an unabashed preciousness. You figured that even without your history, if anyone caught Cove looking at you like that, it'd be obvious exactly how he felt. His openness of character had some truly delightful benefits. You must have been making an expression equally as affectionate as he began to fluster again. He made some stuttering chuckles and then quieted down, his mouth forcefully staying closed. You both took in a moment to process. After 10 years of being together, you were officially a couple now. After all of that, you both finally made it back inside the restaurant. Cove was clearly nervous. Now that you were together, your family was going to have to hear about it. But with you by his side, he continued forward. You could feel eyes on you as you took your place at the table. They didn't wait long to start asking if you were alright and what had happened. It didn't help that Cove's face flushed immediately over the attention. Out of the corner of your eye you glanced at Cove and your face betrayed you. It burned red hot with excitement. He was your boyfriend, and that only made your family want to pry more. Cove steeled his nerves and faced the small crowd. Well, the truth is, Em and I are... Grins were already beginning to appear around the table before he could muster the full explanation. He swallowed hard, stealing a glance at you. A couple now. We're dating. Though, haven't gone on a date yet exactly. It's just, I'm their boyfriend, so, yeah. Cove stopped his rambling. There, with wide eyes, he waited tensely for a response. Mr. Holden was first to react, instantly slapping a hand over Cove's shoulder. You did it! That's amazing, Cove! If you need anything, I'm here. Don't hesitate to come to me for help. What help?
Well,
Son, I'm so happy for you and Em, of course. Just take care of yourselves. This is either heading towards a breakup of a lifetime or a wedding, and I'll be there for either.
oh my god.
Oh my god, Dad! Cove covered the side of his head that was facing Mr. Holden with a hand and sunk low in his chair in some desperate attempt to put distance between himself and his father's words. Meanwhile, the women in your family all burst into laughter. Pull back on those reins a little there, Cliff. They're not ones to rush. It took them a decade to reach partner status.
Don't worry about it.
I don't think we need to start looking at venues yet. Exactly. This is wonderful news, and all we need to do is congratulate them on it. Em, Cove, I'm so glad for you both. I know you'll be happy together. We're rooting for you. Yeah. Yes, we are. Ah, this is so exciting. I knew you were meant for each other. Well, I called this one. I called it years ago. I should have made a real bet with someone, though I don't think anyone would have been dense enough to bet against it. Cove let himself fall forward, sticking himself to the table surface. There was no getting away from this. He joined in the laughter. Cove was as amusing as he was adorable, and you enjoyed the moment. Once the wave of family teasing and covering passed, you were able to feel grateful for both your family's encouragement. It made you happy knowing just how loved you were. Night fell soon after everyone finished their meals, and before you knew it, you were standing in the parking lot saying your goodbyes and packing up the cars to go home. After the last of the chores were done, your family spent some more time together. The rest of the night felt like it was going by in the blink of an eye, and somehow the time came to retire to your room to sleep. You pulled your covers up under your chin and settled down for the night, getting warm and cozy. As your head sank into your pillow, you closed your eyes, your mind drifted back to everything that had happened that day. You could see it all now behind your eyelids, as though you were experiencing it all over again. And then the image of Cove popped into your head, and you smiled softly to yourself. You decided to send him a text to chat. Taking your phone up from your bedside table, you lay on your back and held it above your face, typing out a message to Cove. Are you awake? He didn't reply, and you let out a defeated sigh as you looked your phone screen and let your arms fall back down. He must have fallen asleep. Suddenly your phone buzzed in your hand and you scrambled to check the message had come through. It was Cove. Yeah, what's going on? What are you doing? You watched the little dots on your screen as he typed before his next message popped up on your screen. I'm just heading to bed. Good night? Do you want to come over? You chewed at the end of your fingers as you watched the screen, waiting for any sign that he was typing back. He'd been getting ready for bed, so maybe he wouldn't want to come over at all. And if you were being fair, it was a pretty odd time to have a meet-up. But even so, you hoped he would. Your heart leapt as your phone finally buzzed again and you stared at his answer on your screen. Okay. A breath of laughter escaped you as you messaged him back. He hadn't even asked why. You sent him a quick thanks back and put your phone away before sitting up in bed, leaning back against your pillows and waiting for him to come over. The stillness of the night became very obvious to you when you started to hear the soft noises your house made when you were all asleep much more clearly. Each second seemed to drag on, and you just wanted Cove to be here already. Finally, you heard those familiar sounds coming from outside, a sort of scratching and then shuffling. Next came the tap on the window, and you hopped out of your seat with almost too much energy and rushed to let Cove in. When you arrived, you could see Cove smiling in at you from the other side of the dark. You slid the window up and stepped back, giving him space to climb through and get back from the ledge. He was in an amusing mismatch of pajamas and sneakers, and Cove chuckled when he saw you looking at his ensemble. Once safely inside, he straightened up and dusted himself off before looking at you and whispered, "Hey, what can I do for you?" I didn't want to be alone. He frowned, his eyes pinching together in concern. Is everything okay? Yeah, I'm feeling busy. He sat by the pillow, giving you a little smile. The bed sank under Cove's weight as he sat down, his eyes very fixed on you. His hands shook where he held them in his lap. He was nervous. I'll stay as long as you want me to. Really? Yeah, really. Can you stay the whole
Of
night?
course.
Of course. You smiled, feeling relieved that he had agreed and he could bet you could always count on him. It won't have been the first time I've slept in your room. You snickered, feeling pleased with your decision to do this. Okay, but there's no way I'm letting you take the floor this time. Here we go again. You rolled your eyes up and let out a soft laugh, which Coe returned as he rubbed at the back of his neck. We should just share the bed. I mean, yeah, I guess we could do that. Nothing is stopping us. Holding back your amusement, you try not to grin at his bashfulness. He obviously hadn't thought through completely, but at least he was up for it. We're going to share the bed. You could hear the tremble in Cove's voice as he held his hands together to keep them from shaking. Actually, maybe not. Your eyebrows rose at how quickly he changed his mind, but when you saw he was serious, you let out a sigh. I'm sorry, I'll do it. I can do it. I want to do it. I just need a second. You stayed calm. You simply waited for him to ready himself and gather his nerves. It only took a couple of moments longer before he turned to you, attempting a weak smile. Ready? Yeah, let's get in there. You took another deep breath and you slipped under the covers, making room for him to get in after you. Laying as straight as a steel rod, Cook tensed up beside you. So still he was barely breathing at all. You rested on your side and faced him, your eyebrows pinched in the middle as you watched him. He looked back at you deeply. All of a sudden he started trembling, shaking more than ever, and then scrambled out of the bed. You pulled it upright, leaning back on your hands as you stared at him and shrugged. Are you alright? Yeah, I'll be back. I just need some more time. He ran a hand through his hair in his desperation, paced around the room, breathing heavily. You were worried for him, but completely at a loss for what to do. As though he could read your mind, he spoke again.
Don't worry about it.
It's fine. Don't worry. He assured you between heavy, gasping breaths, but you were having trouble believing him. When he bent over with his hands on his knees, like he had just run a marathon, you were even more concerned. This isn't a problem, just a process. You held up a hand to reassure him. He held up a hand to reassure you. With nothing left to do, you sank back down into bed and let him have space he obviously needed. Okay, take all the time you need. And it did take some time for him to finish working out his nervous energy and steady his breath to an even rhythm. But eventually he collected himself enough to relax. You tentatively glanced over at him, watching as he let out one last deep sigh before turning back to you. Can I come back still? Of course. You smiled reassuringly and shuffled over to make space for him. He immediately perked up as he slipped back into bed beside you, though was still careful not to get too close. Thank you for waiting again, as always. He laughed shyly, his soft eyes meeting yours through the dim light.
Are you okay?
Are you okay? I am now that you are. He let out a deep breath, relief written on his face. Yeah, I am. You wrapped your arms around him. Your fingers gently brushed up and down his back as you held him close. The room grew quiet around you. The only sounds to be heard were the faraway crash of the ocean waves and your breath mingling. Small space between you. Cove's heart was pounding, some of it rumbling through you as he spoke again.
That's...
You know, I'm not scared of you, right? It's just so many other things that scare me. I'm afraid of what if hypotheticals that aren't actually real, but I think about anyway, and of nebulous concepts of what things mean that I can barely explain even to myself. I'm scared of my own feelings and how much I feel them. And I'm afraid because tomorrow things will be different between us, but I'll be alone again. It's normal right now to see you during the day and part ways at night, except for special exceptions. A little laugh escaped him before his tone became serious once more. It's easier to stay where I am than it is to make myself move, to not take a risk and to not know what I might be missing. But He hesitated and he reached up to brush a few strands of his hair from his face gently, his eyes slowly fixing on yours. When did doing the easy things get so hard? When it comes to you, I don't know how to stay still. I want to keep taking steps forward. Honestly, when I see your face or even imagine it, I want to start sprinting. But when I try, I hit a wall. It's just like I physically can't do it on one side of my mind. There's something blocking me. And then on the other side, I absolutely can't stop myself from doing it. And it never ends well.
I'm always
I
like
hate
this.
it. It's the most frustrating thing. Why do I do it every time? I'm annoyed with the way I am, so I have no idea how you stand it. I'm sorry I act so split when it comes to romantic things. I do not want you to think you're rushing me when I know I'm giving mixed signals, and I don't want to miss out on being happy by being like this, but sometimes I still can't help it. So basically what I'm trying to say is that I'm glad you've never given up on me. It means a lot. It means everything to me. You've been there whenever I've really needed it. His eyes glossed over a little as he squeezed you closer to him and smiled, his heart rate finally relaxing to a normal rhythm.
Good night.
Good night, Anne. Good night. Cocooned in his warmth, you easily grew comfortable next to him, feeling him ease into you as well. Before long, your eyes were growing heavy, and you drifted off in a restful sleep side by side. The next morning, you woke slowly from a comfortable dream. With a small stretch, you opened your eyes fully to the sun shining in through the window. Shuffling onto your side, you noticed Kerr still beside you in the bed, sleeping soundly. His arms continued to be draped around you loosely as he snoozed. You must have fallen asleep that way. He smiled, remembering the prior night. It had been nice to spend the night together, getting to be with him in a whole different way. You could definitely get used to it. You kissed his forehead softly. Being careful not to wake him, you bent over and pressed your lips against his skin. He stirred a little in response, a small sleepy smile appearing in his face. His eyes floated over you softly before finally to surprise at the sight of you. As his memories caught up with him, he gave you a bashful smile. Morning. Good morning.
I
I guess we should get up. He sounded reluctant, and if you were being honest with yourself, you were too. It would have been nice to have more time together, just relaxing and hanging out. 5 more minutes? Ko smirked and gave you an affectionate look. We have to. My mum is coming today, remember? I have to start getting ready. You grumbled in reply, but relented nonetheless. Ko shook his head at you with a small smile. You both pulled yourselves up and started shuffling around the room. Ko stretched his long limbs out and yawned before ruffling his fingers through his green hair. You watched him fondly until your eyes met and he looked away quickly, hiding a blush. So that was fun. I can't believe I slept here the whole night. Yeah, me either. I'm glad you did though.
Me too.
Me too. Ko slipped his glasses back on as he spoke those words. With a last shared smile, the two of you headed out of your room and down the stairs, laughing and chatting casually about your plans for the day. It was like he had lived there the whole time, or as if waking up together were as regular as an occurrence as anything. As you hit the foot of the stairs, you froze, finding 4 different pairs of eyes staring over the two of you in various states of amusement and shock. Your family was already up. It took a moment for anyone to speak, but soon enough a chorus of greetings drifted over. You scanned the place to find your mums lazily together around the kitchen and living room. Good morning. I got here, earlier. Oh yeah, I bet you did. He snorted with undisguised laughter, making Lee giggle along with her. I've been out here for quite a while and I never saw you come through. Well, although she ran across Cove Creek, the pink cage something on the tip of his nose. You're also still in your pajamas. You don't usually walk around town during the day in those, do you? Mum let out a little laugh of her own and you gave her a look, to which she responded by clamping her mouth shut. Cove looked down at his outfit and his shoulders slumped in his feet as he hung his head to hide his red face. You know, I always guessed you had been sneaking in, Cove, but could never quite prove it. Mum nodded in agreement, nudging her shoulders playfully as she headed over to stand beside her. That's something I wouldn't have bet against. Liz tutted at the two of them and shook her head. You've definitely gotten too comfortable with that sneaky railroad.
Very nice.
You still did good. You never got caught before you turned 18. Liz smiled from where she sat at the kitchen table, waving a dismissive hand in the air. Surely you can't be punished too hard for it now. I'm not so sure about that. Em still lives at home and I very much doubt that this is the first time they have that Cove in like this. Ma crossed her arms over her chest, giving both of you and Cove a serious look.
No.
We may have to have retroactive punishments for all that.
Sorry.
I'm sorry, it's not Em's fault. Yeah, we did it and we'd do it again. You crushed your own arms, remaining unrepentant. Cove sucked at a deep breath from the such. At that moment, your mums both burst out laughing and receiving amused looks from Liz and while you and Cove simply stood there dumbstruck.
Don't worry about it.
We're merciful, don't worry. That's true. You did indeed get away with it, and we're not going to make a little bit of some of you have left miserable over bedtime rule breaking now. Besides, you're in good company. We're almost certain Lily spent many nights sneaking the old home phone into her room and staying up till dawn. At least you were in your own room. Excuse me, that's conjecture. They exchanged smiles before Ma turned to you again with the firm expression. They were in their rooms, but I do worry about you coming in that way, Cove. It is dangerous, especially because he's likely quite distracted and excited by thoughts of reuniting with them while climbing around in the dark. Mum joked and they all burst out laughing once more, keeping Cove fully embarrassed. Cove leaned in close to you and whispered quietly, a look of guilt settling in her eyes. I'm sorry, Em. Oh, don't worry about it. A knock at the front door caught your attention and you followed several steps behind Mum as she went to answer it. Mr. Holden and Kyrie were standing together. Morning! Hi there! Surprised at the sight, Mum paused a moment, then she pulled Kyrie into a hug. Meanwhile, Cove went through a process. Shock and excitement over her arrival rolled right into the awkward realization that he had missed her showing up at his house by being at yours. It's been too long. I know, time's been flying. Kara's gaze slid over to you and then to Cove, her eyes sparkled with mischief and her mouth curled into a smirk. And it's so good to see my son finally. Hello to you, Em. Continuing on his ride of emotions, Cove's face slowly reddened. He couldn't quite meet anyone's eyes, so he kept looking at his own feet.
Sorry.
Sorry, Mum. I'm sorry too. He blurted the words out so fast that Kara started smiling. You could feel her woman's gaze on you and her face started burning. It's okay. Kara gave his back a few reassuring pats, but Cove's face seemed to get even redder, and she grinned. My not-so-little mister is spreading his wings. I can't complain about that. Mum immediately put a hand to her face to hide her mouth, but a giggle escaped. People looked at her confused and she laughed again louder. It's just a really fitting phrase considering Cove's current attire. She pointed at the feathery wing-like decal around the collar of Cove's pajama shirt. Oh! Everyone turned their attention to Cove. He even looked down at his own clothes over the realization. That's so true! I didn't even notice! All the parents burst into continued laughter. Cove was clearly not as amused. You flashed him a smile and he visibly perked up. It's really nice to be back. Enough of standing around here. Come on in. Mum moved aside to usher the group in and guided them to the living room. Before anyone could get settled in, Mum spoke up. You're all welcome to stay for breakfast. We're still having some great spices and stuff from the farmer's market.
Of course.
Yes, we'd be thrilled to host you. There were eager nods from Mr. Holden and Kyra, but Cove looked around the room filled with familiar faces before speaking up. Maybe instead of staying here, why don't we go to the beach? A scenic picnic, eh? Mr. Holden crossed his arms and contemplated the idea happily. Excited, Kyra clapped her hands together.
Yeah.
Oh, we could really make a day of it. Might as well enjoy the ocean while we can. That sounds lovely, Cove. Everyone else put in their own agreement with Cove's suggestion. Before long, both families dispersed, getting everything ready. Sandwiches had to be made, water, sunscreen, towels, and more needed to be gathered and packed. Plus, you and Cove both took some time to get dressed for the day. You also decided to bring the bottle of ginger ale, Cove, would you? Today felt sufficiently special to bust it out. An hour later, both your family and Coves were walking down the old path to the beach. The morning was already turning into a bright and beautiful day. You honestly couldn't ask for better weather for a beach trip. The moment you laid your eyes on the full view of the ocean, you stopped and stood there mesmerized. It didn't matter that you grew up there. The sight always filled you with wonder. Hey, Em.
So,
I was thinking about calling Terry and Miranda, see if they can come too. Everyone else is pretty much already here, so would your family mind? That'd be cool, I'll ask them. You were already so excited at the prospect of seeing your friends today that you immediately darted away in the direction your arms went. Behind you, you could hear the familiar sound of Cove laughing. I have a question. Would it be alright if Terry and Miranda came by? I don't see why not. Ma looked at Mum to see what she thought, and she nodded in agreement. Mum then shot a glance at Mr. Holden and Kyra, knowing that they had likely heard everything.
You alright with that?
Cliff, Kyra, what do you two think? The more the merrier.
okay.
Of course, they're welcome with me. Thanks. Delighted, you nodded and turned on your heels. Cove was still several feet away, talking to Lee and Liz, likely about the same topic. With a beaming smile, you gave him a thumbs up, and the two of them must have also approved, as Cove quickly got his phone out and started making the calls. At that, you turned your attention to helping with the picnic setup. Unexpectedly, your phone started vibrating. You dug it out, curious to see the caller ID, feeling your heart jump with excitement. You answered the video call request. It was Derek. Hey, it's been a while. Seriously, but what's up? The voice that came through was much deeper than it had been when you first met, but it still had the exact same amount of enthusiasm of a kid. Have you been enjoying these crazy summer days? It's been amazing. That's awesome. You have to catch me up on that. But what about you? How's your summer been? You were beyond curious to know what Derek had been up to since the last time he spoke. He chuckled, noticing your invested tone. Honestly, I've just been slammed with stuff lately. College applications and scholarship inquiries. What else is new? I wish you nothing but good luck. I'm gonna need it. I kind of doubt that. He chuckled. You could hear his smile when he spoke. Yeah? Yeah, of course. You work really hard. Well, it's true. Thanks. His tearful tone elicited a chuckle out of you. What about your family? Are your brothers being good? My little brothers are little punks, but I guess they're doing alright. You both laughed at that. Mum and Dad are fine. That's great. My mums are too. Turning your attention back to your surroundings, you smiled warmly at your family buzzing around. Towels were laid out, and chairs and umbrellas were being set up. Actually, I'm out with my mums right now. Lizzie and Lee are visiting too. Oh, that's fun. But if that's the deal, I'll let you get back to it. Are you sure? I don't mind. I'm sure. I'm not about to lose your number. Okay. Bye. Bye, Em. Have a heck of a day. Taking up the conversation left you energized and in good spirits. It was exactly what you needed to make this day even better. You hurried over to your mum's and helped put the rest of the food out. In moments, you noticed Cove at your side. So what did they say? They're gonna come. Cool, thanks for calling them.
No problem.
No problem. I'm glad I thought of it. They'll meet us here later today. Shouldn't be too long. I can't wait. Once the setup was done, everyone got comfortable and dug into the food. You couldn't believe the last time breakfast tasted this good, but you attributed it to the gorgeous ocean view and soothing sea breeze. The conversation shifted to what you all would do next.
In that
We
case,
could do a few rounds of volleyball. There's plenty of us now.
is that all right?
Could I play? Of course. Miranda brightened, delighted with this plan. Ma looked around to see if there were any other takers. I don't feel like playing. I'd have to change, but it'd be fun to watch. I could be the ref. My eyes won't miss a thing. Volleyball's a good idea, but there should probably be something happening for those who aren't a fan. Ooh, I have some crafting supplies we could use to make jewellery. We could even use stuff we find around the beach to accentuate them.
Really?
What? Really? I want to make a necklace.
That'd be great.
I'd be interested in trying my hand at that too. I'll make some jewellery. I'll make some jewellery. Already you're imagining various designs you could make depending on what let you use. Your cousin shot you a thumbs up, clearly happy with your decision. I guess I'll try making a necklace too. Kyra got up from the towel she was sitting on. She brushed some sand off her legs and stretched her arms over her head.
Candid.
I'm up for a few rounds. Well, since there's still a free spot, I'll throw my hat in the ring. The things I do for family.
Thank you.
Thank you, Liz. I love that. Liz got up from where she was sitting, and you could tell by her expression that she was already determined to win. You laughed to yourself, curious now how the game would turn out. So, now that plans were settled, the group temporarily split into two.
Okay.
Okay, let me pop back to the house to get my supplies. Is there something we should do? Yes, you can start clearing out the towels for us to work at. And if you want, look around for good stuff to use.
I'm on it.
Roger that. While Lee ran back to the house, the group did just as she suggested. By the time she returned, everyone had their craft area ready to work at. Lee sat down on one of the towels and looked up at everyone eagerly. She held up two necklace options. I hope you've all been thinking about what you want to make. I have for everyone a choice of either a chain or a threaded rope. How do I pick? All I know is that I want to put some sea glass chunks on it. There's no rush. I'll leave the strands here and you can decorate it however you want later. I think I'll keep it classic and only worry about finding a decent shell.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm planning on doing shells too. I'm gonna hunt for a handful of shells to pick from. That sounds like a good plan. Just a bit, Lee's eyes narrowed. You could see a playful teasing look surfacing. If you find anything really good, I hope you'll be willing to share. Your mouth pulled into a wide smile as you watched her carefully. It was hard not to laugh. You see about that one. Cove crossed his arms and chewed on the inside of his cheek. You weren't the only one that noticed. What's wrong, Cove? I'm not sure what to use. I mean, ideally I want a shark tooth, but what are the chances that I would ever find one? Mum smiled. You both looked at him sympathetically. Sorry. The rare downside of not having a shark-filled coast. That would make for a really nice necklace though.
I know.
At Cove's pouting, Mum gave him a little bump on the shoulder with her fist. Well, don't lose all hope. You never know, you might end up really lucky. Cove laughed and cheered him up even though he wasn't really convinced. After that, the little crafting club busily went to work on their pieces. Whatever they decided on using was attached in loops that were then slid onto the necklace base.
Terry was immensely proud of herself when she was done. Hers was simple but gorgeous because of the striking piece of sequins she had painstakingly searched for and found. Cove ended up using driftwood of varying lengths to design his necklace. Despite not finding sharp teeth, he still looked pretty pleased. Mum decided on a medium-sized purple green top shell as the centerpiece of hers, and Lee went with a few small Simonius shells. They both put the necklaces on soon after finishing them. After combing the beach several times, you found just what you were looking for. It took a bit, but you managed to make a necklace you were satisfied with. It mostly had shells. Your group of crafters would also cheer for the volleyball players whenever the shouts could be heard coming out of the court. On top of that, you all would hold up each newly made piece in the air, and the players would take a breather to applaud the creation. Really enjoyed searching the beach, trading supplies, and watching everyone make their necklaces. The crafting club was definitely a success, and you weren't the only one that had a blast. The afternoon continued to drift by, but the fun was still going strong. Cove was thrilled when you pulled out the drink you had been saving. It meant a lot to him that you wanted to savor it. That was worth the teething smiles your family gave. Occasionally, someone would head back to their houses to use the bathroom, rest away from the sun a while, or to retrieve something that we needed, but they always came back. The beach was never empty, and there was always a new conversation to take part in or another game to join. At one point, Mr. Holden even broke out his pack of cards. He roped the whole group into a few rounds of good old go fish. There was only one thing that could bring this beach day to an end, and that was for the day itself to end. Before anyone realized it, the sun began to set over the sea. As that happened, you were taking a break, sitting on a towel with your legs stretched out past it, and your feet buried in the warm sand. You were sorting through things you collected on the beach throughout the day. Shortly, you looked up to see your mums approaching. They stopped in front of you and smiled. Hey there, kiddo. How are you doing? I'm doing really good. How about you? We're wonderful. They both sat down, squishing you between them. Ma leaned her head against yours, and Mom started rubbing your back soothingly. Nothing more was said at first, but Ma sighed contentedly, and Mom looked at you wistfully. We're both really proud of you, Van. You grew up to be more than we ever could have hoped. Touched by the words, and your voice came out in a whisper. Mum chuckled and lightly brushed a bit of your hair.
Thank you.
That's nothing. That's not something you need to thank us for. But still, I wouldn't be here without either of you. Bar wrapped an arm around your middle and squeezed you tightly in a side hug. Glancing at Mum, you saw how teary-eyed she'd become. She sniffled. You stayed there quietly and contently watching the sunset with your parents for a while. Until Mr. Holden called out to you. He was still walking in your direction. We were talking, and I think we're going to take a walk down the shore. And if you want to come? Automatically you looked to your mums for what they were thinking. Mum glanced from you to Mom and smiled. That sounds good to me.
Fantastic.
Yeah, that'd be very nice. My legs need some stretching. Let's go. Thrilled, Mr. Holden threw out a thumbs up and began heading back the way he came in the light jog. Hey, don't leave us in the dust. Beth kept going forward, but flipped around, walking backwards across the sands of Goodfish again.
No worries.
Don't worry, we wouldn't leave without you. Alright, we'll catch up. Ready to go? Uh-huh. Both your mums held a hand out to you. Chuckling, you gave them each one, and you all strolled back to the rest of the group. When Liz was in reach, Ma used her free hand to pull her into it too. Liz shook her head, but her mouth quirked into a smirk, and she didn't resist. Together as a family, you followed behind the others, hand in hand. Your feet squished into the wet sand as the waves rolled over them, and you didn't have a single care in the world as more and more stars began to dot the sky. Once the sun had long been out of sight, it was finally time to pack up. The closing of the day and the ever-approaching end of summer seemed to intertwine. It caused a quiet, reflective mood to blanket over the group. On the beach, Terry and Miranda took turns compressing Cove in a hug before moving on to do the same to you. You chuckled, still overjoyed that you got to see them today. I'm sorry we have to go already. My parents are here. That's okay, but still, I wish we could help clear this all up. Don't worry about it. Just thanks for coming out today. It was cool having everyone here.
Yep.
Oh yeah, I'm super glad we came. Hopefully we can do it again sometime. Darling, you turned your attention to Terry. She wore a large grin on her face and held a hand out for a low five.
See you later.
Take care of yourself, buddies. After that, they walked away, waving to you and Cove as they went down the shore. Cove waved quietly back with a small smile on his face. Have a safe trip back. We will. Bye. Taking you by surprise, Terry jumped and twisted around and she kept up with Miranda by walking backwards. She kept the mood of your farewell light by shooting finger guns at you and Cove. Miranda bumped her with a hip. It left everyone with a laugh just before they disappeared down the bend.
Come on.
Hey Cove, would you come here? Both of your parents were motioning for you. The two of you went to them. Tons of things ended up at the beach over the course of the day, so there was still so much to pack up and your parents needed help. With the lawn you got to it, stuffing various things into bags, bundling them up into towels. Once things were ready to go, everyone filled their arms with as much as they could carry. Absolutely no one wanted this to be a back and forth kind of task. The walk back home ended up being mostly quiet. Each person seemed to be feeling the effects of the day. A cool breeze carried you across the sand and onto the road. There was a sigh of relief from what felt like the group as a whole when they arrived back to the neighborhood. Well, hello everyone. You glanced to the side and spotted a recognizable face walking down the road. Oh, hi Baxter.
How are you?
Do you need help with that? It's alright. This is our mess to clean up.
Oh,
If you're sure then, I was simply heading home after getting some fresh air. The season was almost over after all. Yeah. Baxter was only a tourist. He wouldn't be in town much longer. You knew that, so did he. If you have a minute, I'd just like to say it was a pleasure getting to know you both this summer. His head turned towards you and he smiled warmly. Baxter offered you his hand. You used your free hand to shake his. It was tough with what you were carrying, but you were able to extend one of your hands again. Baxter chuckled and shook it. Good luck with your next semester at school. Why, thank you. Good luck with your plans as well. Thanks. Baxter turned to shake Cove's hand this time. He was a little incredulous for a moment, and then Cove eventually shifted what he was carrying into Baxter's hand. It wasn't long, but it was a solid handshake, and Baxter was very pleased. I wish we had more time together, but it was still a nice ride while it lasted. Would happily do it all over again. Hi, Baxter. Yeah, hi. Baxter nodded and walked a few steps towards his condo, and then he stopped and waved.
goodbye.
Goodbye. Baxter sauntered away completely and disappeared outside the condo to return to his own things, his time with you and your family and friends ending. You paused for a moment, staring at where he went, but afterwards you looked back over the rest of the group. Lee and Liz were just going inside your house. You couldn't spot Kyra or Mr. Holden anywhere, but the door to their house was wide open. Mum approached you with an amused look on her face. Seems like you're holding up some Holden things. Surprised, you glanced down to take a quick inventory of what you were holding. Mum was right, some of it belonged to the neighbours. Would you mind dropping it off now? Can do. It's not a problem. Thank you very much. Cove took a few steps towards his house and stopped, waiting for you. Good night, Cove. I'll see you inside, Em. Bye. You put up to Cove and together you went over to his
were scattered on couches and they were moving around each other, putting the items away. They both lifted their heads when Cove closed the front door. Hey! It's nice seeing you again already, Em. Her teasing tone brought a light smile to your face. You hefted the stuff in your arms a little closer. I ended up with things of yours from the beach. Oh, thanks for getting that to us. Can you put it, here, on that coffee table? Mr. Holden pointed at the surface of the furniture and you left what didn't belong to the family there. Cove put his own things down on the floor just at his feet, waiting through everything strewn about to reach his parents. Putting your family stuff on the ground for a moment, you dusted your hands off and straightened up. You needed a second of rest and a minute to resituate it all. You went over to where the others were. Kyra opened her arms wide, wanting to hug you. You accepted. Happily, you went to her. She held on tightly. Over the years, you were able to form a good rapport with her, and you were grateful for that. You could feel in her hug how much Kyra had grown to care about you. It brought an affectionate smile to your face. Thank you so much for hanging out with me today. It was a blast. It's no problem. I had fun too. Kyra eventually released you, patted the tops of your shoulders as a final gesture.
Thank you.
Every time I've gotten to come by, it's been an absolute joy. Things really couldn't have worked out better. Mr. Holden took a step closer to you. Kyra moved aside to let him say goodbye to you. He grinned. Thanks for always being such a friendly neighbor, and not just right now, but for as long as I've known you. I didn't always make it easy, but you and your family are good people. I really truly appreciate it.
Thanks very much.
Thanks again, Em. So much. At that, Mr. Holden reached over and gave you a soft pat on the top of your head. You're good people too. You smiled softly. Mr. Holden looked away for a moment and sniffled. When he met your gaze once more, his mouth curled into a pride. That, it means a lot to me. Mr. Holden was staring at you and his gaze seemed far away. Maybe he was looking back at what you used to be, the 8-year-old he had asked to be his son's own friend.
See you.
I am. You smiled softly. Then Cove took a step forward. He gestured to his pile of things he had carried into the house. Don't worry about all that. I'll put stuff away in a few minutes. Right, I need to go do the same with my family. I figured. Cove walked you to the door and held it open. Taking one last check around to make sure you had all your things to bring home, you went into the road. He leaned his body against the doorframe, not following you out. So this is it, huh? Actually, that's not what I mean. His expression twisted and he shook his head a bit, like he was trying to banish the pensive thoughts.
Bye.
I'll just say bye. Bye. I'll see you soon. Your mouth pulled into a soft smile, and you weren't sure who you were trying to reassure more. One of his hands grabbed onto the door handle and firmly held it. He was stopping himself from coming over with you. As you walked over to your own front door, you stopped. Turning around, you spotted Cove right where you left him. You laughed quietly to yourself. For a small pause, you both stared at each other from across the street. You ran back to give hug and goodbye. You put the remaining stuff from the beach down on the step and almost tripped bolting across the road. The next thing you know, you were diving into Cove's arms, wrapping your arms around him. The force of it all knocked you both out of the darkness of the doorway, but neither of you cared. You both held each other tightly. You could feel Cove resting his cheek on the top of your head.
Night.
Night, Em. He smelled like salt water and sunscreen, and it was a while until either of you thought to separate. Slowly, you made the trek home, collected what you left on the step into your arms again. Things couldn't be dragged out any longer. After one more shared smile, you opened the door and went inside, shutting it behind you. A few steps in, you saw your family gathered in the living room. They were still busy unpacking and cleaning. You added the things you brought to the pile on the kitchen counter. Mom stood up, rubbing her eyes a bit, and she rolled out. I'm bushed. How about we finish the rest of the chores tomorrow? Yeah, honestly, it's too late for this.
Thanks.
Please and thank you. Ma put her hands on her hips and turned to assess the room. Ma was not one who liked to leave a mess about, but she sighed.
Alright.
I suppose we can make an exception to the usual rule. Oh, yeah, I've got the book again. Nice. It has been a really long day. Liz grinned contentedly. Lee wasted no time in skipping over to you and hooked you in a side hug. Good night. I hope you have the loveliest of dreams of you know who. Lee ended the sentence with a wink and a hearty laugh, and she let you go. You hugged her back. You pulled her close and into a bear hug. Lee giggled until you released her. I hope you sleep well too. Oh, I totally will. The moment my head hits a pillow, I'll be out. Here's to us, Sam. Tonight, tomorrow, and forever. Yeah, family forever. Lee leaned in close to whisper in your ear. You didn't fail to catch the teeth in your face. Exactly. There's no escape. That got a laugh out of you. Lightly pushed your shoulder. Lee stretched her arms high over her head. She yawned loudly and looked at you from tired eyes. I think that's my cue to head to bed. Bye. I think so too. Having fun sharing the room with Liz. She laughed at that and Lee shuffled off towards the next bed. Before you had a chance to do anything else, you could feel the top of your head being tapped. You spun around to see Lee smiling. Nighty night. I'm heading to bed too. It's been a long day and I have a lot of work to prepare for tomorrow. Sally, you automatically started fixing the back of your hair. When Liz didn't immediately walk away, you smiled softly at her. Everything okay? Her gaze moved away and you knew she had more to say. You waited patiently for Liz to compose her thoughts. It's been a good summer. It was nice to come back home. You nodded and Liz gave you a teasing nudge as she went by. Amused, you turned and watched her go. Love you, little kiddo. Love you too. Liz stopped walking and stared at you for a moment. She smiled softly at you. Get some sleep soon. Morning will be here faster than you know. I will. When Liz was out of sight, Mum started up the next conversation on her shoulder. Aren't you heading to bed too? I want to finish getting everything cleaned up. What? Are you sure? We can wait. Glancing around the room a moment, the dizzy room made you feel a bit twitchy. You had a feeling that you'd sleep sounder if you took your time letting your foot. Yeah. Ma came over to you, smiling understandingly. She pulled you into a big hug.
Love you.
Alright, you do what you need to do. I love you. When you were done hugging, Mum pulled you into another hug. Your actions basically handing you off to the other had you laughing
I love
jokingly.
you.
I love you so much. Love you too. Aw. They both couldn't resist taking turns hugging you again. Your smile widened. It felt to be so hard. Good night, kiddo. Sleep tight. Good night, sweetie. Night night. After that, your mum was headed off towards that bedroom. You were about to turn the other direction when your room was closed. And don't let the bed bugs bite. You heard Ma tell him as you watched them go with a smile. It was a while later when you finished putting everything away. You didn't rush the process at all. Your sleeping hours made it too. You felt so much better getting this done. You sighed contentedly, gazing at the organized living room and kitchen before you could take a well-earned break on the couch. Something out of the window caught your eye. Your feet, you right in front of a large window spanning the length of the back wall. You stared out into the hills behind your house. As if on cue, your phone came on, alerting you of a new notification. It was Cove. Wanna hang out on the hills tonight? Something inside you told you that was the right kind of night. That this was the right kind of night to take a trip out there. You sent him back a very good message. Yeah. You went over to the front door and stepping over the threshold, you gave the living room one last glance over your shoulder. Then you shut the door behind you silently. You made your way to the puppy hill. With light steps in the dark, you walked across the hills behind your house. After all these years, it would be weird to scan this horizon and not find him there as surreal as a shore without the sea. The distance between you was growing shorter by the second. Hearing the grass and the earth crunch under your feet, Cove turned. A grin spread over his face as he saw you. You took your place, standing behind him on the crest of the poppy hill, looking out over the ocean. Same as you'd done on countless times since he'd first arrived, when you found him on this very same spot. He had officially broken the silence, the spell that had held you both in place. You looked at him expectantly. There's something I've always kind of wondered about. He cocked his head, giving you a sidelong glance. What did you think about me when we met? I was just a kid you'd never seen before, bawling his eyes out on the hill next to your house. He chuckled, his eyes drifting towards the sea beyond before flicking back to you. The way his gaze pulled back to you made it clear that he was genuinely invested in the topic. Luckily for him, you remembered with what initially struck you in that moment. It was as if it had only happened yesterday. Well, I remember noticing the sad look on your face. Cove replicated that frown for you right now, looking grave, and you replied,
I guess.
Yeah, I guess that would have been kind of hard to miss. Sighing a bit, you continued to reminisce about that first meeting. I also remember feeling bad about what was happening. I remember that too. You ran a hand through his hair and you knew his line of questioning wasn't at an end, even before he spoke.
I mean,
Do you remember what you thought about me? You know, as a person? Was I annoying or mean or... I wanted to get to know you. Cove's eyes widened, openly amazed by your response.
really?
Really? I don't know what I did to deserve that. It's nice of you. Cove's hand drifted to the scar on his arm, his fingers unconsciously gliding over the mark. It was much less noticeable than it had been when the neon pink cast had first come off, shrunken gradually over the years as his body healed, then dwarfed in comparison to his growing body. Still, his fingers came back to it without thinking. He gave a half smile, not meeting your eyes. I feel bad now. The thoughts I had were walking through it and what you were thinking. I came across as a lot worse of a kid. You didn't like me?
No.
No, it definitely wasn't that. Cove lifted his head and finally committing to meet your eyes fully once more. I remember you that day. I remember it really well. I don't think I'd ever be able to forget. I can picture the way you looked back then when I first saw you standing right here. I still know the expression on your face when you chose to sit with me in the grass. He chuckled derisively, interrupting his own dialogue. You scared me at first. I figured I'd be alone out there until I had to face my dad again, and then suddenly another kid appeared out of nowhere. It was startling, but I got over that fast. You were a strange person, in a strange place, but in that moment you were exactly what I needed. Somebody I could talk to freely about what was happening and how it made me feel. And you listened to me. You stayed with me. He sighed, and then bit his lip as he gave a small smile. I was a little bit spoiled growing up. You let him continue. He looked off again, seeking clarity for his thoughts in the expanse of the night sky. What I'm trying to say is, when I was younger, I viewed myself basically as the center of the universe. I didn't even imagine it wasn't like that.
I mean,
things didn't simply happen. That would be weird, according to my little kid brain. It made far more sense that everything in my life had a specific connection to me somehow, right? He sought information in you, wavy eyebrows raised as he tried to explain his childlike logic. So at the time, it felt almost unreal, like you weren't just anyone, some other kid who happened to live in the neighborhood with your own whole life that wasn't connected to Cove Holden. No, to me, you were there so that you could find me when I was lost. Though it turns out that you were there for that. You were trying to find me because something had sent you specifically to do that. I just didn't expect it to be my dad. I guess he knew more about what I needed than I thought. He chuckled, shaking his head as he shook off the thought. I kinda expected it all to vanish like a dream when that night was over. I would wake up and everything would be back the same again. Oh, it is working. It looked for a second like the stream was black. Sorry. Anyway, I'll continue. I'd be back in my bed at home, my real home, with my parents. The future was something I couldn't picture anymore. I didn't know what school would be like when I went back, or the table where I would eat breakfast the next morning, or anything. And if I couldn't imagine it, how could I think it was something actually happening? I couldn't grasp my new reality. It was too big for me to hold all at once. So I never thought I'd see you again. Then Cove beamed at you, his eyes shining bright, and I never ever would have been able to guess that 10 years later, when I was a grown-up, the two of us would still be together. I'm so glad I met you. I feel the same about you. But the smile faded from his face as his eyebrows drew together. That was the worst day of my life at the time, the day my family broke apart. It was too heavy for me to even think about. I felt that way for I don't know how long. He held a hand over his heart, connecting with the pain he'd felt as a child, and looked at you earnestly.
It's okay.
But that was never really true. Things have only gotten better with me and my dad and mom. It was the change we all needed. His eyes were growing misty. So when I remember that time right now, it's not the point that my life was over. It was only the moment that I met the person I was going to be with. When I was crying to a stranger over what I thought I'd lost, I didn't have any idea that they would be the one thing in the world that I actually wouldn't be able to live without. I never want to lose you. You won't. You kissed him. You leaned into the kiss. He leaned into the kiss, his lips soft against yours. Cove sighed contentedly. His voice was as delicate as the petals of a populist which crowned his girl. I am. I'm so grateful you always took care of me. He didn't even know what to say then to that. His heartfelt appreciation of his speechless. He lifted his head up, thoughts lost in the sparse clouds above. I wonder how late it is. I guess it doesn't really matter. My dad is fine with me being out whenever. Mr. Holden was content giving Cove all the freedom he could. Are you going to lay in the grass now? Wow, how'd you know? Like he guessed Cove. With a chuckle, Cove flopped down onto the ground and laid on his back, his usual way of bending behind there. You laid down and snuggled against him. You lowered yourself against Cove's side and the grass and wrapped an arm over his chest. Cove smiled at you and used his free hand to cradle your face. The both of you fully settled in to relax on the hill. It felt like just the beginning of one of your nightly outings, but then you realized the sun was peeking out over the horizon. Cove spoke up with a disbelieving tone.
Huh.
It really was late. Your neighbour wasn't a stranger to be awake at dawn. However, not like this. He was normally an early sleeper, an early riser. This unexpected sunrise particularly awed him. The two of you watched and silently as the sun began to light the world. Cove then propped himself up on the backs of his arms and looked at you with a soft expression on his face. Do you want to go back home? I could carry you if you're too tired. I'd rather stay a little longer. You couldn't resist a yawn. But you were... I'm super sensitive to that word. Carry you? Okay, I'll carry you. You're too tired, Birdie. I'll carry you. You couldn't resist a yawn, but you were serious. It couldn't be time to go already. Cove chuckled affectionately and gripped you a little more.
I get it.
Okay, but it's been a long day. We've done a lot of things, like really a lot. It has to end sometime. Does it really have to end? Yeah, I don't think there's anything either of us can do about that one, but we can stay if you want to. Cove smiled brightly at you, as warm as the new rays of the sun that were tickling your skin. In that moment, you couldn't have appreciated them being there more. You moved your face forward and gave Cove a small kiss, and he tilted his head against yours. Good morning, Cove. He gave you a bent smile and went for the opposite sentence.
Good night.
Good night. The two of you remained together on the familiar coffee hill where you first met until the world began to fade and blur. You were falling asleep. A few more gentle words drifted into your consciousness.
See you tomorrow.
I'll see you tomorrow. Your lids dipped, but you felt good. You were safe and relaxed. Everything that had come before this had reassured you. And you were confident that when you opened them again, things would be okay. You opened your eyes. Instead of walls of your room, you were surrounded by open sky. It was not soft pillars and sheets underneath you, but the bed of earth and grass that you'd taken last night. The day welcomed you with the shining sun, a refreshing breeze, and the chirping song of birds. You cupped your face with your hands as you sat up, feeling the imprint of the blades of grass leaving lines in your cheeks. Hearing your name, you lowered your hands and looked around. There he was, your most influential neighbour, Cove Holden. He had made himself very comfortable laying on his stomach with jewellery and shoes taken off and flower in his hand. Good morning. Good morning to you too. Cove laughed, tickled with the overall situation and simply being able to spend time like this. Told you I'd see you tomorrow. It's the exact same day, Cove. We were up until dawn. It doesn't make it a new day now just because we went to sleep later than normal. Then we disagree, because to me it's not really the next day until I've been in bed and woken up. But fine, I'll just have to make sure I see you tomorrow again. Probably the day after that too. That way there's no argument. Cove turned his head up to the sky, his expression content. Looks like it's gonna be a nice day. We'll have to come up with something to do to make the most of it. He trailed off, blinking slowly in the sunlight. Someday, when we're even older than we are now, I wonder what we'll end up remembering this moment for. What will we feel when we look back at it? Will it be the same as what we're feeling right now?
It's nice.
I can't see what the future is going to look like again, but I think that's alright. I don't know, but I'm looking forward to finding out. Cove turned back to you, nodding in full agreement. He eyed the hill sprawling out before you, and down below where the wild hill and nature gave way to civilization. Your home and Cove's lay down at the bottom, neatly filed among the other houses in the neighbourhood. Cove said nothing, but fixed you with a deliberate and meaningful look. As much as I like it here, it's okay if we leave now. We can always come back to see the poppies and fireflies again, right? Cove met your eyes, waiting for what you were going to say in response. Yeah, right, I like that. Clove being slowly, his eyes still looked to you, but you didn't need to see his face to know that he adored you. If there had been any room for doubt, the tender way you spoke would have filled it up. You're really irreplaceable, huh? He beamed at you. His expression was so unlike the one he'd worn when you first found him here, swaddled in sadness and uncertainty. Yet you couldn't help but glimpse that boy once more underneath his bright expression and matured features.
Come on.
Come on. Cove rose to his feet, beckoning for you to do likewise. Our parents probably aren't going to come running for us this time. We've got to make our own call, and I say that we can't hide away forever. Poppy Hill is just one part of things. There's more out there for us than this time and this place alone. Let's enjoy it. You couldn't say whether you were the one that broke into a run, if Cove had been the one to start it, or if your feet had simultaneously made that choice for you both. The end result was the same, with the two of you dashing down the hill like children, but with this nostalgic revelry that could only come as an adult. As the wind whipped past you, you knew that family and friends were waiting at the end of your sprint. There were more memories to make after all. Like, life takes another step forward. Oh my gosh.
I wake up to the colors in the sky. The day is new, the sun is bright. Like a gentle breeze, I feel at peace, I feel at ease. And I hear the birds all sing their songs. I wanna sing along, and like the ocean flows, I'll see where I can go. Winter, spring, summer, fall, I've seen them change, I felt them all. No matter how the seasons change,
So cute. When did he become sporty? And so your days growing up in the loving cradle Sunset Bird came to an end. In the years that passed since graduation, you'd moved out of your childhood home and made your own way in the world. You lived with Cove, his fish, and the pets you picked. And you had a business of your own into Your family members went through the same kind of leaps into independence. Liz and Lee both eventually earned degrees and started fantastic careers in new towns. But your mums and Cove's father still lived on the same street as they had for all those years before. It was comforting to you that there were some things that remained in the old neighborhood. And despite the ever-changing reality of your adult life, your friends were still your friends. Though of course, things weren't exactly the same for them either. Very recently, Terry publicly came out as a man and switched the spelling of his name to use a Y instead of an I. He also confessed his love for Amanda, which she excitedly reciprocated. They moved in together recently in the city past Sunset Bird. The city out past Sunset Bird. Derek was as busy as always, but doing well. He always made an effort to keep in touch, and you even saw each other in person occasionally. One person who did disappear into the shuffle of memories inside your mind was Baxter. After his vacation in Sunset Bird one year, he was just gone. You had never truly counted him as a close friend. And then there's what became of the sad little boy you grew up with, Cove Holden. Your deep affection for him was something that continued to last unabated after the years. But hopefully you would commit to each other even more someday. He truly thrived in his continued effort of cultivating loving and supportive relationships with his family and friends. His personality had changed, becoming more open than ever before. Cove was a warm, inviting, considerate man who took the lessons he'd learned over the years to treat people around him with patience and understanding. When Cove eventually developed a picture of the future he wanted to have as an adult, it made perfect sense that you based on his interests. Cove got a 2-year degree. After that, he began working full-time at Orca, helping educate the public on ocean conservation and participating in shore restoration efforts. And as an adult, Cove also was able to recognize and have diagnosed that he was on the autism spectrum. It was something that hadn't been noticed by his doctors as a child, but he was still the same Cove. He always was to you, and he was just glad to understand himself better. It thrilled you to see how happy and successful he'd grown up to be. On the whole, life continued. Its steady beat forward, and you all went with it down the paths you chose. It was strange and wonderful. But no matter how old you got, how far you roamed, or how long you were away, the home you had in Sunset Burns still called you back eventually. The car rumbled down the highway. You had started to zone out when a truck in the left lane loudly zoomed past. Your driver didn't remark on it. Just like anything else this trip, you went back to staring out the window, letting the scenery pass you by. You did appreciate the spacious backseat of your ride. You hadn't known exactly when you would be coming in, so you had decided to use a ride app rather than ask your mum to pick you up. It had turned out to be a convenient choice. You looked forward to surprising your parents at the door. You smiled at the thought of their faces lighting up. Luckily, this hadn't been that big of a trip for you. You lived close enough that the travel hadn't turned into a big production. However, that didn't make the occasion mundane. For once, your mums had decided to have a modest celebration for their anniversary. Unlike when you were growing up, they preferred not to make a big deal of it. This year, they were comfortable having a party. As time went on, they found being the center of attention easier to handle, and you were happy to see it. With this going on, there was no way that either you or Liz would miss your mum's anniversary. Both of you made plans to come back home for it. You didn't hear from Liz about her exact schedule, but you hadn't shared yours either. It reminded you of when you were kids and both knew to show up for dinner, but didn't keep each other in the loop for each other's pre-dinner plans. This was the same concept after all. Some things stayed the same, and it was definitely different from when you would see your sister every day and you sort of what she was doing anyways from osmosis. Today you had no idea. Things were always changing. You mused on how at times it was hard to believe you didn't live with your parents anymore, and yet you also couldn't imagine going back and living as a kid under their rules. The rest of the drive flew by. Your silent driver provided a smooth ride. No sharp turns or hard stops jostled you out of your own head. Your thoughts turned from the introspective to observant. The landscape passing by became more and more familiar. You frequently recognized the landmarks that dotted the area. A grin came to your face as you passed the now entering sign for Sunset Road. Excitement built within you. You were really here. You were doing this. Your driver turned off on a street and you realized that their map program was taking you the way home that Mark preferred. You usually would have used the other side street to pass by the beach. In no time at all, the car had gone through the whole of town and pulled in front of your mum's condo. The car slowed to a stop and parked. With the buzz of the highway gone, you realized that you could hear the familiar sound of waves. The air smelled like salt, and a rush of childhood memories flooded back. You started to gather your things and humming to yourself once more about how happy your mums would be to see you. After that, you notify everyone else that you've made the trip safely. You pulled over your suitcase from the other seat and yanked it, your bag, from down near your feet. Tap, tap. You startled at the sudden sound of tapping on glass. It caused you to pause. Did you really hear what you thought you did? You weren't entirely sure because you soon heard something else, the window on the opposite side of the car rolling down. It confused you until you put it together that despite the driver's silence, you weren't actually alone in the car. The driver must have pressed the button. Someone had to be there. You turned your head to face the now open window. There he was, leaning his arms across the window. Your beloved Cove Holden.
What a surprise this is. I didn't expect to see you in the neighborhood. He was joking, of course. Seeing your expression, he decided to push it further. It's not like I've been waiting for you out here all morning or anything. I've been the one waiting to see you, he snorted. We've both been waiting then. He then gripped the top of the car door and pushed half his torso through the opening. That was enough to make the driver break the silence with a sharp, "Hey!" Cove did not seem to notice and continued climbing in through the window. He pushed one hand down into the middle seat to prop his dangly body up. "I missed you." Scooched across the seats and kissed him on the lips. He enthusiastically reciprocated. The arm holding him wobbled at your touch, and you could feel him smile under your smooch. He was clearly struggling to avoid falling down onto the cushion. You pulled back just a little bit to get a better view of his face. "I missed you too." Cove smiled as his arm started to bend lower, causing his body to slide downwards with it. He turned to his head to the driver. Sorry, I'm always causing trouble in this neighborhood." Cove shifted around some more and squirmed back the way he came. After he had successfully pushed off the window and landed on the pavement with a thump, you opened the car door. You threaded your arms through the various straps of your bags and climbed out. Cove took a few long strides around the back of the car and quickly made you on your side. Cove stood in front of you, and it struck you that the two of you were back in Sunset Bird, reunited once again on this street. Why would I wear shiny in? I'm gonna ruffle his hair. Reached up and tousled Cove's soft green hair, and he was still tall, but you could get there. You ignored his helpful slouch that allowed you to get to the top of his head without stretching. You really were ecstatic to be around him again, and absolutely thrilled that it was here in this town where you were together. Even if it had only been a short time since you'd seen him off, you had still missed Cove greatly, but somehow felt a lot longer. Given your different schedules and travel availabilities, it had worked out better for Cove to head out to Sunset Bird first. He only arrived the evening before, however, and secured the hotel room. Until now, you never had to deal with the inconvenience of being in a tourist-heavy area. It was a fight to get a place to stay close by during the heat of the summer vacation season. Living without him at your place was strange. Cove was basically a part of you at this point. You were glad to feel whole again. "Oh!" You idly shifted your luggage, then it struck you that you were a short one. You got out in such a hurry it was left behind. You reached back into the car to pull it out. Cove stood aside as you made a dash for the door. You shouldered the small bag and felt relief that you would be able to brush your teeth tonight. Got everything this time? You stood up straight, everything truly gathered up and out of the car. You gave the back seat one last glance and then nodded. Cove shut the car door after you had moved out of the way. The two of you stepped off the street to give the driver some room. Cove waved. "Sorry again!" The driver said nothing and drove off. With the road clear, you let your gaze drift across the neighborhood yawn, that you had known forever. It was such a small place to spend so many days. You were flooded with memories of going up and down this street during every stage of your life. Being a little kid, following your big sister to the playground, becoming a teen and staying out later, and growing into an adult who left their parents' house behind to be independent. You could feel the summer sun on your skin from all the times you headed out to the beach. You saw the same surroundings that you, as a young adult, did when leaving home. It was hard to quantify the amount of history you had here, and now you were back. Despite taking in the neighborhood again, you never lost awareness of Cove's presence. From the corner of your eye, seeing him there was a very familiar sight as well.
So many of your memories included him. Your mind drifted from the neighborhood itself to a person who used to live here. You couldn't help the feeling of nostalgia. Oops. He was familiar like the sky was, in the way you see. Every day that they may appear different, but they're still an inextricable part of life. It was the world, with help from Mr. Holden and his ill-thought $20 bill, that brought you together to begin with, but the two of you had chosen each other. You had never let your interactions fade. You had decided to nurture your relationship into what it was, and you would continue to keep Cove close into all the rest of your adult years. Cove was your partner you wanted for life, and you couldn't be more grateful to call him your boyfriend. It would be impossible to imagine life without him. Cove noticed you staring at him after a while and smiled with his eyebrows rising in curiosity. He was very transparent in his question. If there was something you wanted to say, you shook your head and returned him a soft expression. You let yourself get carried away in the tide of memories, but now it was time to focus on the present. Ready to go see my mum's? Cove nodded and then pointed at all your luggage bundled around your legs. Can I help you with any of that? Yeah, thank you. You gratefully passed him a bag. It was a lot easier to balance everything with that one out of the way. He used both hands to take hold of the one piece of luggage and stood tall, pleased to be able to provide his assistance. The bag situation resolved, the two of you strolled over to the Zimmer residence's residence's door. You started to pat your pockets instinctively, only to realize that you no longer carried a key to the house. Your eyes scanned the entryway, a little lost, only to spy the doorbell. The thought of having to ring it felt super weird. As you pressed the inconveniently placed button on the side wall, you remembered that no matter how much this place would always be a home to you, it wasn't where you lived. Being back here was like putting on a uniform. After you quit the store where it came from, it had remained the same. But your circumstance had changed. Cove shifted on his feet awkwardly, obviously also thrown about you being stuck out here keyless. You heard muffled voices and shuffling around from inside. Your heartbeat sped up in anticipation. The door swung open and there was your mum's smiling face. She immediately brightened at seeing you standing there. Well, well, well. Mum twisted her head back and gave a shout down the hall. Lani, guess who's here? There were more distant noises, no doubt Ma getting up from wherever she was to come see. Her high-spirited words rang out clearly. I hope it's one of my children. Mum snickered, still holding the door only half open to hide you for a little longer. Cove flushed, as if suddenly realizing that he was going to be present for your mum's enthusiastic welcoming of you. You smiled to reassure him that he wasn't intruding. Ma finally reached the door and peered over Mum's shoulder. It is! Hello, Em! She gave you a once-over, patting the tops of your shoulders and moving down your sides of your arms before she nodded in satisfaction that you were in one piece.
How sweet.
This is a wonderful surprise. Ma inclined her head to Cove next, not leaving him out of it either. Hello, sweetie. You count as one of my kids at this point anyways. I have double the surprise today.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. You snorted at your mum's greetings. They never changed. Cove bashfully waved at them. He hadn't relaxed fully, but he had settled down at their welcome. Well, don't just stand out there. Come on in. Your mum moved aside and held the door open for you, gesturing for you to enter. You stepped into the living room. It was comfortable and cool. Cove was a half step behind you, his eyes on a new painting your mums must have added since the last time you were here. Things were mostly the same, but there were more decorations since you had seen the house last. Mum may have gotten the urge for some interior designing again. It struck you how odd it was to be the guest, only observing their choices for the living space here rather than a full-time occupant. Ma came up in front of you, excitement in her eyes. I'm so glad you're here.
That's fine.
You know your mum and I would have been happy to pick you up, but you're self-sufficient and responsible. That's okay. What matters is that you arrived safely. Mum appeared at her side with a nod. Welcome back, kiddos. You appreciated that your parents respected you as an adult, even if your mum still called you kiddo. You figured long ago that you'd always be her kiddo, no matter how grown up you became. It was part of the whole parent-child deal with her. You hugged your mums. You took another step forward and pulled Mum and Ma into a great big hug, squeezing them tight. Their arms wrapped around you in return, and you could feel their love for you in their embrace. I missed you both. We missed you too, Em. It's always nice when I'm able to come by. Your mum giggled, pleased. I hope you both been doing well. Is everything set up for your anniversary
No
dinner?
problem.
We're happy to help if there's something we can do. We've been plenty fine. It's been a little quiet. That's not a bad thing. Mum placed her arm around Ma's shoulders and gave her a side hug.
Don't worry about it.
Don't worry about the party. We're just planning to eat at the Cypress. Nothing fancy, which is kind of funny. A funny thing to say about a pretty fancy country club. The biggest issue has just been making sure everyone could make it for the day. Speaking of which, Liz will be arriving tonight. We're planning on picking her up later. I guess Liz isn't as grown up as Em. Mum snickered at her own joke, and Mum lightly elbowed her with a barely hidden grin.
Josh.
Oh, shush. As I was saying, we could drop you off wherever you're staying if you don't mind waiting for that. I'm sorry there's not space for you in the house. It's gotten crowded in those rooms since you and Liz moved out. I don't know where all this stuff keeps coming from. Sure you don't, Pamela. It's okay. Cove already has a hotel room I'm gonna be staying in anyway. Cove sent you some pictures of the place when he arrived. Stylish and roomy. It seemed very nice. It was a double room. He claimed that his bed was comfortable, so you had the high hopes about your room. Your mum smiled, relieved. Kyra's already here, isn't she? She directed her question at Cove. He bobbed his head a bit to go along with his reply. Yeah, I heard she made it. She's gonna be staying with Dad while she's in town.
Oh.
Have you gone over and said hello yet? Cove chuckled self-consciously, and this time he shook his head. You raised an eyebrow, since you had figured he would have taken the chance while waiting for you. Not yet. I should go do that now. I just wanted Em to be there too. He caught your eyes with an adoring smile. Mum laughed at that, no doubt thinking that Cove was sweet but ridiculous.
Nice.
It's nice to know your priorities. Yeah. Cove awkwardly rubbed his arm and shifted on his feet, looking all too much like he did as a kid.
So?
Em, do you want to go over to my house now? That's a good idea. We won't be leaving until late evening. You heard, Ma. Let's go see your parents. Cove perked back up, excited once more. We'll keep an eye on your things while you're out. There's no reason to be carrying all that around. You set down your bags in the living room, tucked into a corner where they wouldn't be in the way. Cove helped. Your mums waved the two of you off as you walked back to the entranceway. Thanks. See you soon. You waved back and opened the front door for Cove. With that, you were on your way to see Cove's family next. This trip put a special little pep in Cove's step as you crossed the street to his dad's house together. Your spirits were equally high. Doing this, you felt like a teen again. You had known Cove's parents for a long time now. When it came to what you'd called his dad, were on first name basis with Cliff. Although it was awkward on your tongue at first, it rolled off comfortably now. You appreciated how much he saw you as an adult and a friend, and not just a kid from across the street. For his mum, you called her Mum 3 in a non-serious way. A playful grin was already setting on your face, and you hadn't even gotten there yet. It was always fun to hang out with her. Cove hopped up to the front door and didn't bother knocking. He twisted the knob and it swung open. With a grin, Cove gave you a gratified thumbs up, and you shook your head in disapproval. But you both know that you hypocritically supported his behaviour. Your dad is lucky we aren't criminals. He pushed your comment aside and went right into his old home. Cliff was there, standing in his kitchen and babysitting a pan on the stove. His head turned at the sound of footsteps, and he brightened instantly at the sight of you both. Cove matched his enthusiasm instantly. If it was anyone else, you would have thought he was lighting up with a childlike joy over seeing his dad again. But since you knew what Cove was actually like as a kid, you were aware that this level of happiness with Cliff was definitely not equivalent to any childhood feelings of his. Dad! Cove. Cliff graciously pushed what he was cooking to a different burner and flipped off the heat. He rushed over to you both. Cove flew forward and met him halfway in a hug. Cove squished his eyes shut and held his dad in a tight hug. Cliff soothingly rubbed his son's back. The more of an adult Cove became, the more he turned into a big daddy's boy, saying, "I missed you. I missed you too." It was sweet, and teasing aside, it was wonderful to see them at this place in their relationship after years of struggling to connect. When the hug broke, Cliff hooked an arm around his son's neck. He let out a deep laugh. "I still can't believe you outgrew me. I really thought I had that on him after he graduated from high school, but then he had to keep going." Chuckling, he shook his fist in mock anger. Cove ducked his head and laughed in kind. "Sorry, Dad." Cove's cheeks turned pink and he averted his eyes. He was becoming bashful, so you knew he had more he wanted to say. Cove softly added, "But I was raised really well." His dad's expression instantly crumbled with emotion. "Oh," he sniffled. Cove put an arm around him too and tugged him into a side hug. You observed their little reunion fondly, happy to let them enjoy their moment. They were a perfect pair of sentimentality. Cliff eventually turned his attention to you.
Hey.
"Hey, Em. So great to see you." He pulled away from Cove and approached you with a little wave. He was back to his cheery self. "I missed you, Cliff." Okay, within seconds you had your arms wrapped around his middle and Cliff hugged you back just as tightly. There was a quiet sniffle. He breathed a sigh of relief, happy to be home. "I miss you too. It never feels right around here. If I'm not seeing you both running back and forth across this neighborhood." Cliff cleared his throat, pulling attention to himself. He crossed his arms. "But before we get too carried away, it's not a real reunion yet. Kyra's still in the guest suite. I'll go get her." He eagerly bolted down the hall, and you could hear every step he took. It ended with a distinct knock. "Kyra, they're here!" It was only seconds before there was the sound of a door being yanked open. The pounding of feet hitting the wood floor grew even louder this time. "My baby!" Next to you, Cove let out a nervous laugh. His parents entering the living room, and Kyra stretched her arms out wide when she spotted you both. Cove went to her easily. You went in for a hug too. She pulled you tightly into her arms with Cove. You were squished, but felt every bit of the love Kyra held in her heart for you both. Cove wrapped his free arm around her too. He rested his head on top of hers and let out a happy sigh. After a moment, Kyra let go and pulled back to get a better look at your faces. She surveyed every inch of them and appeared satisfied. "You're both looking well. That's wonderful, and just what I like to see." "Thanks, and hi, Mum."
Thanks, Mum 3. Her smile widened, and then she turned to Cove one more time. She brushed a few stray strands of her hair back into place. Now you look just as sweet as Em. So what's new? How have you both been? Kyra gave a nod for Cliff to go first. Tearfully, he waved a hand.
No worries.
Oh, same old, same old. Still got the shop, still got my friends and family, of course. And still the most exciting thing around here is seeing who'll rent the one free condo. Incredible. I always knew you were such a snore. They snickered, and you couldn't help but peek at Cove. He rolled his eyes dramatically, drawing out a few giggles from you. But the whole time, there was still a happy smile fixed on his face. Hi, buddy. Kisses.
Well,
For me, things have been good. I've gotten a lot of interesting assignments lately. Oh, I recently went to Seattle and... Kyra twirled a strand of her hair shyly and her mouth curved into a grin. Whatever she was thinking about, it made her happy. Things have still been going well with the guy from work, but it's a little early to bring him all the way out to California to meet the family. Cove crossed his arms. He and his dad nodded. It was clear she appreciated the acceptance from her two boys. I'm really happy for you. Thank you. You were honestly glad that things were going well for her. She was clearly grateful for your approval as well. So that's us. Do you two have plans for your first day back? The only thing I have to do is pick up Liz later tonight before we head back to our hotel room.
Great.
Great. He suddenly looked over his shoulder, his eyebrows pushed together. I'm glad you're here, but I just remembered that I was in the middle of cooking something. Only a small cackle escaped you while you fought off the giant grin taking over your face. Meanwhile, Cove erupted into laughter that had his dad shaking his head. That's fine, Dad. Go sandwich what you can. I think it'd be nice to explore the old neighborhood for a while anyway, since we've got the time. Sorry, I got a message from my aunt. Oopsie. Cove directed the last part to you as he spoke, hoping that you'd want to go out with him. You nodded automatically. You were already looking forward to it. That's the perfect idea.
makes sense.
I think so too. You should go enjoy the day. I'll hang back here so I won't be a third wheel. And someone's got to keep an eye on Cliff before he catches the whole kitchen on fire. Mom, you're not a third wheel. Cove stiffly stuck his arms against his side like a little child. A small smirk tugged at Cove's mouth and she winked. You know what I mean. Have a good walk. I'll see you both later. Cheerfully, Cliff waved before going back to his cooking. Cove smiled.
Bye.
Okay, bye. Bye, we'll see you soon. Cove trailed behind you as you walked into the welcoming summer sun. He stopped closing his eyes to stretch his arms in the warm rays. You felt Cove take your hand. Glancing into him, you saw the dusting of pink in his cheeks deepen. You intertwined your fingers with his and pressed into his shoulder. Naturally, you found yourself heading down the road towards the beach. Your spirits rose even higher as you strolled across the sand, heading for the shopping district. Arriving, you rode past tourists who were taking in the sights for the very first time. Being a local was a badge of honor you wore proudly. casually walked past the shops. Over the years, some had closed down, but many of the stores were still exactly the same as they were when he lived. Cove snapped his head as far as it could go to one side, so dramatically you couldn't have missed it. Something clearly caught his eye, but you couldn't see it.
Please?
There's a pretzel stand open today. Can we get one? When his gaze found you again, he wore the biggest smile. You chuckled. You don't need to ask for my permission. That was my immediate reaction. I was like, why are you asking me? Go get a pretzel. Does your heart want a pretzel? Yep, it does. For a moment, you both quietly laughed at that and placed a hand over your own heart. Yeah, and I think you should follow it. You're gonna get the one that comes with a little frosting cup, aren't you? That's right. After that, you both happily made your way over, being pulled in faster by the delicious aroma of the store. With that, you changed course to the pretzel stand for a snack break. Cove was very pleased by the morsel he picked up, and that was good to see. The sun arched across the sky as you went up and down the road as a pair. By the time you returned to the beach, day was beginning to fade into night. Cove kicked his shoes off, tossing them into the sand. He wanted to get his feet wet in the waves as fast as possible. You joined him. In seconds, you had your feet free and your shoes abandoned in the sand. You kept going until you were ankle deep in the water. Cove sighed contentedly. You followed his line of sight to the setting sun, painting the sky with hues of orange and pink. It really feels like summer now. He wore a bent smile when he turned to you. The light illuminated like a halo behind him, and the sight took your breath away. In fact, it's hard to think of anything that feels more perfectly summer than moments exactly like this. Being here at sunset in Sunset Bird with you. I'm so glad we were able to come visit. I do like our living situation now over just being neighbours, but still. You hummed in agreement. Your heart fluttered the moment you met Cove's eyes. Your mouth lifted into a pleased smile. This is a wonderful day. You felt elated. You couldn't wait to pick up Liz and be surrounded by your family again. Cove murmured quietly, losing himself in his thoughts again. Shortly after, you saw his hand shoot down into the sand. He stood straight back up with a lopsided smile and got to work brushing the sand off his prize. You knew without a single word, Cove found a new shelf for your collection. As you wandered down the beach, Cove followed at your side in a comfortable silence. Your shadows stretched across the sand like they were leading the way. The only noise you could hear were the soft footfalls of your feet and the waves gently rocking into the shore. For a moment in time, it felt like there were only the two of you in your own little world. Eventually, the bubble popped when you realized that your phone was going off. It was Ma, hoping you were going to be back soon. Curious, Cove's eyes slid down to your phone. You let your hand fall back down to your side. You held the phone pressed against the palm of your hand. It's Ma. She wants to know when we'll be back. Cove scratched the back of his neck and shook his head. His mouth twitched like he just had a funny thought. Dang parents, always trying to make us come home before it gets too dark. There's no escape from curfew as long as we're in the neighborhood. It's like we walk back into being little kids the moment we set foot at the entrance sign. I skipped that one by mistake. It'd be nice not to have to worry about bills again. Sometimes. After one last glance, you both... You put your phone away again. Cove gave a small shrug. Ready? Yep. Let's go. Together you left the beach, feeling the cool of home pulling you forward. The both of you ran off towards your mum's house, leaving waves behind, but welcoming the beginning of summer. Cove and you ran from the beach, sand flying from your steps. Cove made it to the road first, but you managed to catch up to him. by the time you reached the house. It wasn't exactly a race, and yet it also wasn't not a competition. Both of you were laughing by the time you rumbled through your old front door together. You inhaled deeply and shouted loud enough to be heard everywhere in the house. "We're here!" Your mums were seated in the living room. Their eyes sparkled as they looked on you and your light dusting the sand.
Hello.
"Welcome home." Mum leaned forward, eyebrows raised at your jubilant entrance. Ma sighed wistfully.
Aww.
"That brings back memories." Cove chuckled shyly as he scratched the back of his head. "I hope we're not too late." "Nope, you're just in time, but you better start packing it up. Liz will be waiting." Ma nodded as she stood up from her seat. She lightly ran her fingers over her clothes to smooth out the wrinkles. It took you a second to remember where you had put your stuff. You needed to get it all in the car so you could get everything back to your hotel. "Can I help?" You shrugged and directed him to your bags. "Well, he helped you put them over there. He should know where they are." "Hi, Yama! How you doing?" With Cove, your mums and yourself on the job, it only took one trip to the car to get everything. Cove firmly closed the trunk and you thanked everyone for the assistance. "Of course, kiddo. Come along, Simmer family, let's get in the car." "That means you too, Cove. You know you're essentially family anyways." "Thanks." "Exactly. Well, sit down." Cove climbed into the back seat with a decidedly touched expression on his face. You got in on the other side. When everyone was situated and buckled, the engine was started and Ma pulled out onto the street. You couldn't help but feel amused to be stuck in the back seat with Cove. Your mum's driving you around. It really was like you were little kids again. Cove caught you staring at him and gave you a bent smile. He was probably on the same wavelength as you from the sheer mischief. There was some light chatting on the drive. No one brought up anything too deep, and it mostly became swapping jokey stories. The entire trip was marked by a heavy sense of anticipation. Everyone was ecstatic to see Liz and hear what she had been up to. When you neared the airport, Mum pulled out her phone to call Liz. Ma followed the signs to the correct pickup area and asked for you to shout if you saw your sister. "Yeah, Liz, we're at Wing B. There's a blue sign that says North America.
Alright.
Tell her that we're right in front of the building with blue windows." She says that she's outside, right by a yellow truck. I see at least 3 yellow trucks. I think they're doing work at the airport. The back and forth continued, with Ma driving around in a wide circular airport road while Mum attempted coordination between her and Liz's location. "Aha!" You leaned forward, peering out the front of the car. A tall, poised silhouette pulled a pale purple brought-along suitcase behind her. It was definitely Liz. She waved to the car. Ma parked along the sidewalk next to her, and Mum put her phone away with a cheer. "Mission accomplished, team." Ma excitedly reached over to grasp Mum's raised hand, thrilled that both their kids were back.
Good job.
"That's right." Liz came closer, yanked open the back door beside her, and popped her head into the car, her smile ornery, despite how tired she appeared. It must have been a long trip for her, yet her expression was the same familiar smirk that you had grown up with.
Hey.
"Hello, children. I'm back." "I've missed you." "I would hope." You reached over and hugged her. You quickly unbuckled, then launched yourself at your sister. She wrapped her arms around you and squeezed. "Well, hi to you too, kiddo." "Hello, sweetie. It's so nice that you're here." "Hi, Birdie." "Hi, Yama." How we doing? Hi, Elizabeth. He jokingly huffed at her. We're not children. Whatever you say, baby boy. She turned her gaze back to Mum and Ma. You really know how to make someone feel appreciated. Her spirits were high. You could tell she was just as happy to be here as everyone was to see her. She left the door open but ducked out to walk around to the back of the car. She opened the trunk and lifted her luggage in. I'm gonna move your junk, Em. I'll keep it in front of my bag so you can get it later. Ma's dropping it off first, right? Yes, but that's not junk. It's important. Liz slammed the trunk closed without responding. Liz swung around to the open door. You noticed that her hair had a few flyaways, no doubt from a long day of travelling. A few flyaways? What? She leaned against the frame of the car, giving you and Cove a significant look. I'm not sitting in the middle. I already had 5 hours of that nightmare on the flight. There's no way I'm getting in between the two of you. I mean, really, who would ever want to be the person pulling Cove, Holden, and M Simmer apart? Cove puffed up indignantly, yet again at a classic tease of the relationship. Liz continued along like she didn't notice.
So?
I don't care how you decide who's scooting. I figure you can fight it out somehow. Cove glanced over at you and shrugged. He unbuckled his seatbelt and moved to the middle. Thanks, Cove. No problem. I am always disappointed it was so easy. I meant it when I said we weren't children anymore. It's just the middle seat. Liz shrugged, not losing any of her smugness. Keep telling yourself that, and I'll keep taking the window seat. With the window seat open, Liz pushed herself into the car and shut the door. When everyone was settled, Ma began to pull out. We're off. Liz crossed her legs, compacting herself slightly. She braced most of her weight on the door behind her instead of sitting up straight. It gave her a little more room. Hopefully we finish the journey. This car is almost as old as we are. And it's still just as good as you are. Hey, I love this old car. You had spent hours there, sitting in that very seat. It had taken you so many different places. The car had good times, bad times, and so much in between. You really hoped that it kept running. It'd be bizarre if the car was ever sold. Oh, I am. How touching. Mum turned up the road as Ma merged onto the highway. Oh. Mum turned up the radio. That makes more sense. Mum turned up the radio as Ma merged onto the highway. The station was familiar, the normal soundtrack from when she had driven you and Liz around town. Liz bounced in her seat, enjoying the classic tune. The song would be old enough to vote at this point if it was a person. That was hard to believe. With Liz, the conversation livened up, despite it getting later and later in the night. She told you all about her week and all the travel preparations she made. By the time she'd made it to the actual tale of travel itself, Liz started chuckling. On the plane, Liz had sat next to a couple of girls who had talked about how well they could read people. Liz recounted their conversation with her in hilarious detail, as they had apparently tried to guess her occupation after only shaking her hand. Neither of the girls could agree with one another, and Liz had refused to just tell them. However, the drive to your hotel was only so long. Eventually, your group arrived. You yawned and got out of the car when it stopped. Okay. clambered out after you. Liz gave you a loud sigh of relief at all the extra space she found herself with. You and Cove grabbed the luggage and then waved off your family after you said your goodbyes. After they left, you and Cove went to go find your room. You scanned the keycard to unlock the hotel room. It sounded out a soft beep and you turned the handle of the door. The door creaked open and you craned your head in to take a look. You saw 2 queen-size beds on opposite sides of the room, further separated by a sleek nightstand. Can we move the nightstand? It was a prim, modern-looking space. It seemed clean and smelled faintly like floral air freshener. Can I have the one near the window? Are you not going to share a bed? I feel like it might have been one of the times where I accidentally not paying attention. Thanks. He gave you a winning smile and walked over to his new bed. He flopped onto it and seemed quite comfortable. I got a good hotel, didn't I? Yeah, you picked a nice one. Cove smiled like a big clean puppy. You and Cove continued to chat as you settled in. You unpacked some of your stuff and checked out all the room's amenities. Cove pointed out the menu food and started puzzling over what food could be ordered to the room. However, the fact was, you both were exhausted. It didn't take too many yawns before you both... Oh my gosh, why do they have to just keep spamming the yawn word? Before you both... Cool. But before you both changed into pajamas and called it a day. You found the light switch near the door. The plastic was cool under your fingertips and you flicked it off. Cove crawled under his covers, and the lingering light you could make out him shoving the bedspread off to the side and keeping the sheet on top of him. You carefully made your way to your own bed in the dark and made yourself comfortable. You had to really use some elbow grease on the tightly tucked sheets to make the bed enough to get under them. Eventually you were snug as a bug under the white sheets that smelled faintly of fresh laundry. You rolled to face Cove. He did the same, and the 2 of you regarded each other in the low light. His smile was bashful and his eyes lingered over you, slowly taking you in. His happiness was sweet and subtle. You smiled back. It was nice having Cove here with you. Good night, Em. Sweet dreams. Cove began to speak again. It was loud enough to hear, but quiet enough that you leaned forward on your mattress to make it out. I can't believe we're really here. You and Liz and everyone else are gonna be here at Sunset Bird again. I was staring at all the scenery going by while we were driving here, and I honestly felt like we never left. He ran a hand down his face. I mean, in some ways it feels like it's been ages, and everything's different. Some of that is definitely because I'm staying at a hotel instead of being in my room at Dad's, but yeah. It's exciting. Cove nodded. He understood completely. I'm looking... Yawn forced an interruption into the statement. Cove was undeterred. I can't with the yawning. Okay. I'm looking forward to this. Same here.
See you tomorrow.
I'll see you tomorrow, Ram. His words were a whisper you barely heard. Might not even have been that exactly. Might have just been a guessing. Cove always had a habit of mumbling. It was okay either way. Whether you heard it or only thought it, you heard the sentiment was true regardless. The sentiment was true regardless. Cove would see you tomorrow when he opened his eyes and the sunlight returned to your hometown of Sunset Bird. You comfortably drifted off to sleep and eagerly awaited seeing Cove tomorrow as well. It was already morning. The next time you opened your eyes, despite waking up in an unfamiliar bed, you were feeling good. Your eyebrows pushed together in confusion while you sat up, the blanket pulled in your lap, and the sudden sound of water startled you. Yawning, you turned towards Co's bed. He wasn't there. Glancing in the other direction, you spotted him brushing his teeth in the bathroom. He caught you shuffling out of the corner of his eye. Co smirked with the toothbrush still between his teeth. He pivoted on his heels and gave you a little wave before needing to lean back over the sink to spit. Happy, you stretched your arms high over your head and then twisted the knot out of your back before getting out of bed. Co finished up brushing quickly and leaned over the faucet to rinse his hands out. By the time you had your feet on the floor, he was back in the main area of the hotel room. He took a seat on the end of his bed. Morning, Em. Good morning. Sleep well? You added a playful grin at the end of that. Co scratched the back of his neck.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did. Standing up, Co took a few seconds to stretch. He glanced over at you with an animated expression. I'm really looking forward to your mum's anniversary dinner tonight. It's gonna be fun. I think so too.
I mean,
This whole trip is great, actually. Being here with everybody is like having another chance at being a kid. We can do all the stuff we used to, and all the things we never did, but wanted to. It's good to be back. I didn't think I was away enough to really be homesick, but now that we're here, I get it. Yeah, it'll be great today when we're back together with everyone. Well, we better get back to it, huh? We've got a pretty full schedule ahead of us for your mum's big day. You smiled. So much for being a kid. So many responsibilities. I don't think seeing her friends really counts as responsibilities. Fine, you got me there. After that, you and Clove moved around each other, busily getting dressed and ready for the day. Light laughter and chatter filled the air the entire time. Bags were packed and phones were sought after. You handed Kobe's phone. I don't know. Thank you. He plucked the phone from your hand and slid it into his pocket. You struggled to keep your giggles in, and Kobe raised the coating down. What is it? I watched you go past it probably 5 times.
seriously?
Are you serious? Groaning, he resumed what he was doing before the phone crisis. When Ko's back was turned, you double-checked that you hadn't misplaced your phone either. You hadn't. I think that would have been amusing. There was nothing else stopping either of you now. In minutes, you were hopping into your ride and heading back to the neighborhood. It was another beautiful summer day in Sunset Bird. You couldn't resist rolling the window down so you could absorb it in the drive. Poe sat across the seat from you, near the opposite window. His gaze was docked outside, catching all the old landmarks the vehicle was passing. Your spirits rose even higher the moment you made it home once more. Eager, you hopped out of the car and let yourself inside. Your mum knew you were going to be there. But the second you made it past the threshold, an excited scream that scared you out of your shoes. Lee? Is it Lee? Lee! Em, you're here! And guess what? I'm here too! Oh my gosh, her hair's so cute! While your heart rate settled, a broad grin quickly took over your whole face. Since your cousin moved out on her own, you noticed she really found her own groove. She was still the same loving person she'd always been on the inside, but she expressed herself in new ways. Lee was strong, kind, and smart. Over the past few years, she graduated college with a degree in history.
Although last you heard she was pursuing her dreams, working towards getting into the music industry. You look great! Thanks! She beamed, putting her hands on her hips. They gave you a once-over. I'm not the only one! Shaking your head, you laughed at the appraisal. These gaze narrowed. Don't be modest. I mean it. You look happy. Lee leaned to the side to glance past you and meet Cove's eye. The grin on her face widened while she waved. Hi, Cove! Hey, nice to see you, Lee. I got in practically at dawn. It was a whole thing. At least I made it here alive. Lee exhaled and slumped her shoulders to emphasize how exhausting reality it was. Behind her, Liz made her way over. She crossed her arms at the scene. I'm here too, in case you were wondering. He merely shrugged. Liz rolled her eyes, but her smile remained the same. You miss me. Sure, Liz. Another friendly shout rang out in the living room. It was as cheery as ever, as it ever was from the many times you'd heard it over the years. Good morning, family. Your parents both came out from the side hall together. Morning.
Well,
Now that everyone is here, I do have a little something to mention. Ma put her hand lovingly over her wife's. Mum leaned her head into Ma's with much affection. We're all still having dinner together, but Pam here actually made plans to take me out to brunch to celebrate our anniversary, just the two of us. Please, she hooked an arm around Ma's waist. Sorry to push you out, but I'm sure this group of mature grown-ups will be able to entertain themselves for an afternoon. We don't need to find a babysitter or anything. Totally. Yeah, have fun, Mums. Don't worry about it. We can survive that. Easy. Enjoy your brunch. This works out, actually. An afternoon open means that there's time to meet up with Terry and Randy. Hopefully they're free today. Your two school friends still lived around the area. They knew you were coming for your mum's party, but when or how you might arrange to see each other wasn't set in stone.
Sounds good.
Definitely. We should call them.
alright.
I have some people I'd like to say hi to as well. Liz had her cell phone in hand, ready to get her plans made before she was even done speaking. Arching an eyebrow, she then directed the next part at Lee. Would you want to come along? We've missed out on a lot of cousin bonding time in the past.
Yeah!
I'd love to. It would be an honor to hang out with you, Liz. I hope you both have fun. Don't worry, fun is my speciality. Chuckling, Liz smirked. We'll try not to have all the fun. Don't get into too much trouble. You shook your head and Liz winked. She then glanced back at her phone and rapidly typed a new text. Excellent. It's settled. She squeezed her wife's hand. Her gaze took in the whole room, ecstatic that to have a house full again. Today is gonna be perfect.
Yes.
I think so too. I truly couldn't be happier with my wife, my children, a whole beautiful family. It's already a wonderful anniversary. There were awes and sweet comments from the group gathered around the couple of the hour. Seeing how your mums were, you couldn't help but hope that when you got to be their age that you could be as proud of your life as them. But Ma's attention then fell on you, and the look on her face twisted mischievously. A shiver shot down his spine. This is a very good time of year for a marriage, don't you think so? With stickers all eyes eagerly slid over to you and Cove. Shocked at her implication, his cheeks burned red. There was no missing the meaning in Ma's words. She was clear as a bell and she knew it.
Your mind leapt to the plan you'd been creating. You'd been making moves in that direction. I like that idea. I like the idea of... Right now, your focus and excitement was on your mum's upcoming celebration. Once that was over, though... Oh, made the ring! Oh, that's cute. And you already made a ring for him and were making other preparations. A surge of pride warmed your chest and you had to bite your bottom there to stop yourself from giving up the surprise. Giving the surprise away, your fingers itched to show Cove what you'd been working on. The ring looked like... Ooh! What does the ring look like? It's gold. Can I not change that? Can't change it. Can change the color. Oh, there we go. Ooh, platinum. I think so. When the moment came, you were going to do something special before popping the question. Well, what's the options for something special? Until then, you'd have to keep your feelings aside. You caught Cove shyly rubbing at the slight scar that was still visible on his arm. His stirring never quite reached the full sentences. It instead turned into silence. Cove's brain was shutting down. Ma had sympathy for him. Poor Cove. You don't have to say anything. It's just a little thing to ponder. At that, Cove's mouth snapped shut. With a stiff nod, he creakily glanced at you. If it was only the two of you here, if it was just the only two of you here, you got the impression he would have had something to say. For now, a meaningful look was all there was. Right then, let's get back to what we were doing. After that, you enthusiastically began setting up plans to meet up with your friends. They were both able to come see you, having kept their schedules free for this, and you couldn't wait. Cove was also speedily sending text messages. Since you conveyed the plans to Terry and Randy, you imagined that he was letting his parents know about what he was going to be up to. The group continued to chat and catch up until it was time for your mum's brunch and your big meet-up with your friends. Soon enough, everyone was out the door looking forward to their fun-filled afternoons and their dinner later that night. Once outside in the neighborhood street, you looked to Cove. He stood at your side with a bent smile. Terry and Randy were driving into town while you and Cove were traveling on foot to meet them at an easier to reach spot. Man, we really are kids in Sunset Bird again, having to rely on other people who actually have cars to really get anywhere. Now we're stuck walking to whatever is nearby. We never drive anyway. Cove rolled his eyes, landing them on you amusedly. Fine, you're right. I do like walking. Let's go. You bounced forward several steps and shot Cove a playful look over your shoulder. With that, the two of you began your trip down the old road. It was a casual stroll into town, and before you knew it, you were at one of the large parking lots in Sunset Bird. It was the one that used to have the little crepe stall. Remembering the delicious smell, you got lost in thought. The store did well enough that it moved into a full-size building a couple of years ago now. You'd seen pictures. It was very cute. The parking lot was now just, well, an empty lot that cars could theoretically park in. Not many took the offer. Cove pulled out his phone, texting Terry and Randy in a group chat to let them know you'd made it. Someone must have answered already because Cove gave you a
status update while still staring at the screen. Randy texted, "I can see you." Oh, the blare of a horn cut you off. You and Cove both turned towards the source of the noise. One of the windows rolled
Hey,
down.
buddies.
Hey, buddies! Your friends had arrived, making a spectacle of it, as expected. Being the only car meant that they got the pick of the lot, so they pulled to a stop in front of you. The window closed back up, and instead the two front doors popped open. Terry and Miranda stepped out onto the pavement. "Hi, Cove. Hi, Em." With a cheery wave, Miranda skipped towards you. Terry, on the other hand, walked speedily over to Cove, squeezing him into a hug. A quiet laugh escaped Cove, along with the majority of the air in his lungs. He didn't fight the constriction, but instead gave Terry's back a pat with a large grin spread across his face. When he let Cove go, Terry came right up to you. He held his fist up for you to bump it. You first fist bumped him. No, we're gonna hug him. You hugged him instead. Sidestepping his fist, you wrapped Terry into a big hug and he held you back, tightly rocking you back and forth excitedly. It felt so nice to have your friend group reunited as adults. Terry was currently a full-time lifeguard now at the busier beach, a town over. You were proud of him. He helped a lot of people in his line of work. And in recent years, you and Terry were able to form an even closer bond. It was reassuring to have a friend who knew what it was like to go through changing parts of their identity. You could go to him for understanding, and you knew that Terry felt the same about you. Miranda took Cove's hand and one of yours in her other. Her eyes alight. She gave you both a gentle squeeze.
So great.
I'm so happy to see you again. Hey, Terry. Hi, Miranda. He answered assuredly. It was clear that he was equally glad to see them. This reunion was long awaited. For a while, Miranda had been working hard as an assistant at a school while continuing her own education. She also kept busy running a small online shop selling crafted knickknacks she made. "Missed you!" Miranda's expression softened. She gave your hand another squeeze. "I missed you too, a ton." Miranda released your hands. Giggling, she eyed you both carefully. "So, how have you been?"
It's nice.
"Things have been nice." "It's fantastic."
That's
"Yeah,
cool.
I'm really glad for you." You stood more confidently and straightened your back. That made her giggle again. "You're sparkling. What about you?" "I'm super." Terry sidled up next to Miranda and put his arm around her shoulder, sighing dreamily. Randy chuckled at her boyfriend. Yeah, things have been unbelievable." He pressed his cheek against Miranda's and she let out a little light squeak. The sight put an amused grin on your face. Your friends made a wonderful couple. They knew each other well and cared about each other so much. It was no shock at all when you heard the news that they'd started dating. The corner of your mouth curled playfully while you took in the warm welcomes all around. At times, it was still kind of funny how your group of 4 friends evolved into 2 couples. Not that you were complaining about it, you thought it was an amazing thing. Cove then pulled his phone out and peeked at the screen. He repeated the motion every so often. He raised a curious eyebrow at his unusual behavior. Cove was too focused on whatever he was doing to even notice you noticing him, which was even stranger.
So,
Is there anything either of you want to do while we're here? Any place you'd want to see? I'd be up for a lot of things, but actually there's something that I want to do right here. Oh, yeah? What's that? Terry poked at Cove's arm playfully. Miranda met your eyes, silently asking if you have any idea what Cove was talking about. You shrugged. I just want to see my friends. Huh? Cove, you're already doing that.
Well...
True, but I could be doing it even more. You, Terry, and Miranda all turned to Cove with identical incredulous expressions. His stare moved to point past you 3, and you heard the scrape of sand and gravel under Someone else stepped into the parking lot. Startled, you jumped at the call of a warm voice shouting over. Sup guys, gals and pals! Oh, it's Derek. Running your hand through his hair, the person who crossed the lot was unmistakably Derek Suarez. He was beaming the whole way. It's been too long, even though it hasn't been that long, but long enough. Derek! You screeched his name and waved with both arms to welcome him. Bashful, Derek scratched the back of his head. You're here! Here in the flesh. I missed you. He spoke to you gently. You were thrilled just being there reunited with him. Derek was a good friend of yours, and he had been for a long time. Hey! He waved over at Terry and Miranda pleasantly. Over the years, they all had met several times in passing, simply through being friends with the same people. Sup, big man? Hi, it's great you could come. Cove put himself next to Dexter. Derek. Where did that come from? I think I just combined Derek and Baxter's name together. Cove put himself next to Derek. Happy, he clapped a hand on his friend's shoulder. Hi, thanks for coming.
Thanks.
Of course. Thanks for inviting me. Sheepishly, Cove looked back at you and the others. That's when it clicked in your mind. It wasn't his parents that he was texting earlier. It was Derek the entire time. Derek is in town for a few months to help my dad and his dad with some work. Yep, I'm working on my own business thing too, but I'm still involved with running the scuba shop when it's called for.
Very nifty.
Humming, Derek elbowed Cove.
So?
But hey, we don't have to stand around here for my sake. What's the plan? Let's hit the town. Eager to get going, everyone piled into Terry's car. The rest of the afternoon was spent visiting spots all over Sunset Berth, laughing and reminiscing the whole way. Once it started to get late, Terry brought you and Cove back to the neighborhood. You didn't have to walk there after all. You didn't get out until promises were made to see each other again before your trip ended. Side by side, you and Cove stood in the street and waved at the car as it drove away. Terry tapped the horn for 2 honks while Miranda stuck her hand out the window to wave back. You caught Derek in the back window, giving you both a wide grin, sighing as soon as the car turned down another street. They were finally out of sight. Well, that was one party. Time for another. Ready to go see your mums? Always. Let's keep the celebration going. You shimmied a bit right there in the street for added emphasis, and he looked at you amusedly and rolled his eyes. Come on, let's go. Spirits high, you and Cove crossed the distance to your house. It was almost time for the anniversary dinner. You'd barely stepped over the threshold of the condo before Ma descended eagerly, welcoming you both. The usual greetings were followed by questions on everyone's well-being, after which the conversations moved on to the excited chatter about tonight's dinner plans. Cove excused himself to the restroom to freshen up before being on the move again. But when he returned, you were shocked to see he had entirely changed outfits. Oh, where did that come from? I packed it with me so I could get dressed up before the dinner without having to go back to the hotel. Didn't you? Or maybe you have stuff still here at your mum's place. No, Cove, I didn't do that. But your mum's party is at the country club. And that's also where Liz took golf lessons. Not everyone is there in their Sunday best. It'd be different if we were going to one of the club's parties, but we're only going to there for a regular meal. Cove was as befuddled by your explanation as you were with his actions. He threw his arms up, desperate for your understanding. How can you not dress nicely for a country club? I don't think the Cypress is as special as you decided it is. You saw Ma. She wasn't in formal clothes, and she's one of the guests of honor. His frown wobbled and his cheeks became far pinker. He looked down at his own self regrettably as he pulled out the cuffed ends of his shirt. He seemed more like a scolded child than a grown man dressed for the latest charity gala. I thought she was gonna get changed while you and me were...
Well, it's okay. You look very nice.
That earned Drew a sheepish smile, though he still clearly wished his look hadn't garnered any extra attention. Cove's eyes stole a glance at the hall, as if he was calculating if he had time for another quick change. Unfortunately for him, it was not meant to be. The time to head out came far quicker than you'd expected. Cliff and Kyra swung by the condo to make sure everything was in order, and for your second surprise, Cliff was also in full clothes. Cove's face excitedly whipped towards yours at the same time Cliff went to Kyra's. The two men pointed at one another. See? He knows. Exactly. Sport. Kyra was talking to me like I was crazy. The aforementioned Kyra placed a hand delicately yet dramatically across her eyes. Clifford, our son only knows this because you're the one who raised him. Cliff chuckled, his arms moving to scratch at the back of his neck. Yeah, that's my boy. The ends of Cove's mouth gently bent up. He truly was his mother's kid in more ways than he even realized. They may be the only ones in the group, potentially the only guests at the entire club, all gussied up, but at least they could now take solace in one another. They looked to be good enough. That looked to be good enough for them. All of the Simmer family, as well as the honorary members, Cliff, Kyra, and Cove, headed out at the same time to the Cypress. It was to be a perfect reunion. An impeccably smart host greeted you on arrival, smoothly leading the way to the set of tables reserved for your group. Once you'd all settled in, chosen drinks were poured into delicate glasses. The food would be coming out later, letting you soak up the atmosphere for a little longer. Smiling, your parents faced the group of familiar faces, all gathered here together to share that special day with them. Mum reached over and took Ma's hand, clasping it between both of hers.
Thanks.
Thanks for being here tonight, gang. Marrying this lady right here is the best thing I've ever done, and there's no one else I'd want to celebrate that with. Yes, we're so lucky. Not only do we have each other, but we have got such a large and loving family through all of you. Around you, you heard people saying, "Aww," and chuckling appreciatively at the comment. Lee had clasped her hands tightly in front of her, her eyes shining. Your eyes met Liz's misty ones, and the affection she had for her mum's carried over to you too. You returned your attention towards the happy couple just as they leaned in to kiss, smiling all the while. The table responded with cheers and clapping and shouts of "Happy anniversary!" and other congratulations continuing even after they'd broken apart. Mum beamed as she watched Ma giggle dreamily. The waiters reappeared, delivering delicious plates of food, and the dinner began in earnest. Both conversation and laughter continued to flow freely as the night went on, with the two families relishing the opportunity to be together once more. Eventually, after your hunger and thirst had been fully satisfied, the plates were cleared and the event began to draw to a close. Cliff and Kyla exchanged goodbyes with your family before heading out together. Cove gave his goodbyes to his parents while hanging back until your mums were ready to head off. You were getting a lift with your mums. It was already late, so you discussed the possibility of going straight to the hotel rather than going back to the condo, but Cove had asked if they mind taking him back to the neighbourhood. He'd wanted to visit it a little longer. Your mums had happily agreed. Liz and Lee were feeling tired, so your mums swung by their hotels during the trip home, while you and Cove made the full journey with them. How did everybody fit in the car? Oh, thanks for the hugs, Bertie. As your eyes drifted over to him with his head resting on the window, it was hard to believe how much time had passed. Squeezes! I like squeezes. Thank you. Mum stretched as she got out the car, smiling over her shoulders as she headed towards the house. Time to put my feet up. You two joining us? Cove shook his head. No thanks. It's your anniversary. You don't have to entertain me. I'll take a walk. It's never any trouble to have you over, Cove.
You alright with that?
Let him do as he pleases, Lani. But you better not stay out too much later or there'll be trouble. Ma chuckled as Mum waggled a finger. Her expression exaggeratedly severe as she reprised a role that, in truth, she'd never really played. Neither of your parents had been particularly harsh as you'd grown up. Ma joined in the act. Don't go too wild just because there's no school tomorrow. Laughing, they made their way inside, leaving you standing out in the dark street of Cove. You didn't even need to ask him why. You already had the answer for this. He wasn't ready for the day to end. Without a word, Cove began to stroll down the road. You walked alongside him. You'd known your destination long before you arrived on the dark and ugly deserted beach. There were no lights down here, nothing but the moon and the stars for illumination. The only sounds were the gentle waves rolling in and out, the soft sound of the footprints you left in the sand. In other words, it was perfect. Cove stepped out into the waves without a word. He looked up at the sky with a smile, then tucked his head down and began to pull his fancy shirt off. He tugged it over his head and lobbed it backwards further up the beach and out of reach of the waves. Wait for me! You followed him to where the waves began to lap at the beach and began to wade out into the water. Cove slipped his dress pants off and tossed them back in roughly the same direction as his pants. He was down to just his polka dot boxer briefs. Sometimes you were really struck by the ways in which he was brave with his younger self. This was definitely one of those times. He never ever would have done this when you were both living on the street, but you also know he still wouldn't do it with anyone other than someone he spent all those years ago. You took off your shirt so that you could go swim. Cove waded further into the water until it came up to his chest. You unfastened your clothes and left them behind you just as Cove had done moments before. You didn't even bother to see where they'd fallen before following him. Oh, well, they're gonna get wet, aren't they? What's the point in taking them off? Oh well. Cove grinned as you approached. I'm gonna be in so much trouble with my mums when we get back.
I guess.
Yeah, oh well. Think fast. He splashed water at you as soon as the words had left his lips, giving you no time to prepare. The splash had caught you full on, leaving you spluttering and drenched. You splashed him back. Seeing what you were doing, Cove put his hands up for protection. It was no use, the water washed over him, leaving his hair soaked through. Cove sighed, then looked at you mournfully. The sudden shift in mood alarmed you, but those worries disappeared as soon as he opened his mouth. We're still not merfolk. The world is cruel. You snickered. After a moment, Cove's mum sadness broke and he joined in. The two of you wound up drifting further down along the shoreline, chatting and enjoying the chance to be back on the beach that had provided the backdrop for so much of your childhood. Eventually, a silhouette of structures appeared up ahead. As you drew closer, you realized it was the old playground. Cove spotted it too and hurried towards it, dragging himself out of the water and heading into the park. Wet sand coated his feet and lower legs, with every step clinging thickly enough that it began to resemble a bizarre pair of boots. As you followed him, you wondered how many visitors this little park got these days. There were officially no children living in the neighborhood now. Oh, that's sad. Cove gazed at his surroundings in wide-eyed awe. He didn't care at all that he was soaking wet and dressed only in his underwear. Crouching, he gently pushed one of the child-sized swing sets, marveling at it.
Wow.
I can't believe how tiny everything is. We were seriously small enough to use these? He shook his head, unable to fathom just how little you'd both been when you'd first met, then walked over to the monkey bars. Once these had been challenging for you, and now they were little more than waist height next to Cove. Cove turned his back to the bars and hopped up onto them with ease, sitting on them comfortably. He sat on the bars with him. It was strange seeing adult Cove juxtaposed with the baby playground, but you took your own place on the structure. This place had been something so exciting to Cove back when he first arrived, and apparently was to this day. Cove smiled eagerly as he approached, kicking his feet in the air happily, briefly forgetting the low vantage point until the tip of his toes scraped along the ground. He continued to swing his feet, but with a little more care. You thought it was adorable. In this moment, you were home. It just so happened to be the place you'd grown up, but really, anywhere you could be with Cove was that for you. He had held a special place in your heart for so long, and so much of your life had been shared. You'd grown up on the same street, which had given you some common ground, but it went far beyond that. You had both chosen, from a young age, to share your life with each other, and you wouldn't have it any other way. Here we are again. Here we are. The mood had shifted now. The funny, impulsive night beach trip with a spike of adrenaline that came from you playing in the water under the moonlight had settled into something quieter and more nostalgic. Cove leaned back, tilting his head towards the sky to admire the stars above. Too bad I wasn't able to bring my surfboard along for this. Cove shrugged dramatically, trying to lift the mood a little. The dinner was really nice. It was great to do all this. The smile he had when he spoke those words fell as quickly as it had appeared. It went by so fast. We all came out here for the party and it's over. Liz, Lee, your parents, we're all going back to our own things now. What else can you do except say it's okay? I guess it's part of growing up. This place and these people, they're our foundation. It shaped who we are now, like making castles out of sand. I owe a lot to Sunset Bird. His eyes crinkled fondly, and Cove's voice was gentle when he spoke again. We had a good childhood, I think. So too.
It's nice.
Yeah, this is a nice place to grow up. He shook his head, sighing heavily. Alright. His smile took on an uncharacteristically harsh twist. You had a feeling where this was going. We better get home before your dumb parents, who don't know anything, get mad. You had to laugh at the half-hearted impression of the sour kid you'd once encountered in this very park. He chuckled along with you for a moment before tapering off. I hope we don't get grounded. The jokes kept coming. It was very amusing to imagine that not only could your mum somehow ground you as a fully grown and independent adult, but that their powers extended over to Cove as well. As much as you were enjoying being back here, Cove was right. You had to accept that you needed to go now. It was late, and your mums were still expecting to see you before you got a ride back to the hotel. You and Cove hopped down from the bars, landing easily with the ground only a short distance below. Before you could return, you had some clothes to retrieve from the beach. You retrod the same path, following the footprints down the shore you'd left in the sand only a little while earlier. Once you and Cove had scrounged up your abandoned clothes, you started to walk up the old path home, side by side. Are you not going to put the clothes on? You're just going to. Droplets of water slipped down your skin and fell onto the road as you made your way back to your mum's house. As you and Cove were still soaked and sandy from your other adventure, it was likely that you were leaving quite a trail in your wake. But you'd seen Cove's bedroom growing up. It was only natural for him. The air was slightly humid, already pleasantly dense with moisture that felt like a hug as it closed around you. Any damp footsteps that were left behind would take longer to dry in this weather. The signs of your adventure might even be visible when the sun came up the next day. You hope so. You quite liked the idea of you and Cove leaving a mark on your hometown again, even if only for a little while. Despite being soaked through and mostly undressed, the balmy summer night prevented you from feeling any chill. You were entirely comfortable. In truth, you felt warm inside and out. The day had been so lovely, spending time with friends and family, and your eyes drifted over to Cove. Cove Holden, your boyfriend. Just seeing him brought a smile to your face. Cove, you make me so happy. Cove turned to you, his eyes wide and adoring, and he bit his lip as he smiled shyly. You could tell that your words had touched him. I feel the same way, exactly. Kissed him. Catching him by the hand, you stopped Cove in his tracks and pulled him close, your heart somersaulting as your lips met. At this moment, with the quiet seaside town at rest, it felt like it was just the two of you in the world. Cove returned the kiss, gently cradling your head with his hand until it broke apart. You were full of joy. All of the concerns and the day-to-day stresses of normal life were squeezed out of mind. All you could think in that moment was how your life was wonderful. Every second and every day needed to end sometime, and that time had nearly come for tonight. You had to get at least some rest and bring it all to a close. And so the two of you went inside to say goodnight to your mums, as well as clean yourselves up as best you could. Your mums, both in pyjamas, ready for their own sleep, hooted with laughter as you came inside disheveled and damp, and the teasing continued until the car came to get you to the hotel. Cove stayed silent as he put his casual clothes on again, placing the formal ones back in the bag he brought them in. You'd given Mum and Ma plenty of material for a mock scolding, and you got a playful lecture about not getting into the water without bothering to change first. You just grinned at your partner in crime, feeling like a naughty kid again. It had been worth it. By the time you and Cove finally dragged yourself to your hotel room for the night, the sky had been dark for some time, and the lonely hotel hallways were quiet. The late hour made you feel a sense of fulfillment. You really were making the most of your trip. Oh! Ha! I double-clicked again. The two of you drowsily shuffled past an ice machine and into your room. Cove set his phone on the bedside table and you followed suit. You both started settling in for the night. The hotel room was a welcome sight after your long day. You noticed Cove rub the back of his neck and yawn. His voice was quiet and distant. I hope the pet sitter is doing good. The wish wasn't exactly directed to you. It was just a sleepy thought that Cove had unleashed upon the world at large, but you still agreed. I hope so too. Cove still kept fish after all these years, delightful, colourful things in huge aquariums. He spent a lot of time when he wanted to relax just watching them swim. You had also adopted pets who you loved dearly. Your home was a lovely place full of critters that both of you cared for. That was why, with both of you gone, it had been important to find a decent pet sitter. Cove's anxiety about leaving them hadn't subsided. Over the vacation, you had caught him a few times texting the pet sitter and asking about his fish. I'm also a little worried. Oh yeah? Look at the two of us out on vacation but thinking about home. You had to snort at that as well. You both really were like-minded. Cove yawned widely. I know, Bertie, I know it's late. I'm really enjoying it. Cove yawned widely. He seemed confused at the magnitude of it. He groggily blinked at you. I think it's time for bed. Oh, stop. I think it's time for bed. You squinted at your wrists as if looking at a watch. Oh, shush. I was reading the words. You squinted at your wrist as if looking at a watch. Yeah, it's bedtime o'clock. The two of you got changed and brushed your teeth. In no time at all, both of you were cozy and ready to sleep. After that, you and Cove headed over to opposite sides of the room to climb into your respective beds. You tucked yourself under the covers gladly, positioning your pillows to be just right, then shifted to peer over at Cove. He was facing you back, just like the night before. Cove gently spoke, his words like a lullaby. Good night, Anne. Night. Cove's eyes fluttered shut, and he let out a contented sigh. It wasn't long before you were certain Cove was asleep. You hadn't followed him to dream that, however. Instead, your mind was busy working through your current situation. If you wanted to propose here in Sunset Bird and still make it something special, you were running out of time. There weren't going to be opportunities tomorrow where Cove would likely part from you, so... decided to sneak out while he slept to make preparations for tomorrow. He wanted to have a gift or a romantic gesture of some kind. It was more than worth the effort. It had to be a moment to remember. You paused to admire Cove's precious sleeping face from across the room, and it soothed you to your core. After his mere presence encouraged you, your determination snapped back into place. Finally, you slipped into the night, catching a ride to gather what you needed for the occasion. From being under the blanket of the hotel to the blanket of the starry sky above, you made the most of the time you had. Once your mother's plans were achieved, you didn't waste any time returning to where you were meant to be this hour of the night. Returning to your spot in bed was a welcome relief. You could rest easy now, even though only a few hours were left to do so. Still, you had no regrets over losing some sleep. You were going to propose to Cove. Your eyes fell closed some time after. You were not sure exactly when, only the fact that they were now too heavy to open. Unsurprisingly, your exhaustion did not give you too much time to muse on what you'd done, and in what felt like seconds, you were already dreaming. The dreams dancing around your head became fragmented and faded until you couldn't remember a thing about them at all. You were growing more aware of the real world. Cove was gently waking you. You could feel Cove's hand on your shoulder shaking it. As you became more aware of your surroundings, you could feel where the bed dipped from his other hand. You opened your eyes with a smile. Hey, good morning. He answered your sleepy greeting. He sat up fully, with a big yawn, stretching your back, then your arms, and last to your neck. Before accepting the day. The blanket fell to the side while you swung your legs over the side of the bed. A part of it almost got caught on your foot, but you kicked it away. Cove put a hand over his mouth, but you still caught the way his shoulders shook. He took a step back, giving you room to get up. Today would be the last day in Sunset Bird. The only thing you had planned was some family time in the old neighborhood. You figured you'd see where the day took you from there. Yawning again, you glanced over at your clothes. There was just
Ugh, there was just one more day to live out of your bag. You simply started sorting through the parlor for something to put on. The next several, I mean, everybody wears the same outfit every day anyway. Let's be real. The next several minutes passed in comfortable silence while you internally debated between two shirts. Alright, let's get things going. Our families are waiting. Nodding, you swiftly got ready in the small hotel room, all ajitter. Today was the day when you returned to Sunset Bird you were planning on proposing. From the look of Kerr's behavior, he had no idea. You fought to keep the thrill whipping up in your chest from coming out too strongly. As soon as you had your stuff together, you were ready to go. You were off. During the ride there, you and Cove decided to visit his dad's house first this time. When you got dropped off, Cove eagerly hopped out into the street with his eyes locked on his father's condo. Your gaze fell on your boyfriend. He stood in the middle of the street where you grew up together, while the summer sun made him shine. Though he was the brightest light in your eyes no matter what. It was time to follow through with your plan. Hey Cove? Yeah? He mumbled the answer out of the corner of his mouth, his eyes glued to his father's condo. Would you go to the Poppy Hill with me? Cove moved to stare directly at you. Mouth drooped into a tiny frown as you absorbed your suggestion to suddenly change of plan. But once you did see the look on your face, you shook off any lingering refusing. The smile you loved grew once again.
Of course.
Of course. Lead the way. You released a breath through closed teeth, pairing that with a nod. To the hill behind your old house you went, just the two of you. It was a journey you were intimately familiar with, but this time was simply not the same. Actually doing it, you felt true happiness. Your decision was natural when you had nothing to worry about. Your strides forward were enthused, peppy, as if you were bouncing between tufts of clouds. Imagining what was about to happen was such a joy. You had to stop yourself from picturing too hard, lest you spoil the real deal that was right ahead. But you did nonchalantly sneak a pat at the spot where the ring was tucked away. It was just as ready as you were. Under your feet, tarmac gave way to dirt and sparse tufts of grass, which then transitioned into a lush, full field of green and white. The gentle fluttering of petals was your greeting. Poppy Hill, the exact spot where you first met your new neighbour over 15 years ago. You shared countless memories here over the years, catching fireflies, watching the clouds, simply taking time to just talk to one another. You grew there together, side by side. This small part of the world was inextricably linked with Cove in your mind. It was the place where your most important encounter occurred, and you knew it needed to be the place where you asked him the most important question. The location was right, and all that was missing was your special surprise, the first one at least. Oh my gosh, okay, definitely that. No, I thought that we'd already did it last night. Not leaving room for any potential questions Cove might ask, you spun up with your head as I made a break towards the neighborhood street. The night before you'd been able to store your stuff in your mom's backyard for this moment. Technically you were breaking and entering, but you were sure they were fine. As you slipped over the old fence, you imagined what your mom would have said if they had caught you sneaking around there. It was praise, and a healthy dose of teasing. Cove's surprise was still safely tucked away where you had left it. You might have lost a lot of sleep, but this had you invigorated. You took it into your hands and ambled your way back out to your expectant partner. You only stopped running when you arrived right in front of Cove. He paused for you to breathe. Then you went and Then when a beat passed, he spotted out a question he was holding.
What?
Where did that come from? My mum's backyard. What? When? Surprise! I did it last night while you were sleeping peacefully in our hotel room. Coughing rapidly while he started to babble. It was a struggle for him to process the erections. I don't... Can you let me give it to you? You could guess the end of his thoughts, so you cut it off. He didn't understand why you were doing this. That was perfect. He closed his mouth and answered with a demure bob of his head. You lifted up the present you'd kept wrapped in your arms. It was a collection of shells, each one rare and prized. The darkness of the hour made finding them tricky, but it also meant the shells that were there then likely would have been gone forever by this time in the day. He admired the treasures you held. His eyes were fond and his smile sentimental.
Wow.
These are beautiful. I thought you might like having some more pieces to add to your collection before we leave again. It was a sincere attempt to convey the depths of your affections for him, and the message got through. Cove gripped his shirt, the spot right in front of his heart. There was a bend to his already wavy eyebrows as a deep red colour grew across his skin. Your gesture had him swooning. It was a wonderful feeling to succeed in making him feel cherished because you absolutely did adore him. You wanted to marry him. And with that thought, you knew it was time to share with Cove the true reason you asked him to come here. As you were getting mentally prepared, you carefully set your gift down to free your hands. It was silent, and the Cove faced one another, affection in the small space between them. He still didn't know why you were doing this, but he transparently didn't care. He was only happy to be there, to be with you. There was a warmth in your chest. You reveled in how much you mattered to him, and how you shared those emotions for him. A part of you had realized this sensation from the very start, as soon as you met him, as children. It was an undeniable truth in this world. You wanted to be with Cove. It was simple. It was inescapable. You loved Cove. You loved him so deeply. At that moment, you couldn't have been more certain. Every step you'd ever taken in this life was leading you right here. You began your proposal with action. I think I'm gonna do them both at once. You got down on one knee while taking... I don't know about the knee part. Maybe I'll just get to the knee. Your blue eyes shone a bright light of day, and you hoped he could see the strength of your love for him as you looked back at him. Your carefully crafted ring glittered just as brightly as you did when you lifted up your lips to reveal it. It all happened in slow motion, his expression of a serene affection shifting into quivering awe, eyebrows lifting nearly to his sea foam green hairline, and his mouth stretching out to the limit. But despite Cove's mouth being open, he didn't breathe a word. He was entirely incapable of that, so you voiced your own thoughts. Let's get married, okay? Aww. I don't know that. Let's get married. I was just wondering, should we have an indoor or outdoor wedding? Since the universe clearly wants us together, we should probably make it official already. At that, Cove crumbled onto the ground, his legs completely giving out underneath him. Bubbling drops of tears flowed down to the grass just as heavily. That single word was all he could choke out, but that alone was all the inspiration he needed to continue open-hearted confession. There was so much more you could express about your relationship, your history, your love for him. I remember that summer day 5 years ago in the middle of the sidewalk when you told me you wanted to be together. A shaky breath reverberated through your chest, thinking back on that scene. You could still picture it clearly. It was so hard for you to do it. I didn't know what was going to happen, but you amazed me then and have kept amazing since. And with every day that's gone by, the more you've meant to me. You make me so incredibly happy. And once more you asked, will you marry me? And the corners of Co's mouth pulled up as he let every word reach deep into his heart. Still smiling like the sunshine, he parted his lips to answer, but all that came out was a gulp squeaking sound. Frustrated when he tried to push past that block, he instead got himself into a stuttering coughing fit. So sorry. You shook your head fondly. That was your code. You laughed warmly. It was just like him. Clarifying his head forward, taking a slow, deeply breath. He didn't mind in any way, shape, or form. He'd wait forever for Cove if it was necessary. Eventually, the trembling in his body settled down. He was able to lift his head once more to meet the gaze. I will! Despite tears still clinging to his eyes, the words were evenly spoken. Cove had complete confidence. I'm so grateful to marry you. There's nothing more that I could ever ask for. You never understand the term music to your ears better than when you heard the way he laughed so slightly in that moment. I thought about this a lot, probably way too often. And now it's real, it's happening. I don't know if I'm even good enough with words to tell you how happy it makes me. You're what's made my life such a wonderful, beautiful, amazing experience. I'm luckier than I have any right to be, just to know.
I love you.
Thank you for asking me and for being mine and letting me be yours. I love you. Let's get married. Delicately, Cove lifted out his left hand and he started understanding what the gesture meant instantly. He took the ring in your hand and slipped it onto its rightful place on Cove's finger. It was an ideal fit. His voice thick with emotion. Cove whispered, "It's perfect. I'll keep it always." His eyes were transfixed on the ring. He admired it openly before finally lifting his gaze to the moon. The view of the ocean blue held glossy drops of water, and somehow all you could think was him. Cove Holden, the man you loved, and now the person you were going to marry. You pulled him into his kiss, and you couldn't hold back any longer. His tears skimmed over his cheeks with a second full sweetness. Cove got the hint and pulled you into him as close as he could get, desperate to feel. Gladly, he kissed your fiancé. He kissed you back lovingly, and you could feel the smile on his face. The place where you met, where you grew, where you fell in love, was now the place where you shared your life together truly began. Your eyes drifted close to let yourself experience it, to anchor yourself to this moment and hold on for as long as possible. You, the both of you, never wanted to let go. You were certain of it. The rest of your days would be spent side by side. It was all you'd hoped for. When the swirling excitement of your new engagement relaxed back into the more familiar style of gentle comfort your relationship brought, Cove stood up. He lifted you along with him. Before anything else, Cove paused to collect everything you'd prepared for him and stored it in a bag he'd brought. It pleased you to see he hadn't forgotten about that part of your proposal. All of it, was incredible. You'd put the amazing Alexander out of business if he was still in the making things magically appear business, for sure. You always make me feel so special. Thank you. Thank you. A lingering warmth filled the air around you, much more than the normal heat of summer. It was all your own.
With a gentle tone, Cove spoke once more. Let's go see our family. The smile on his face was building. You knew he was excited to tell them the news. You shared that sensation completely. Yeah, they're waiting for us. You arrived back at the doorstep of the Holden household. Your fiancé put his hand on the doorknob and took a deep breath. It was clear why he hesitated. Once he twisted that doorknob, it would be time to announce that you were going to be married. He stole a glance at you. He tried to stay calm, for both of your sakes. He nodded with his confidence clearly bolstered. Then Cove opened the door. We're here! Together you stepped into the house, heart beating fast. Cove stopped before even placing his foot back down. There was unexpected company. You saw your family, not just your mums, but Liz and Lee as well. Along with them, Terry and Miranda were curled up on the couch, and Derek sipped at a glass of water. What, everybody's there? Surprise! Surprise! Everyone else followed and let out a chorus of surprises. Cove's eyes widened and he swallowed hard. This wasn't part of the plan! What took so long? Yeah, you're slowpokes. Cove remained absolutely completely frozen in place, though he did finally place his foot to the ground. Hey sport! Your friends came over for a visit, so I invited them to breakfast. And since we're cooking for a crowd of any hoosies, we decided to ask Pam, Noel, and all the others, and all over too. Pretty nice, huh? Oh. Hello, you're all here. You looked from face to face. Wow, this was certainly timing. The group looked back with expectant smiles. Cove's hand automatically went to the engagement ring on his left hand. He twisted it around his finger uncomfortably. You saw eyes follow his movement and heard gasps of realization. Well, you thought as Lee started to point with a huge grin on her face, there would be no putting it off. You looked at Cove with expectation. He instantly understood. He didn't even have to break out the puppy dog eyes. He sputtered a string of syllables, then he cleared his throat. Oh, this is so mean. Why is everybody there at once? Poor Cove. He sputtered a string of syllables and then cleared his throat. Oh, false starts. He thought better of. You could feel his brain turning. Cove decided the best way to approach this. All eyes in the room turned to him, waiting. His brows furrowed deep, and then with his expression and tone serious, he finally got it out without a trace of hesitation. We're getting married! Em and I are engaged. The room filled with cheers of congratulations. You heard Terry's distinctive whoop, and your mums start to joyfully whisper to each other. Lee squealed and Kyra cooed. There was no confusion or need for pause. Everyone in your life was immediately on board with your plans. Cove turned his head and beamed at you, excitement in his smile. You grinned back at him. Suddenly, Cove was almost bowled over by Cliff, throwing his arms around him. His father compressed him even more tightly as Cove regained his balance.
I'm so glad.
I'm so proud of you, Cove. The two of you are going to be happy. I'm sure of it. Cove sniffled, eyes wide and emotional, then he hugged his father back just as proudly. Yeah, I will be. Both of us will be. While the two embraced, Kara came up to your side. She put a hand on your shoulder and spoke gently.
Thank you.
Thank you for being so wonderful to my baby. I'm lucky and grateful that you're going to be part of my life forever. Cliff pulled back and switched to patting the sides of Cove's arms. Well put, Kyra. Emmy's a keeper for sure. Kyra sidestepped over to her son and pinched his cheek, then she tapped his nose playfully. Cliff gave her space, though continued to keep hold of Cove. Your own parents had now reached you. They took hold of one arm of yours each. I can't believe how grown up you are, but I couldn't be happier with how it all happened. Congratulations, Em. You are one of the smartest cookies there are. You're making an amazing life for yourself. Liz elbowed her way to the front with Lee not far behind. Your mum stayed at your sides. Lee squealed in your face, pumping a fist into the air.
Seriously?
This is totally amazing. You're seriously getting married. It's like we're real adults and all that. Yeah, I'd almost be hard to believe that my baby sibling is marrying a person. You know, if Kurt wasn't such an obvious choice as a husband for you. Her smile turned abnormally soft. You're doing good. At the corner of your eye, you noticed Kurt's parents release him. He took the opportunity to slide closer to you and nodded at this. Thanks for the positive rating.
You're welcome.
You're welcome. Lee giggled and your mums had some chuckles. Cove stood awkwardly, not entirely sure if he or Liz was being laughed at. Your three friends had stayed back. You believed that they were intentionally giving your families a chance to have a moment. But once they said their pieces, it didn't take long for your friends to swap you excitedly. Congratulations on the engagement. It's crazy how we're really at this point in our lives. Some days it feels like high school was yesterday.
So great.
But it's great. You both are definitely Sunset Bird's best couple. Harry nodded eagerly. You are the aspiration. I'm stoked that you're gonna be official. This is a big step, but I'd say you've more than earned it. With everything you've been through over the years, you both deserve to be with each other for the rest of your lives. Cove had appeared weepy before, but this sealed it. He cried. Everyone's words had built up and coalesced into Cove shedding the happiest tears you'd seen. Thank you. Group hug. You spread your arms wide, welcoming everyone in for a good squeeze. There's so many people. You can hack it. Sure, let's do it. Coves were the first arms around you. Although it didn't take long for everyone else to join in, you and Cove were squished into a giant hug of family and friends. Cove wriggled a little to embrace you tighter. He pressed your cheek against yours, still wet from his upcoming tears. Good luck, kiddos. You've got a journey ahead of you. Cliff agreed with a chuckle. They've known each other for 15 years already, and still haven't gotten sick of each other yet. How hard could making it work for the rest of their lives be?
It's no trouble.
For the two of them, not difficult at all. Thank you so much, everyone. It means a lot that you're all here for us. Cove nodded against you with a watering smile. All the parents shared touched glances. Liz gave an okay sign, and your friends beamed back at you. Of course, what else is family for? With the hug complete, people once again spread out so everyone had breathing room. From your ear to your cheek, over the bridge of your nose and to your other ear, your blush warmed your skin, and it didn't stop there. It spread over every inch, encompassing you with affection. You could feel with every encouraging pat and excited hug the outpouring of love and acceptance from your friends and family. Truly touched, you watched them step back and take their seats again. When the exciting energy buzzing around the table started to calm down, you had a second to really appreciate this view. The most important people in your life all together. It still felt too good to be true to have everyone here. And then you noticed that Kyra stood back up. She clapped her hands once in a satisfying smack. I hate to interrupt, but I thought you'd want to know that the food's done cooking.
Oh,
Food? Oh, I kind of forgot that's what we were here for. Embarrassed, Curve scratched the back of his neck and kept his gaze away from anyone in particular. The crowd burst into loud fits of laughter. Wow, I didn't think you would ever forget about your precious food. No offense, Em. He eats like it's both the first and last time he's doing it. last part at you with a sincerely apologetic shrug. Meanwhile, Derek shook his head, fighting back a grin. As funny as that is, M definitely does a better job at getting Cove's attention than you do. Clearly. Cove's stare never left the floor, but you could tell he was listening to their teasing. Leaning back in his chair, he quietly pressed his arm and pouted. His skin prickled from the heat and blushing, rising to the surface of his skin. But you cocked your head to the side with an impish grin. Hey, at least I can trust he's not gonna run off with a plate of spaghetti. Food is a competitor I can beat. That hesitant Derek bursting into another fit of giggles. Pleased with yourself, he glanced at Cove and saw her faint wobble with a smile there too. Cliff crossed the floor to place a pile of silverware on the table, and then he dropped stuff off on other surfaces around the rest of the living room. When he was done, he gestured toward the food. The
Okay.
plates are in the kitchen. Serve yourselves and sit wherever you like. The guests happily formed a line, and the meal was steadily passed around. Before long, each person claimed a seat in the whole living room area. Some at the table, others on the kitchen island, and some situated at the couches. Conversations trickled across the various classes of friends, as everyone did. Cove finished his plate in record time with a pleased sigh. He put his fork down and surveyed the room. This is really cool. Just how we're getting to do this kind of thing. I like this too, Cove. I hope we'll be able to make this happen again. Of course, there will always be more reasons to get the gang back together in the future. Yes, the two of you might even dare to celebrate your yearly anniversary. Gasp! Every year! The smirk on Liz's face grew only wilder as your mums giggled at her teasing. Ma shook her head, chuckling softer now.
Josh.
Liz, shush.
True.
Honestly, we just might. You've made a good point. It does come around every year. You should. Seriously, you deserve a big celebration for your magical day. The kids are right. You've got a lot of people who want to appreciate you. You've got to give them a chance. It's true. I know I have a lot to thank you for. There were more nods of agreement around the room, and your mums took each other's hands for support. Neither were expecting so much encouragement. Well, we'll think about it. She'll think about it, and I'll tell Marnie to stop thinking so hard if she doesn't agree. Pam!
Good.
Good job, Mum. Now, with that settled, let us continue to enjoy this perfect gathering. Agreed. There was a playfulness in Kyra's stare as she scanned the room. She slowly paced her index finger on the screen. Now that I think of it, there's something I haven't done in a while. Eyebrows were raised at Kyra's incomplete thought. She was wordlessly urged to continue. Kyra didn't hesitate. Look through the photos Cliff has here. Wouldn't that be fun for all of us? What? Mum, why would you say that? Practically all of those photos are of me.
Very.
And that's why embarrassing my baby boy is just one of the perks of being a mum. Much to Cove's dismay, his mum was thoroughly entertained at his outburst. She winked in his direction. Meanwhile, Cliff eagerly stood up with a wave of proud affection for his boy and completely missed Kyra's teasing intent.
Oh,
I think that's a great idea. Anyone else interested in the pictures?
Yeah.
I am. Liz shook her hand up before Cliff could even take a full step. Terry and Miranda snatched each other a glance before nodding with matching grins. That sounds swell.
That's fantastic.
That would be lovely, Cliff. Mum tried to hide her amusement behind her hand, but she couldn't stop the snicker that slipped out. Oh boy. I want to see them. It's been too long since I last saw little Cove. Mr. Holman made your gaze with a soft look that told you that he was thinking the same thing. I bet this'll be a goldmine of entertainment. Cove buried his face in his hand and sighed slowly. His shoulders deflated into fear. Fine, we can take a look. Everyone happy with picture time? Yay!
Fine.
Yes! both excitedly raised a fist in victory. Smaller cheers from your friends and family worked their way around the room. Even you bounced up to your feet excitedly. Cliff flipped open his faded album of physical pictures. He held it up to his face, the corner of his eyes crinkled, and though the book covered much of his face, you were certain he was smiling fondly. But he didn't keep it to himself long. Laying the family album on the dining table, you and the rest of the party gathered around to get a peek. The first picture on the first page was baby Cove in a cute little onesie. There were several coos and oars from the group, and Cliff's eyes were shiny with tears in his. He's grown so much! How precious. At that, Cove's pout twisted into a shy smile. Do you even realize you were the cutest baby? People say that about every baby. His answer was mumbling and accompanied by a roll of his eyes. Pressing her lips into a hard line, he proudly shook her head. I have eyes, and they've concluded that you were the most adorable baby. Cove lightly swatted your words away, despite his attempts to deny your claims. There was a happy shine to his whole demeanor. After breakfast, the photo showcase, everyone decided to stick around. Hanging around Mr. Holden's house turned into taking a walk around the neighborhood. Then for lunch, you switched over to your mom's condo. It was a really good time, enjoying each other's company, but eventually the sun began to set, and there was nothing else to delay your friends and family from going home. Inside your mum's house, the home you had been raised in, the group was taking their time, saying their goodbyes. It was tough for you, your family, and your friends. You knew what was weighing on the mood. It might be some time before you see one another again. It was a pleasure having you all here, and you're welcome to come around again anytime. Ma wrapped an arm around Mum with a light chuckle. Mum leaned her head gently into her wife, and they both beamed.
I appreciate it.
Absolutely. I know we're all adults with our own hectic lives, but we appreciate the time taken to visit. Snorting, Liz crossed her arms. She leaned one hip out to the side while her lips curled teasingly. You make it sound like this was such a struggle. Some of these people still live here, and it was a vacation for everyone else. Even so, it was very thoughtful, and I hope everyone has a safe trip home. Kyra clapped a hand on Cliff's shoulder. He was puzzled as she leaned in so that he could hear her. That means you too. It's dangerous crossing the street. Remember to look both ways. Hey now. Yeah, good luck with all that important grown-up things. I'm sure you'll have to do when you're all out of here. Definitely. I'll give updates next time something exciting happens, or something lame, so I can vent about it. How nice. I'm glad that you won't be forgetting the little people. Never ever. I'll keep in touch too.
Very nice.
You better. Well, me and Randy aren't going far, so we can keep an eye on the town for you the rest of you. Nothing will get past us. Right. We'll make sure everything is okay. No need to worry at all. That's kind of you. Miranda and Terry gave each other pleased smiles, already committing to their self-appointed task. Derek scratched the back of his head, wearing a pensive look. It's always sad when I have to leave this town. It's happened too often, but at least there will be people looking out for sunset birds. That makes me feel better about it. After a pause, Mr. Holden gave the younger folk a thumbs up.
Great.
That's all great. You've got a lot to be proud of, and a lot to be looking forward to. Well said, Cliff. I'm thankful that I've been privileged to witness the growth you've undergone over the years. You've each matured beautifully. Cove was touched by his parents' words and struggled to come up with something to follow. Yeah, it's been good seeing everyone. No one had taken a step yet, and you couldn't put this off any longer. It was time to say goodbye. I'm so glad we got to do this. Me too. day was even better than I imagined. I don't know what we're going to do without the kids around. I know they keep us young. We're not that old. Some of us still got it. She winked at Cliff teasingly, and he shook his head. Both of your mums laughed at that, and he caught several more cracks of smiles from her friends. Afterwards, there was more sniffing and hugs. A lot of hugs. Then people started trailing out into the street, seeing others off. Your friends and family got into their cars and left the neighborhood. By the time things had fully settled, you realized the sun had set. Earlier, you and Cove decided on having a car pick you both up. Neither of you wanted to bother your parents after such a long day. It would be a little while longer before it would be there, though. It was the right choice, as both sets of parents shot you weary looks. The four seemed ready to call it a night. It didn't take either of you or Cove very long to assure them that it was okay to head home and go to bed. With one more round of goodnight and goodbyes, your families returned to their condos. Then the only people left on the street were you and Cove. Cove closed his eyes, humming happily, while he waited for it to pass. He stared up at the sky. Cove's hands were in his pockets, and his shoulders relaxed when he caught your attention until he was Can you guess what I'm thinking? Well, at the moment you were in the neighborhood we grew up in together, some time to spare. You rolled your shoulders back and pretended to crack a few of your knuckles, and a loose look fidgeted on Cove's face for a while he talked you silently. Could you perhaps be thinking that the fireflies are out now? Right. Do you want to go to the Poppy Hill before we leave? Always. There was an eager bounce in your step as you and Cove crossed over towards the hill behind your mom's house. Side by side you stared out at the view As you imagined, the hill was dotted with glowing firefly light. It perfectly reflected the memories of childhood held closely in your mind. Cove sighed contentedly, seeing them across the hill, moving in and around the blazing lights in the stars above. Cove cocked his head to the side before his expression twisted playfully. When he met your eye, you were about to prod him about what was on his mind when he took off running. I'll bet I'll catch one first. Oh, it's on! Kicking up a bit of dirt and you bolted in the opposite direction after a few fireflies that captured your attention. The first one that flooded and flitted into your range, you dove for it. Did you get one? It escaped between your fingers, but that didn't dim a second of your fun. You shook your head, trying to find your next target. The next one, I can feel it, unless you're feeling my future victory. Out of the corner of your eye, you watched Cove get spun nearly around, following one that was staying just out of reach. Chuckling, you crouched down low, searching the air. The pursuit for fireflies continued until a handful had been caught. Cove crossed over to you with a big bright grin that could rival every twinkling bar could start around you. Cupped between both his hands, Cove carefully held a firefly. The corner of his mouth twisted before a few giggles escaped him, and he knew that feeling well. The way the firefly would buzz around, tickling your palm in your hand. Cove's eyelids fluttered open. He watched you with a complicated mix of emotions, heavy with the weight of 15 years of history. It's really a relief I got to see the fireflies. This trip wouldn't have felt complete without it. Yeah, I think you're right. You spotted another firefly lowering to your eye level before looping up to the top of Cove's head. It landed right on his hair, and you smirked. What? You have a very tiny firefly hat. I do? Before you could answer, the firefly took off and disappeared into the night. You gave it a tiny wave goodbye. Well, that didn't last very long. That's too bad. I'll remember them as my tiny hat forever. Me too. Taking a deep breath, Cove held your eye. He appeared to be conflicted about what he wanted to say next, and you waited for him to make his choice. It's so strange not to live here anymore. Most of my life, neither of us were ever really away from Sunset Fern. Well, unless one of us went on a trip somewhere, or when both of our families took trips together. Remember that? He chuckled, losing himself to fun reminiscing. You couldn't help but watch his grin. I like the road trip one a lot, though I don't think we all could squish into that RV again. We're way too big. Laughing, Cove shook his head. His brow creased the longer he sat with the thoughts spinning in his brain. Those visits back with my mum, I remember what a big deal they felt like then, to be away from here without anyone else coming for a whole few weeks. Oh, how little I knew. Hey, what did you used to tell your mum about me when you were on those trips to see her? Thrown a little off kilter, Cove hadn't been expecting that question at all. Both of his eyebrows raised, and a part of you wondered if you had somehow spoken gibberish instead. It was an interesting question I couldn't help asking. Honestly, I've been wondering about it since I was 13. Kyra always kept the details to herself, and you never said a word either. Well... Oh! Mostly I just tell her about the times we'd hang out. Sorry, I double-clicked again. Mostly I just tell her about the times we'd hang out, but I know I was pretty enthusiastic when I was because you are someone really special to me. And I admitted that much to my mum. Not sure if I used the word crush exactly, but she knew that you were the highlight of my young life. And look at that, you still are. He delivered that final thought earnestly enough that you stopped breathing altogether. Cove beamed at you, pleased with his conversion. Thank you. You're welcome, and thank you for being my favourite story. Finally, Cove parted his hands and released the firefly back into the hill. It flew up around his face before darting away up into the sky, but your gaze was fixated on him. There was a touch of wistfulness in his features as he watched the bug disappear into the night. It wasn't until Cove turned his attention back to you that his demeanour warmed. Okay, I'm ready to go now. I think I'm ready too. Are you sure? Yeah, it's just goodbye for a little while. There'll be more nights like this one someday. Trailing a few steps behind Cove, you looked back down the hill. You spotted your childhood home immediately. I'm grateful we could come home here and see how things were without us. It was nice.
Yeah.
It really was. With Cove right there along with you, you made your way down the hill, with the same stars above trailing the way. Your last night in Sunset Bird was closing out. You were lost deep within a dream, adrift in the current of your unconscious mind. Cove was with you even there, his presence strong as your mind flitted from scene to scene, the logic of the conscious world melting around you. Something jolted you from your slumber, the visions you constructed slipping away even as you scrambled to catch them. It had been a good dream. You opened your eyes to an unlit, unfamiliar ceiling. The darkness permeated the room so thoroughly you were sure it was still the middle of the night. As your eyes adjusted to what little light there was to catch onto, a smiling face cozied itself right above you. There he was. Good morning, ma'am. The grin was bright enough to make it seem like maybe the sun had risen after all. I love the grumpy responses. You've echoed his words, assuming he'd check the facts in spite of very night-like situations around you. His expression softened at your voice, the tender affection in his gaze obvious despite the thin space. You kissed him. You propping yourself up on your elbow to lean towards him. Cove read the intent in your movement and bent down, meeting you halfway in the kiss. Would you have preferred me to wake you up by tapping on the window?
Come on.
I mean, you really should have expected this was going to happen. Fine, shame on me because you've got me more than once. Way more than once. I'm guessing you woke me up for some reason. Are you ever gonna let me know? Well, this is our last day here. Everyone might still be asleep. But if we get up now, we can at least see the neighborhood. Do you want to? With you? Definitely.
All right.
Great. Then he held out one of those hands to help you get up too. You took it. Kurt's grip was strong as his fingers closed around yours. He pulled, tugging you in with ease. Before you could head out, you and Cove broke you to get dressed. You did so quietly. The strangeness of the hour meant that your body seemed less coordinated than usual. I just find this really harsh because we barely got any sleep the night before either. Because we were out preparing things for the proposal too. But it's cute. The two of you were eventually ready to head out into the wide world. Dawn still hadn't broken when you left the hotel, yet it was easy enough to get a ride down into Sunset Road. The journey was peaceful. You might have expected a sleep to attempt to reclaim you once again, with the sky still so dark, but Cove's excited energy was infectious. Morning was finally starting to come over Sunset Road as you arrived, almost like the sun itself wanted to be there to welcome you. Cove turned towards you, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. One more summer beach trip? You laughed, nodding to reassure him, as if there was any alternative now that you were here and he was looking at you so eagerly. Yeah, one more. You could have taken your time getting there, dawdling under the morning sun. Or you could have taken the short walk at a regular pace. And both of those would have been just right for some other occasion. But this time, without either of you saying a word, you and Cove set off sprinting. The two of you talked gleefully down the street towards the beach, as excited and as ungainly as the kids you'd once been. You were laughing with joy and at the absurdity of it all, being here at the break of dawn with the boy you'd once discovered on a nearby hill who never completely grew up. And it was still early. You did your best to keep the noise down. To the side you saw Cove covering his mouth to stifle his own giggles, similarly aware of the people sleeping in the condos around you. You thought of what the mean old grandparents would have said if they could see you now. All you could do was continue running and stumbling down towards the beach, away from the residences and their sleeping occupants. It was only a few minutes before you arrived at the expanse of ocean shore. Cove kicked off his shoes and strode right into the water, not stopping until his feet were entirely submerged in the wave tinkled his ankles. You got into the water with him. After slipping your shoes off, you let the sea flow over you. It was cooling into your skin, but not as cold as when the wave pulled back and your feet were exposed to the wind. The two of you stood there, watching as the sun continued to its ascent over the horizon. Silence fell between you, until finally you connected fully. Even then, Cove spoke as well.
Wow.
I can't believe it's over. I can't either. A ghost of a smile crept over Cove's face like the sun peeking out between clouds on an overcast day. Cove took your hand. You reached out tentatively and wrapped his hand around yours. You laced your fingers around his. The silence returned, just for a second. I'm glad we came this morning, and that we came on this awful
I'm so glad.
But more than anything, I'm glad for ending up in this town and
most grateful for meeting you too. Cove looked over and threw up the corner of his eyes, not turning his face away from the sea. His expression was full of affection, from the gentle curve of his smile to his clear, contented brow. It was a stark contrast to the tears rolling down his cheeks. You counted yourself lucky, even though you know maybe now this place had gifted you so much that you could carry it wherever life might take you. The memories you'd made, the lessons you'd learned, the people you built relationships with, you'd keep those pieces of your life in Sunset Valley. You stood with Cove, silently watching as bright rays swept away the last of the night shadows until the day truly arrived. Your spirits were high as the sun rose ever higher in the sky. The two of you had found yourselves meandering back to the neighborhood street on Sandy Creek, strolling down the path just as you'd done thousands of times before. This was where it all started. You were compelled to look at the exact spot you'd first encountered Mr. Holden, sitting dejected on the curb. He was unlike that anymore. Still, you couldn't forget the day it began, just as you couldn't believe what an adventure it led to. Things had never been the same since that moment, and you couldn't be happier for it. Your mental lingering on that meeting turned physical, causing you to stop in your tracks. It was only when you heard Cove's voice calling your name that you remembered that you were when you were and realized what you'd done. And what a present it was, a shining sun, a clear blue sky, and Cove by your side, all of the most natural things in the world. So what's the next step? You watched Cove expectantly, waiting for him to guide you forward from here. There was a crinkle around his eyes as he laughed. It's up to you now. Ooh, exciting! You began to think where the two of you should go. Who's it next? Cove perked up, energized by your enthusiasm. I'm listening. No matter how much time might pass, there were some things that you could count on to be constant. Cove, your family, his family, and all your other loved ones being there for you when you needed it was one of those things since the beginning and for always. Knowing they were there and you would never be truly alone made the future look all that much brighter. Wanna grab something to eat? Your early morning escapade had stirred up your appetite, and you were positive you would have Cove as well. Cove nodded, his gaze shifted from you to Robert. There's a lot that's still out there in the world, a lot of different ways things could go in the future, but for this, I think that'd be the perfect choice. He breathed his approval of your suggestion, lifting his spirits even higher. Your days growing up in Sunset Valley had been so wonderful. Even the prospect of leaving again made you chested, yet you weren't going to let that stop you. It would be hard, but you knew that it would still be there, waiting whenever you wanted to return. Facing Cove, who'd been by your side through it all, you knew that one day you'd look back on these moments now, just as you fondly reminisced about your childhood or a decade. Each happy moment you experienced became only a memory of what used to be, but that was what life was, and it was okay. As it was from the beginning, and continuing that way for always, life took another step forward. Thank you for beginning a life. You can come back again always. The end. No. So cute. Alright, it is 2 a.m. So I am going to end that here. But thanks so much, guys. Such a beautiful game. Oh wow, 6 hours, oh my gosh. Sorry, I tried to find a raid. Alright, let's go. Take care, lovely people.